right by you.
Hey everybody, Kurt Warner here. Ever since retiring from the NFL, I've wanted to use my knowledge and expertise to impact the future of our game. So I created QBConfidential.com to build better players, smarter coaches, and more informed fans. If you want to increase your football IQ, learn quarterback technique, build a playbook, go inside the film room, or develop the mindset of a champion, QBConfidential.com is perfect for you. That's QBConfidential.com. Join the team today.
Final score from Baltimore, Detroit 38-30. Tonight's broadcast of Monday Night Football has been sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream, AutoZone, Nationwide by Lowe's, LinkedIn Ads, and NFL.com. You can hear every Westwood One Sports NFL broadcast this season on the Westwood One Sports app. Download it free today. Like to thank our great crew tonight, studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio engineer Anthony Vidiello. Our production assistance provided by Deborah Guthrie and Corey Spector. Our statistician, Ethan Cooperson. On-site engineer, the great Al Rosenberg. Coordinating producers, Brian Finkelstein and Aaron Cummins. Executive producer, Mike Eby. And the senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One, Bruce Gilbert. Lions beat the Ravens 38-30. Now for Kurt Warner and Mike Golick Jr. and Mike Golick Sr. Kevin Harlan, thanks for joining us. Coast to coast and around the world, you've been listening to Monday Night Football on Westwood One Radio Sports.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, in there before midnight. Would you look at that? I'm back. Saved the best for last. Like, I got in there with 14 minutes to spare Monday, and I'm out of breath because I just had to launch the live on YouTube. Didn't have it up, but we're in there. They can see me. Let me fix myself up. All right, I'm straight. I'm good. We haven't taken a call on this radio station since Positive Tommy was on. I didn't catch the show, but as I was putting my notes together, sitting out here eating my late dinner so I don't go home and eat at 3 in the morning, it just dawned on me. I'm like, wait, it's a new day. Well, about to be a new day. Week 3 is done. The baseball teams did not play. What do y'all want to talk about? And so I put out a little poll, and you don't care about the results of the poll. I'm just going to take it from here. And I want to say this, as I haven't promoted the YouTube yet, but I see y'all popping up. You know, coming off of that Monday Night Football game, no one knows anything. Everybody picked the Ravens. Everybody picked the Ravens to beat the Lions. I know when I talked about it last week, I'm like, the Lions without their defensive coordinator, without their offensive coordinator, playing outdoors. I mean, the Ravens, they certainly find a way to fold. The Ravens find a way to not rise to the occasion over and over and over again. But yeah, nobody knows anything. Everybody on ESPN picked the Ravens, and that's what you got to love about the NFL season, football, any given Sunday, any given Monday night. You know, all these pundits, all these people think that they know things about football. It does not matter. Once those guys step in between those white lines, it changes. And, the biggest thing for me this early on in the NFL season is the kicking game. They changed the kickoff. That has changed the game drastically. Teams are not starting with touchbacks. Teams are not getting pinned inside the 5, 10, 20. Teams are starting at the 35. I bet I could look up what the average is. It's probably like 30, 35-yard line. You get another 20, 25 yards, you're at midfield. You get another couple yards there, depending on who your kicker is, that's points. Anyway, this is a quick 2 hours here, and this is a quick open here. There's a lot to unpack from the weekend. I haven't been on since Friday night into Saturday morning. But this is not about me. What I will say is this is a safe zone. Because I'm an NFL free agent fan. I don't have an allegiance. I don't root for a team. I have no bias. I have no dog in this fight. I just am rooting for my fantasy team to not lose by 1 point to Ross and Bergen County. So I'm here to talk. I'm here to take calls. And yes, that really just happened. I just lost to Ross and Bergen County by 1 point in fantasy. I'm here to take calls because we haven't been able to take calls for hours. I'm here to let people vent, let people get their takes off, let you get your thoughts out, express how you feel. Like, that's what this is for, man. And it's just so familiar. Deja vu, losing, whether it's losing and not being able to score points or feeling like you had a game and then, the agony of defeat coming in there. Like, just call me up at 888-808-1019 with your thoughts and your takes. Maybe you're a fortune teller. Maybe you know the future. Maybe you have some ideas, because we need ideas to fix this. It is clear we need a lot of fixing in New York football, but one is not like the other. The Jets are not going to lead here because the Jets with Aaron Glenn dancing, hitting his ooh, ah, oh, a, oh, oh. You guys saw me on camera trying to do my best Aaron Glenn. He was hemmina, hamina, hemmina, hamina. But he thought he was about to get his first win. Silly rabbit. That's Baker Mayfield over there. You're in Raymond James Stadium. It's too much time. We'll start with the Giants. Mike Lupica put out a tweet. Starting with the 2017 season, the Jets' record through yesterday is 41-94. Over the same period, the Giants' record is 40-94-1. Those are the two worst records in the NFL. The Panthers have won more games. We are despicable in this area football-wise. It's a joke. If you're a kid, why would you be a fan of either one of these teams? Why would, when you're watching Patrick Mahomes, and what did I tell y'all? I said it Friday. I think I said it Thursday. The Chiefs are a national team. Patrick Mahomes coming to this area is like Steph Curry coming to this area. The Chiefs are the Warriors. They're a dynasty. They have Travis Kelce, who's a Swiftie. And Taylor Swift was on his podcast. And there are a ton of fans that they are casuals. They are bandwagoners. They are in New Jersey and the surrounding area coming to the game, where I was out there Sunday, and I thought it was odd, even at the little tailgate I was at. And I went home. That's not my party. Like I said, I'm an NFL free agent fan. I had no dog in the fight. I dipped off. I was home an hour before kickoff. But I saw red jerseys popping up, red 15 jerseys, red 87 jerseys. I'm like, ew, ew. Like, I understand the Buffalo Bills fans. Nobody circles the wagon like the Buffalo Bills and Bills Mafia. I understand them. They're used to coming to Jet Life Stadium. Even the Sixburg Steelers in a terrible towel, they're used to, traveling well, and they have a ton of fans here. But the Chiefs, yeah, when they played the national anthem, and the home of the Chiefs, oh my, what? The Chiefs' kingdom was upon us. And they did that drone footage shot of Giant Stadium, of MetLife Stadium, and you saw red jerseys mixed in. I'm like, oh, this isn't going to be good, folks. This is not going to be good. The best thing that happened all night was the Taylor cam. Welcome to New York. And they show a couple girls the back of their heads, and you're thinking they're in the suite. And then they show Lawrence Taylor smoking a cigar. Well played by the Giants. They have somebody thinking in the organization. But let's start with the Giants, because this Giants fan base needs healing. I just was putting together notes, and there's so much talk on Giants Twitter. Jordan Renan on the next potential Giants head coach search via Breaking Big Blue. He just went live tonight. He said, I could see the Giants brass leaning towards a guy with experience that has done it and built it before. So, they're throwing out John Gruden. I don't know who else. But, it's week 3. It's week 3. They added a week to the season a couple years ago. It's week 3. Your head coach is already a dead man walking. Your head coach doesn't call the plays anymore. That doesn't help. It doesn't matter if it's him or Kafka calling the plays. Neither one of them can figure it out. They are consistently out-coached, out-schemed, and outplayed. you know what? I tried to tell you, too, that the Dallas Cowboys defense was full-blown ass. Like, I tried to put that out there that, like, they are lost without Micah Parsons. That defense took a hit with that trade. And they're going from Mike Zimmerman to Matt Eberflus, basically like worse to worserer. I know that's not a word, but it was when you saw them get beat by the Bears. So that all your illusions, and I'll say that being out there talking to Giants fans, even like shout out to JC, Jonathan Casillas, he popped over at the Savvy Seeds tailgate where I was, and he got on the mic and he was trying to hype people up, and people were not hype. He's like, come on, Giants fans, I want to hear you. And I had to join in, and I had a microphone. So I'm like, yeah. He's like, we're out here for a win. I'm looking around like, this is not a place that you come to get wins. Like, that doesn't happen very often here. Like, they got one win, and it cost them Cam Ward. 888-808-1019. And that team that beat them now has Daniel Jones. And I remember my week 1 rant did numbers, still doing numbers online, where I stopped myself. I said, I don't know what Daniel Jones is going to be, but he's looking like. Just look for yourself. They're 3-0. And all these different pages are putting out, like, Daniel Jones in the same post as Saquon Barkley and Xavier McKinney, right? They're lumping those guys together as far as greener pastures, leaving the Giants, escaping New York. Everybody's talking about it now. It's not just WFAN. It's not just the greater New York City area. It's a national story. What's going on in New York? What's going on is what I was ranting about before. What have Shane and Daboll done right? This fan base needs some fixing, some healing, because what in the actual capital F have they done with your franchise? That first year was probably the worst thing that could have happened. Coach of the year, fool's gold, won a playoff game. Because here we are in year 4. You put up 9 points. Oh, you missed an extra point. Deja vu again. How much can you take? The kicking situation with the Giants makes no sense to me. Like, Graham Gano is older. He's missed games. He's missed time. Like, when you don't learn from your mistakes of the past, when like you allow them to happen, I got to fire these guys. I got to get this guy up out of here. I got to get I couldn't believe that. I think that we've seen it the last couple of years. I couldn't believe that they were in a primetime game. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. They don't win primetime games. I told you that. The fix was in. Taylor Swift. They're not going to let you ruin Taylor Swift's. And she wasn't even there, but her husband was there. NBC, you're not going to be celebrating. You're not going to be having a good time watching that game, because I got to the point last night where I was like, I don't even want to watch this game anymore. I don't want to watch Russell Wilson anymore. And I know we have reached the point, right? Because Brian Daboll, who has been playing games with Jackson's Dart's name this entire time, right? What I mean is, you make that rookie QB2, that means you're playing with his name. That means he's one play away. That just adds fuel to the fire. And then you have this Jackson Dart package, which I described as the decoy for Cam Skattebo. And shout out to Cam Skattebo, who was on the fan when Cam Skattebo was playing against Texas in the bowl game. I was barely even paying attention to the show because I'm like, do you not see this kid? That's the only thing they've done right. Draft Cam Skattebo. But if Tyrone Tracy doesn't get hurt, does he get that many opportunities? Probably not. Do they scheme up plays and call plays for him? Probably not as many as we saw. But, hey, there's film on him now. Books out on him now. You might as well go ahead and play Dart. 0-3, you're not making the playoffs again. The coaches are dead men walking. The fans are chanting, we want Dart. It's toxic. It's bad. I also told you that. Home opener? Yay, home opener, Giant Stadium. And it was a mess. I don't know who thinks that they can show up to an 8:20 start at 7 p.m. It was madness. As I'm trying to get out of there, it was madness at 7 p.m. But, yeah, Sunday Night Football, the thing about a play, they don't care who makes it. And Patrick Mahomes, he's a professional playmaker. He made a bunch of plays. And the Giants didn't make enough plays. Had some opportunities. Threw the ball out the back of the end zone a bunch of times. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. That's a tough showing, and I feel like they set you up for failure because you scored 37 points against the weak-ass Dallas Cowboys. And when you go out there in front of your home crowd fans, they can't take it anymore. They are talking about flying planes over Giant Stadium again. Fans are posting out about how the vibe in the stadium has changed. It's not fun anymore. The season ticket holders that used to be there, they're selling their tickets. You know, the stadium is overrun by casuals, Chiefs fans. It's a long season. Like, how long is that going to go on? You've got a tough schedule. So, I don't know. Somebody call me up with the answers. We can go through all the little things. Starting Dart is not the answer. And I hate to tell it to you, but you're just going to put him out there so he can get his head smacked. Hopefully they increase Andrew Thomas's snap count. But you're just going to throw this kid into the fire, and it's not preseason anymore. And these NFL players and these NFL coaches, yeah, he's going to get his head smacked. Somebody's going to snatch his chain too, and that's not going to be fun watching your dreamy rookie quarterback struggle. And then when he eventually is hurt and knocked out of the game, you got to go to Jameis Winston. So inevitably, let's just get to Jameis airing it out for Malik Neighbors. Shameful that they couldn't get Malik Neighbors the ball until the fourth quarter. Doesn't make any sense. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're going to go straight to the update. Good looks, Paulie. Didn't give me too much, the ads in between Monday Night Football, and we're not going to break here. We're just going to go to the legend, Marco Belletti, with the update right now.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey Hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. WFAN Sports Flash.
Thanks, Fleegs. Another lackluster start, failing to reach double digits. 2 of their 3 losses, raising the chance for Jackson Dart over Russell Wilson. Brian Daboll seemed to leave that door open, too.
We're doing what we normally do, which is watch the tape. We're just watching it with the players right now. So we'll have staff meetings after this, but when we come in, we watch the tape. Offense, defense, kicking game as a staff, and then we go meet with the players. That's where we're at right now.
For the Jets, Tyrod Taylor led a fourth quarter comeback that fell short. So will Aaron Glenn remain with Justin Fields when he's healthy?
Justin came in as our starter, and he's been our starter. So, listen, Tyrod was a backup. So I want to make sure I know exactly where Justin's at. I don't want to say anything until I know that Justin's clear. So once Justin is clear, I'll let you know exactly where we're going.
Lions surprised the Ravens in Baltimore 38-30. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs combined to run for 218 yards and 4 touchdowns. And a day off to lick their wounds. The Mets embarking on the final 6-game road trip to end their season. 3 with the Cubs, 3 with the Marlins, tied with the Reds for the final wild card with Cincy owning the tiebreaker. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, Marco is walking in there to punch Paulie in his back right now. I'm watching. I'm kidding. He would never.
Technology ain't my fault, man.
No, that was funny, though. Like, I wish we had the live camera. Fleegs walks in, perfect timing for all of that. As I'm like, the legend Marco Belletti, and I didn't hear what you said to Marco, but that was a good, if we had like an office type of show or some type of behind-the-scenes vlog going on here, that whole interaction from 11:59 to 12:02 was entertaining. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Good morning, good morning. Let's get right to the phones, man. I said I'm here for you guys to vent, to get your thoughts off, your takes off. Maybe as Giants fans, you can see the forest through the trees. maybe you can see some better days coming with Jackson Dart. Maybe you think they're going to fire Brian Daboll and pivot to somebody else midseason. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's why we're here. We're going to talk through it. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay. He's first on the fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Early good morning. Listen, I've been watching these Giants for such a long time, and I don't know. They're running out of coaches.
There's plenty of coaches.
They get a general manager who put this team together. He should be gone before the coach.
Well, I wouldn't do that. I would fire the coach before the general manager.
Well,
but
I'm just saying the type of people that are on the offensive line are offensive. That guy that I think I mentioned to you last time, the Hudson River man, I don't know where he is. They DF'd him. I don't know where he is.
He's done.
Yeah, well,
Andrew
that's
Thomas
good.
came back.
The only thing I saw that was positive was
Positive
Scatterbo.
Tommy.
Scatterbo is a positive guy. It reminds me of Alex Webster, the way he came through that line.
I heard Rex Ryan call him John Riggins with that 4-4 on.
Yeah.
I like
His
the
legs
guy.
are moving. He's good. But there's no, how should I put it? They're not playing together. Between the penalties and this and that, late throws, overthrows.
Yeah, they're disconnected. You can
It's
tell.
a comedy of errors. It really is.
That's exactly the way to put it. It's been a comedy of errors for years now. 888-808-1019 with the players that they have let go. And it's not just the Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, Xavier McKinney. Like you saw Sterling Shepard with the Buccaneers. I also told you about that. He's been getting busy the last 2 years with his former college teammate from Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield. You saw him help Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers defeat the Jets. We were told he was done. He was cooked. His career was over. Right? He had an injury because of the MetLife turf. How about Brian Burns last night? I thought the MetLife turf got him. The Giants were hurt last night. It wasn't just Brian Burns. I was writing it down. Tyrone Tracy got hurt. Dex was out for a minute. Neighbors, I was really worried when they threw that ball up to Neighbors in the end zone. Gano obviously hurt. I'm like, as soon as Gano is hurt, go for two. That's the plan. I don't know. Like it is beyond me. It is beyond me that this is professional football. The New York Giants, the New York Football Giants, the once proud franchise, like they are a laughingstock. They make a mockery of themselves and the fan base, and the fans deserve better. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. Russell Wilson out there, like, the difference a week makes. You got fooled by the Dallas Cowboys. That's the setup with Jerry Jones. They fooled y'all, and they won the game. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey on the fan. What's up, Los?
Hey, I'm upset. We didn't make your top 5 dead or alive, but it was a try. I didn't jump off the bridge yet. But a lot of glaring stuff you watching that game. Andrew Thomas on a pitch count. I mean, like, come on. Like I was telling my son, if he played well in the first half,
yeah,
and we were doing pretty good in the first half, but then there's no in-game adjustments. Kansas City comes out in the second half and they changed everything.
Yeah, they made some adjustments.
Right, and we do no adjustments. And then as soon as you hear Graham Gano's hurt again, I said, again? This is like the third year in a row he can't kick field goals.
Yeah, that was the adjustment at halftime. He kicked and he tried to gut it out.
Right. Just the extra point. But we had to score every time knowing he was compromised. But then
and they know that. Spagnola knows that.
And that guy is going to go down as the best defensive coordinator in the history of football.
Sure.
But my last point, and I'm going to let you rock. That drive when we're trying to score, we're like at the 15. Why is he? Did he do a read option? Russell Wilson? Ain't trying to run it. What are we doing? Did I see the same thing? And I'll let you go. Have a good one, Keith.
Yeah, that was a funny one for Twitter. I hit them with the thinking guy meme. Like, and that's the thing too with this, they're running zone read with Jackson Dart. That's all they're doing with him. And Cam Scatterbo is taking the zone, and the read option Like, even the end for Kansas City, he let Cam take the ball. All right, I'll give you the 4 yards in a cloud of dust. I'll tackle you here. But, like, it is confusing to me because Jackson Dart is not Jalen Milroe. Who do they think they drafted? Who do they think they drafted? Lamar Jackson? He's not a running quarterback. He can run. He is athletic. He can make plays with his legs. He doesn't like to slide. So maybe I don't know, yo. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't have the answers. They should be a lot better than this. I thought this year was going to be different. They do have, you know what I said? They do have the characters. They do have a cast of characters. I like Drew Phillips. I was going on about how last week against CD, he dunked CD on his head. And he had the interception. His celebration in the camera like that was hilarious to me. I thought he was killing it. I thought he really came out there looked like a dog. Then he got dogged. He regressed. You know, Brian Burns, Spider-Man. You know, he's a character too. I like the Spider-Man stuff. But every time I look at him, I think about Saquon. I'm like, yo, this was the pivot. They thought that this was more valuable. They thought that trading for Brian Burns and paying him was going to yield better results than Saquon Barkley. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And now Daniel Jones is on Monday Night Football with Peyton and Eli as a kid in a Giants jersey, showing his childhood room where he had a Eli Manning fat head up. It was destined for him to be drafted and developed by the Giants. But here comes Shane and Daboll, who didn't want to pick up his rookie option, then ended up having to pay him and then cut him so that the injury clause didn't take hold in his contract. And it started this whole mess. And now people are looking like, oh, we thought Daniel Jones wasn't going to be in the league. I bet the Vikings are thinking like, damn, look what we did with Carson Wentz. Imagine we had Daniel Jones. 888, you know the number to dial. Yeah, it's a perplexing Pegasus we're riding with these New York Giants. I consistently come back to what have these guys done right. Their drafts haven't been good. What have Shane and Daboll, and I put them together. They rode in on the same horse. They very well might ride out together. What have they done right? What have they done to help? What have they done to change things? What have they done to get out of the mud? What have they done that make you feel good? Like I give them Cam Scatteroo, and I hope Jackson Dart. But I know how hard it is in this league. Like as I continue to make fun of the Dallas Cowboys, they let Caleb Williams, 10 fingers painted, put up 4 touchdowns and 300 yards on them in his second year in the league, his first year in Ben Johnson's system. 3rd game of the season. Mike is in Madison, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to call and say I'm a lifelong Giants fan. 40 years. I've seen good. I've seen bad. And I've just had enough. You've taken this once proud franchise, a well-respected franchise that has accomplishments that other franchises can never have, and you just reduced them to nothing. I mean, I was in my daughter's school today. I live in North Jersey, and the amount of Eagle jerseys I saw, I said, this is North Jersey. This is Giants territory. But the Giants are losing fans and young fans, and I can understand why, because in the last 12, 13 years, we've had nothing to cheer for, and it's just so upsetting to see the Giants get reduced to nothing. Is it the 70s Giants? I mean, are we coming, it just needs to stop. It really does.
Thanks for the call and sharing that, Mike. You just triggered a thought in my mind. I said the same thing to my wife as we were grocery shopping on Sunday. I'm like, where the hell did all these Eagles fans come from? There are so many people with Eagles hats, sweaters, repping the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm in Hoboken, New Jersey. 20 minutes from where the Giants play. Giants players live 5-10 minutes from Eli Manning lived in Hoboken. Where did all of these Eagles fans come from? Winning. Going to Super Bowls, consistently winning. From Nick Foles winning the Super Bowl, Philly, to even Jalen Hurts coming along, getting to the Super Bowl, playing a great game and losing, but then coming back 2 years later and winning with Saquon Barkley. The Philadelphia Eagles, they're not that far. They're not that far. There are people that grew up in South Jersey that live up here. There are people that, it doesn't matter where you grew up. The NFL is a global game. We are in a digital age now where you can be a fan of every team. You do not have to suffer through the Jets and the Giants misery that goes on in East Rutherford. That place is literally becoming the home of the visiting team. It doesn't matter what franchise it is. Like, it might be tough for the Chargers to come in. It might be tough because they, abandoned San Diego and they really don't have any fans in L.A. But, like, when the Eagles come here on October 9th, Thursday Night Football, get ready for the I don't like to do the chant. But get ready, Giants fans, for your building to be overrun. And I'm almost sure by then Jackson Dart will be the starter. You're going to put him in harm's way. But it's football. He's got to be tough. He's got to learn, right? That's how you ruin the kid. So you're drooling over this kid, we want Dart. You're booing them to play Dart. And they're 0-3. They have no reason not to now. When they do, and that fails, what do you have after that? Like, somebody call me up with the plan after that. Because if you think that these coaches can scheme up and draw up the plays and game plan for this rookie to come into the NFL, like Spags with that play sheet over his face and that look in his eye, even Andy Reid, I tweeted out last night, is Andy Reid okay? I guess he lost his voice a little bit yelling at Travis Kelce, but like he's getting up there in age too. Those guys know everything about football. They watched that film against Dallas, and they said, this is what you're not going to do against us. You're not going to just run through the zone. You're not going to have receivers streaking down the field. You're not going to just take advantage of our secondary. We'll take that away from you. And so when it was taken away from you, I saw Lawrence Tynes tweet out, a professional football team that cannot scheme up a single play to their number one receiver until the fourth quarter is coaching malpractice and incompetence. Your former players, legends, are calling out the coaching, the game plan. It's obvious to see. Run a jet sweep. How much did I talk about handing Malik Neighbors the ball? I say I'm handing him the ball once a game. I know he's going to get his targets, but what if they take that away from you? Hand him the ball. Throw him a bubble screen, a tunnel screen, something. Throw him the ball at the sideline. Like, get the ball in the guy's hands and not trying to throw it so deep down the field or getting intercepted. It's a sad state of affairs. Russell Wilson, I feel for Russ because there was a graphic that they put out today about Russell Wilson going back to his last few games with the Steelers. Russell Wilson hasn't won a game as a starter since December 8th, 2024. And if you recall, he lost out the last 5 games he played in the Steelers uniform. They didn't want him back. And he signs here with the Giants after they signed Jameis Winston and after he knew they had to draft a quarterback. They were definitely Russ comes into the situation knowing, hey, it's NFL. It's not for long for me. Like my own fan base, which he has to claim as his now. He's in New York. Your own fan base is chanting for the rookie. They don't want you. They know that you're not for long. If you're not getting it done, like you just put up 450 yards and multiple touchdowns against the Dallas Cowboys. They don't care. They're trying to get to the future now. Tony's in Montreal on the Fan. What's up, Tony?
Listen, Keith, I just want to say something. I heard you a while back, and you wrapped out the upcoming weekend weekend sports for football. Yeah. I thought that was amazing.
Thanks.
I thought you had me smiling, and I said, man, you have talent, my friend. You have serious talent.
I know.
And I love it. I want you to put I want you to put your chops to the thing that I sent you, to my little thing. I
saw it.
I want to hear it.
I saw it, but I can't I don't rap like that. Like I think that night that you snored on air and I started rapping, that was just me messing around. But even with these
that was so good, man. I'm telling you, you got talent, brother. You got to come up here and do that in Montreal. You have people following you all around.
Open mic night, KM to AM in Montreal. I'll kick some freestyles for all the Canadians.
Hey, bro, you could do the freestyle up here. You might have all those French girls following you around, man.
For sure.
What can I tell you? Listen, you're an ex-football player, right? You explain something to me. Did you love your coaches when you were playing?
No.
I want to ask you seriously.
No.
Okay. Do you have to love your coaches? Do you have to love your coaches?
You got to respect them, though.
Okay. Yeah. And they got to be like a mentor or like a tough dad, and they got to put you down, and they got to motivate you. So I want to ask you, man. I'm not a football guy, but
I don't think I'm scanning through my head. It's not a love relationship. It's a working relationship. It's business. They're gonna yell at you. They're gonna. I was about to say undress you. Pause. But like they're going to in front of the team. Watch the film and call out every single thing you did wrong, but it is in an effort for you to do better. It is not about your feelings. It's about the team.
So you know what that feels like. I was in those rooms when they dressed me down in those films, and I was scared. But you know what? I played better, and I got better. And that coach who's almost 85, 89 years old, I call him once a week just to say hi because I still love that guy. When I was going through it, I didn't love him that much. I respected him, but I didn't love him. Now, as an older person, I do. But I just want to talk about Daniel Jones. Like, Daniel Jones didn't have to love the coaching staff. And Saquon doesn't have to, love the coaching staff in New York. But, so I said this the other night to C-Mac. I said, that Saquon had so-so, and he did some great things, but he didn't win the championship, and he won it. And you're saying now in Hoboken, everybody's got, Philadelphia gear on. But look at what Indiana Jones is doing right now. Indiana Jones is Indiana Jones. He's not Daniel Jones. He's Indiana Jones. So I read up about their coaching staff, and this guy Steichen, Steinchen.
Yeah.
He seems like he's a mellow guy, man. He's like, he talks to the guys like I could see his body language. He's not berating anybody, and he seems confident. And, you guys in New York, you have the best of the best. The best media, the best fans, the most bucks, and you're wasting your money away, and you're destroying amazing players. And then you give them away, and Saquon turns around. And if I was Saquon, I'd be doing exactly what you didn't want to give him the money, and you didn't want to give Daniel the money. Well, guess what? They're going to come back, and it's Italian revenge.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Yeah, and it's also business, right? You don't want to pay me, Saquon? I'm going to go get the value elsewhere. And I will literally take my value right down the turnpike from our arch rival. Once a Giant, always a Giant, but it is business. These guys came into the Giants facility and they said, just a running back, we don't value you. I got to find this audio, man. There was this audio. I know I have it in my notes. I take too many notes. I'm scanning now. With a guy from NFL on CBS talking about the value of Saquon. And the whole time I'm shaking my head because I'm like, this is what the Giants overlooked. I can do a verbatim. So he's talking about how Saquon Barkley is fired up when the tush push works. Even though he should be getting the ball to score, whatever, he's just as excited that they score, and he's the team leader. Okay, I'm going to find this because I have it on Instagram, and I don't want to do it verbatim. But I'm prefacing this because I'm getting back to, the Giants and what do they do right? Do they evaluate talent right? No, they do not. They don't draft correctly. They've made a ton of mistakes with guys that they've let walk out of the building. What do they do right as far as strategy, game plan, calling plays, putting their players in the best position to win? They don't. They lose so much. They are outmatched, outcoached every week. It doesn't matter who it is. And so Shane Steichen, this guy, where did he come? Bringing it back to the Eagles. He came from the Eagles. Right? And I hear all this talk right now about how, it doesn't work with first-time, these coordinators, these first-time coordinators as head coaches. It worked in Philly. Like, let's not make excuses that these guys can't, the Giants need to go find a guy who's been there and done that before. It's not a guarantee that it's going to work here. It's the hardest market for anything to work. So, yeah, I got to find that audio. But I was literally like, this is what we were talking about years ago. Like, John Mara basically was alluding to, like, Saquon Barkley is the most popular guy. And, like, not just with the players, but with his teammates. Saquon Barkley, like, if you're going to just say we're not, like, and that's why I used to say Shane has the GM book for dummies that he wrote. Because he's got this whole book on how he's going to do things. Oh, Leonard Williams? Yeah, well, we're going to trade him. We're going to let him pick his destination. Him and Julian Love out there with the Seahawks. Yeah, Julian Love, we don't need him either. It's just like, make it make sense, man. I don't know, yo. I'm not a Giants fan. If I couldn't imagine. I have friends that are Giants fans, and they remember me being a stupid Cowboys fan years ago, and they're like, bro, you're so different now. You used to laugh. You used to make fun of this type of stuff. I'm like, yo, but I was doing that out of spite for the Super Bowls that the Giants were able to win in 2007 and 2011. But now this mockery of an NFL football franchise has gone on for so long. I don't know how they don't fire these guys today. 888-808-101. I don't know how they're still allowed to be here. Like, Tom Thibodeau got fired. Kayvon Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau got fired for going to the Eastern Conference Finals, for building the Knicks back up to something, for literally pulling the Knicks out of the depths of what the Giants are in and bringing them back to relevancy. They kicked him to the curb. And now that the Jets and Giants are done, the Knicks training camp opens tomorrow. We're about to start talking NBA. Isn't that a shame? The Major League Baseball regular season has not been decided. We don't know who is playing who in the postseason yet. We've got a week. It is now Tuesday. We've got a week until the wild card. We don't know who is playing where and what yet. Tomorrow, the Knicks open training camp. And we're already talking about firing the Giants head coach, playing the rookie quarterback. Like, I haven't even started on the Jets yet because it's just different with the Jets. I just think AG has changed his tune. AG has gone in a direction that I didn't see him going with, and it makes me laugh because I'm like, yeah, all that tough talk is good until the games start. All that bravado, all that stone face, acting a certain type of way is different than when you get in the game and you start dancing down the sideline thinking you won. And he's got a lot of nonsense that he's feeding, talking about the New York media. I'm not going to focus on the negative. I'm not going to focus on the negative. I'm going to let y'all do that. It's all negative. The only positive is winning. Win a game. You had 2 games you could have won. Another game you got smoked. And now we're talking about Tyrod Taylor, Justin Fields, quarterback controversy on both sides. It's dumb. I'm not signing up for either one. I'm not signing up to be a Jet fan or a Giant fan. I'm on the outside looking in. Yeah, the one thing I don't do, which I understand New York media tries to do, is the negative part of it. I'm not going to be that way. I'm going to let you guys deal with that. We're going to look at the things we did well. Yeah, but I hope that's something that you're saying to the media. But what's up with Michael Clemens, bro? Like, this guy's a liability. I hope you're negative when you look at the film and you talk to him. A few guys, not just him. You know, I don't know. I think New York football is in a way that, like, maybe Aaron Glenn can pull the Jets out. It ain't going to be this year. This is going to be another rough year, a transition year. Big ships turn slow. Big ships turn slow, Aaron, but, like, you came in hot. You came in here talking about we're the freaking New York Jets. You came in here and told Aaron Rodgers to kick rocks. He wanted to come back. You came in here and added Justin Fields. Definitely had me believing, hey, they're going to get Justin Fields right. We'll see. I mean, he's got to come back from the concussion. How much of an upgrade was Tyrod Taylor for you guys? 888-808-1019. Oh, he's a better thrower of the ball. Yeah, he throws interceptions too. He also is going to miss some throws. He's not going to wow you either. Like, there's a reason he's a career backup. And shout out to Tyrod. What a career. Tyrod is another one I've told stories about. Met Tyrod years ago. We were around the same age. Like, amazing career as an undersized quarterback in the NFL. But that's not cutting it in the NFL. Like, the winning teams don't have quarterbacks like that. The winning teams don't have quarterbacks like Russell Wilson. It just doesn't work. You know, Daniel Jones, going back to the Daniel Jones and Saquon thing as I'm looking for this audio, I hate when I find something on Instagram and then I try to find it on Twitter. And obviously these accounts, they have Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts, but they have different content for each. I'll break here and then I'll dig it up. I'll send it to Fleegs to play because you got to hear this stuff on Daniel Jones, and you got to hear the stuff on Saquon Barkley. That, like, this is national conversation. Like, they are talking to the country about the New York Giants in a negative way. Like, the country is rooting for Saquon, for Daniel Jones, for Xavier McKinney, for Sterling Shepard, for Leonard Williams, Julian Love. I can't think of the other guys. Evan Ingram, I think, was inactive. I don't know if he played this week. But there are other guys that have left the Giants that people are rooting for to kind of stick it to New York. You know, people already have this, like, negative energy towards New York. And, like, the Giants are feeding into that. Like, oh, you're no better than us. Actually, you're the worst. You got to hear how these guys talk about Saquon and then think about your own regime and what they thought about Saquon, how they did it. And they were dumb enough to put a fly on the wall, a camera, a eye in the sky, and have Hard Knocks for it all. They let us see how they deliberated, the conversations they had, and we really didn't even get to see it. But I don't know, it's crazy what they've done to the New York Giants. Ton of people showed up out there, but people can't even fake it anymore. It barely lasts the first half. It didn't last the first half before there's boos and chants for the backup. And I do not feel like Jackson Dart is going to come in here and light the world on fire. It is too hard to do. He does not have the talent around him. He has the receiver, he has the running back, but I don't think he has the coaching. I don't know if he has the offensive line. I don't know if they're going to put him in the right scheme for him to be successful. This kid's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. And you're looking at these guys' faces like Malik Neighbors and Jackson Dart. They look like they wanted to cry. I think they fell for it, right? They're in practice. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da. Whose idea was it to play the Sunday Night Football song and get you all pumped up for that? 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'm going to find this audio. When we come back, we'll play it, and we'll get into the Jets a little bit more. And then once 1 o'clock comes, we're going to talk about the Mets and the Yankees. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket. Because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Okay. Let's do it, man. Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM to AM. Another one of those nights after Monday Night Football. It's a quick show. I've been going live on YouTube. I haven't even put the link out on my Twitter or Instagram, but we do have a couple people in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I have not been as active. I've just been going through these things, and like during the break, I had to go find the audio. Dan is in Belmar, though. Before we get to the audio, I want to hear what Dan has to say. I don't want to keep him holding. I don't want to keep you guys holding at all. Like I said, I'm here for you. We haven't been able to take calls since Loogie was on. I feel like there's a lot of people that listen during the day. They might hear something they want to react to. They might have their own thoughts. This should be a platform for that. So let's take this call, and I will get to the audio that I was talking about with Saquon Barkley, as well as the audio from the same show on Daniel Jones. Here's Dan in Belmar on the Fan. What's up, Dan?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Appreciate taking the call. I just got to say, what a joke. You hit the nail on the head. What a joke the Giants franchise has become. All these Eagles fans popping up, and that's because of the ineptitude of the Giants from top to bottom. And it starts with Joe Shane. It starts with John Mara. And I'm just sick of it. That was the worst. I only watched the first half because I knew what the outcome was going to be versus the Chiefs. That was the worst half of football I've seen in a long time. You have the fans clamoring for Dart, which I agree with them. He should be playing. Daboll was brought in here because of what he did with Josh Allen when he got drafted in 2018, and he played right away. It's time, to bring some life and energy into this franchise. You got to start Dart, and between you and me, I'm already looking at next head coach options for the Giants, and I think a name that makes a lot of sense would be Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss. He has the ties with Jackson Dart, and you saw what he was able to do with him. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and Lane Kiffin has coached in the NFL before. Kind because people keep saying it's got to be somebody that's done it before. Like, I really don't think that matters. A good football coach is a good football coach. But, yeah, you're already in it to be looking for the next guy. These guys are dead men walking.
Exactly, and I'm sick of these retreads and hearing, bring Bill Belichick. And no, we don't need that. That's the last thing we need. We need someone that, I think Lane Kiffin, I don't know if you're familiar with him, he's got the ego to kind of handle New York, too, and he does a good job on social media and stuff. And I heard your point about all the Eagles fans popping up. It's the same thing around here in Central Jersey, where you could either be kind of, Eagles or Jets or Giants. There's a ton of Eagles fans.
Oh,
now,
yeah, I know it, bro. I'm from the area. Like, I've seen it down in Monmouth County, too.
And that's because, who are you going to buy a jersey if you're a kid? Are you going to get an Andrew Thomas jersey, or are you going to get a Saquon jersey who's, setting records with the Eagles now?
My boy Jeff, his son is an Eagles fan, and he told me, he's like, I can't stop him, bro. It's like he's like all the kids at school. That's how you get influenced. If one parent lets their kid become an Eagle fan, they're on the playground together, they're playing football at recess, they're pretending to be Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown. It is what it is. Like, you can't stop your kid.
Exactly.
Your kid don't want to be a Jets fan. Don't want to be a Giants fan. I want a Jalen Hurts jersey.
No, and I'm a Giants fan through and through, but the Eagles are fun to watch too. The Giants, what are you going to make your kid watch 4 hours of the worst football you've ever seen in your life?
Thanks for the call, Dan. You can't force these kids to do anything. And again, back to myself being an NFL free agent, I have a son who now is starting to grab the football and starting to, understand football. And I think I've got 2 more seasons before he's going to latch on to a team. And I'm not putting that evil on him, Ricky Bobby. I'm not. Not Jerry Jones, not anything going on in MetLife. I don't know exactly where we're gonna land, but it's not. I love football. I would not be on this microphone if I didn't love football and play football. And I understand what football can do for a human being. I understand how much Americans love football, how we devote so much time to football, and Sundays are supposed to be fun. And you don't get into this to be miserable. You don't get into this to be scratching your head thinking about all the mistakes the organization made and keeps making. And on that note, and yeah, Lane Kiffin coached for the Raiders in 2007, 2008. I don't think that's the answer here. I think, first off, I don't think Lane Kiffin is the type of guy that wants to take on New York. You know who they should have hired? And I think I heard somebody call WFAN and say this, but it's funny again. And we also have to look at Mara. We also have to look at the ownership. You got to hold them accountable too. It ain't just Shane and Daboll. Brian Flores, they can't get the defense right. Brian Flores is from the area, from Queens, I believe, interviewed for the job. Brian Flores probably would have been the right guy that could handle New York, from New York, come in, no nonsense, get some things together. Instead, they've gone this route with Daboll and Shane because of what the Bills were, because the Bills drafted and developed players, and they didn't win anything, but like they started winning. And Josh Allen, just please, detach Josh Allen from Brian Daboll. If anything, Josh Allen has become a better quarterback, a better player, an MVP since he's gotten away from Brian Daboll. We've given Brian Daboll way too much credit for developing Josh Allen. Let's see what he does here with Jackson Dart. I already think they fumbled it. I already have come to the conclusion they made mistakes with this entire thing. This is a first-round draft pick quarterback. How you built this quarterback room, how you played him in the preseason, and he did ball out to the point where now you made him QB2. He's one play away. You have to play him now. You have to play him. In this modern-day NFL, Russ doesn't have it, and you should have known he didn't have it, but that's the guy that you picked, right? You had to bring a veteran quarterback here. You couldn't get Stafford. You couldn't get Aaron Rodgers. All right, we'll settle for Russell Wilson. No, you're going to settle for forcing your rookie in to the fire. And I think he's ready as far as, the kid studies. He works hard. He's got the look about him. But it's the NFL, bro. These are the best athletes in the world chasing you. These are the best athletes in the world blowing the plays up. And I get it. He played at Ole Miss and in the SEC, and he's got that moxie. I like the swag about him. But when I say he's going to get his head whipped and his chain snapped, this is the NFL. They're coming for him. They're coming for him. And then what is the answer when he's either ineffective or hurt, knocked out of a game? Jameis Winston, it's a mess. It's a mess. So here, let's go back here before we get back to the calls at 888-808-1019. The first clip that we're about to play is from NFL on CBS. They do a great job. I think I referenced this at some point last year. Damian Harris, former running back with the New England Patriots, is one of the guys on their show. And then also Rand Carthen. I'm not sure if Rand Carthen used to play somewhere, but these brothers do a great job. Oh, okay. Fleegs is one of the smartest guys around here. He just actually, I'm like, Rand Carthen. I'm like, why do I know that name? Rand Carthen was the GM of the Titans, as I was wondering today in the beginning of the game why the Titans let King Henry go, and then he fumbles the ball, and I'm like, oh, man. Rand Carthen, good for him that he's no longer in Tennessee because they're trash. I don't know did he play? Yeah, former running back.
He played at Florida and then had like a limited experience in the NFL.
Either way, sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So let's go to the audio from September 21st, so 2 days ago, and Sunday, as they're talking about Saquon Barkley in the pregame show. This is Damian Harris talking about the impact of Saquon Barkley to a team.
Saquon Barkley. Now let's talk about this. Teams are starting to figure out Saquon Barkley is the heartbeat of this team. It's not Jalen Hurts. I'm here to tell you, if you shut down Saquon Barkley, you have a chance. Now, with that being said, you know what I saw a lot of from Saquon Barkley today, considering he had 18 carries for 46 yards?
Pass pro.
You know what I saw? Pass pro. But even more important than that, the support of Devontae Smith on that touchdown that he caught at the end of the game. All the way that he celebrates a tush push like he just walked into the end zone. Like, not only is he the motor on the field, but from an emotional standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, like those are the type of things that you look for in championship teams. Those are the type of things that when you don't show up on the stat sheet, that's how you still contribute to a winning culture. So Saquon Barkley, obviously the Eagles as a whole, you showed championship pedigree today with the way that you were resilient and came back and won the game. But I got to give major love to Saquon Barkley because he is an absolute team player. He loves to just have success as a team.
Yeah, so Saquon Barkley got named captain this year with the Eagles, obviously after the year he put together last year, but like how quickly he went from being a division rival to being the heartbeat of the team, to also being the focal point of the team that other teams have to game plan to stop. And then the Eagles say, okay, well, like Saquon hasn't had his big breakout game yet. Like Saquon is not off to the Saquon Barkley year that he had last year, but he doesn't need to have it. He won the Super Bowl. He rushed for 2,000 yards. Like that could be the best year of his career. This offseason, he was already talking about randomly retiring. He's 28. He could retire in 2 years at 30. But like the things that stuck with me that he said was like, it's not the quarterback. Jalen Hurts is quiet, stoic. You see Aaron Glenn hemming and humming, throwing his hands in the air, gyrating down the sideline for a touchdown that doesn't win the game. Jordan Davis blocks that field goal, runs it back. They put the camera on Jalen Hurts. He just stands up and walks off like they lost. He has no emotion. Saquon is the animated one. Saquon is the one that is vocal. Go watch the mic'd up stuff. That's on YouTube. You can go watch them mic'd up. Against Dallas, I think you can watch them. You definitely can see them mic'd up against the Chiefs. Saquon is the one talking about they can't stop it. They know what we're running and they can't stop it. He's happy to run the tush push. You know why? He's happy to win, man. All of these guys put in all of those years, that blood, sweat, and tears to win. And then once you get the Lombardi right, you would think that they would chill. No, they smell blood in the water. We might look at this Eagles team in another Super Bowl. They might go to back-to-back Super Bowls. What they just pulled off against the Rams, Saquon Barkley is the one picking up his teammates. Saquon Barkley is the one celebrating when other people score. He doesn't have to score. Saquon Barkley is just happy because of what his life turned into, escaping the New York Giants. 888-808-1019. Renee is in South Orange on the Fan. What's up, Renee?
Hey, Keith. Big fan. Love your show.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
You hit it on the nail. I'm a diehard Giant fan. When you spoke about Brian Flores, love the guy. I don't know if we have bad karma, but also want to talk about the defense and how we were all looking forward to seeing, Tiz, Brian Burns, and Abdul Carter, and we're not seeing anything yet. And the more I look at the Giants team now, I'm realizing how talented we were. And to see McKinney, Julian Love, all these guys leave, and to see how bad the team has gotten. I mean, I agree with you. The minute Saquon won the Super Bowl, I think both Joe Shane and the coach had to go. And then got picked as number one best player in the entire league.
Yeah, everyone voted him as the best player.
Every player agreed that he was unanimously the best player in the league. That says a lot about our scouting. That says a lot about our team. And now I'm rooting for Daniel Jones. I always liked the guy. And this is coming from a diehard Giant fan. The football starts on the line. If you don't have an offensive line, you're not going anywhere. Had we gotten lucky with a few picks, maybe we could have gotten a better team or a better product on the field. But I'm excited about the D-line. We haven't seen it yet, but if we don't have an offensive line, it doesn't matter what we do with Jackson Dart. It's just not going to work out, at least for now. But thanks for taking my call, man.
You got it. Thanks for the call, Renee. Yeah, with the Giants' defense, man, I mean, Shane Bowen should have been the sacrificial lamb last year. I said that. If you're not going to fire the head coach, obviously not move on from the GM. Kick this guy to the curb and try again. It's not just him. I got to go back to my, let's see, Commanders offensive line coach. Because it's not just players. The Commanders offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson, who used to be with, remember that whole falling out and they fired Bobby Johnson? Yeah, he's gone on to greener pastures too. He's with the Commanders. Go look at what they're doing with Marcus Mariota. Go look at what they're doing early in this season. Like, there's a long list of guys now, not just players that were there and that have dipped out. And I don't know. It's not good. These aren't good things. But with this Giants defense, yeah, we all thought. And you know what was funny? I remember Dexter Lawrence kind of just being like, chill a little bit on the hype. Like, I think we didn't talk enough about Abdul Carter. Or, it was all about Jackson Dart. But he's had some rookie moments here. And Shane Bowen, I think, is struggling to figure out exactly what to do here with all of these horses in the stable, where to have these guys in coverage, how to line them up, how to stop certain things. And then I joked before about Patrick Mahomes, saying the thing about a play is it doesn't matter who makes it. It doesn't care who makes it. Patrick Mahomes is going to make plays. He did. And this Chiefs team isn't that great. They're set up to face the Ravens next week, both of them 1-2. But they gave them opportunities, man. That play where Mahomes throws the ball to Pacheco, it's a lateral. And I just said, Mahomes is different. I don't think he intended to do what he did, but just having the football IQ of I'm going to go and take the ball back. A play doesn't care who makes it. The Giants don't make enough plays unless they're playing against the Dallas Cowboys. And like I said, they still found a way to lose. They still didn't win the game. It's insane. Now, the other piece is Daniel Jones, who Renee just said, he roots for Daniel Jones, right? Saquon, I don't think anybody, we all knew this is trouble. I think we thought about they should have traded Saquon during the season before. And they confused the hell out of me. You didn't want to trade Saquon because you didn't want to lose the locker room. He was too valuable to your locker room that year with Tommy DeVito, which is dumb as hell, because then you end up drafting Malik Neighbors. You get a wide receiver. You miss out. You miss out on Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. What are you thinking about? Anyway, so it mattered to you then about your clubhouse, your locker room, losing a guy like that. Daniel Jones quietly is one of those guys. When they went into the bye week and came out and named Tommy DeVito the starter and shut him down, they killed the locker room completely. And they had us really thinking that Daniel Jones sucked. They had us really thinking that Daniel Jones was not going to be an NFL quarterback. I didn't say that. I remember coming out saying Daniel Jones is going to make a lot of money because he finessed $100 million off the Giants. And he's young. He's not going anywhere. Whether he's a starter or a backup, he's going to get paid for years. Look at what he's doing now. So here's the same crew NFL on CBS. Credit to CBS for the audio. Here's Rand Carthen, the former Titans GM, talking about Daniel Jones with Pete Prisco on the same exact show. That's what I'm telling you. This Giants story, it is not just an echo chamber here at WFAN in New York. So like they are broadcasting this to the world. So let's hear what they had to say about Daniel Indiana Jones on the show.
He's making everyone take a step back and really take note of what was going on in New York. And we talked about it last week. This team is the best team he's ever been on. And he is not the focal point of the team. And sometimes, no matter where you take these quarterbacks, where you take them number 1, number 51, or number 251, all these quarterbacks, they need good players around them. And so now I hope it makes the league realize that you have to give these quarterbacks chances to mature and develop, because we put so much pressure on this position, and particularly these young guys that are coming from these systems that are not necessarily pro-friendly. And so now we've seen it year after year now, Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield and Geno Smith, and now through 3 games.
That's what I was going to say.
Through 3 games.
You said we can't have any stats that matter until week 4. Now we're 3 games in.
What I will say is this, and saying it tongue in cheek, I agree with Pete. We can't crown them just yet. However, you can only beat who's on your schedule. You're not in control of what they've done before you. You just know when 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whatever the time frame of the game hits, you can only play the people that are across from you, whether they're injured or whatever the case may be. And you just got to do what you got to do. And we're just pointing out that this team is playing efficient, complementary football.
I will say this. If Daniel Jones plays this way the rest of the way, the Colts will win the division.
Of course they will. They're in this AFC South. They're playing against the Jaguars, the Texans, and the Colts. Jonathan Taylor Thomas, this guy's looking like an MVP. People are talking about Daniel Jones in the MVP conversation. He's not putting up numbers like that, but he's efficient. He's effective. He's not turning the ball over. 18 for 25 with a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor had 17 carries for 102 yards, 3 touchdowns. I remember listening to the fan. They're like, you can't name a wide receiver on the Colts. Sure you can. Michael Pittman Jr., Alec Pierce, and I made sure to say Tyler Warren. But, like, over the last couple years, they drafted Josh Downs and Mitchell. Mitchell came out of Texas. Like, they have some good players around Daniel Jones, and they're not asking Daniel Jones to do too much. They're not putting it all on Daniel Jones, and he's responding quietly, stoically. And you know what? There was also audio that came out this week where Saquon Barkley said, outside of the Philadelphia Eagles and myself, I don't want anyone else to perform at a high level besides Daniel Jones. After the game, he put Daniel Jones over, and that's another punch. That's another little bit of a jab at the Giants that, like, yeah, outside of the Philadelphia Eagles and myself, I don't want anyone else to perform at a high level besides Daniel Jones. And they both are. They both are. 888-808-1019. Let's break it down here. When we come back, I'll take the rest of my calls. I see Ross. I see Pablo. So we're going to start talking a little bit about the Yankees and the Mets, but they didn't play tonight. And I just feel like this is a big week for both teams, as the Yankees might have an opportunity here to win the division. And I don't have to tell you what's going on with the Mets. I really hope the Mets win every game this week. I really hope that they find a way to win out, because it seems like everybody's already buried them. So, what a plot twist for them to just barely just get in, and we need them to get in. Not the Reds, not any, like they're the team with the highest paid player, and so we'll talk about it. I still have some things I'd like to say on the Yankees and the Mets in this 1 o'clock hour, but of course we'll keep unpacking the football, and there's more to talk about with the Jets. Sauce Gardner, what's up, bro? That Ice Spice. I don't know if this is Sauce Gardner post Ice Spice. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's take this break. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
We're not going to keep having the same conversations every week. Like, I can't do it, you can't do it. We'll talk about something else and make it more
I'm already at my wit's end with this.
Yeah, well, I mean,
think everybody is.
I get it. I get it. Nobody wants to watch that nonsense.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver, openroadmazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket. Because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. We have to figure the plan has always been to turn to Jackson Dart at some point this year for the Giants, but 3 losses to begin the year with the offense and no-show in 2 of them, pushing the cause for the rookie now. Brian Daboll refused to name a starter for this week, saying he wanted to evaluate the tape further. So with a change of this magnitude for the franchise and what they hope is the quarterback of the future, how much is ownership involved in making this call?
Look, whether it's the quarterback, the defensive tackle, the receivers, I'm not saying there is, I'm not saying there isn't. We're going through a process of what we normally do, talk about personnel. And I'm not saying one way or the other what it's going to be. So we'll cross that bridge later today.
Meanwhile, Jets also 3 losses to begin the year, but Aaron Glenn not wavering.
Listen, I'm not shaken by this at all. I have a ton of confidence in the guys that we have. I have a ton of confidence in the coaches that we have. But I do know this, man. We're in a race to improve. All right, we have to do a good job of that.
Lions erased the Ravens 38-30. They churned out 224 yards on the ground and 4 touchdowns, 2 apiece for David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And 6 games remaining. Cubs and Marlins all on the road, beginning tonight at Wrigley for the Mets, trying to nail down a wild card, tied with the Reds, but Cincinnati owns the tiebreaker. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay. Call me up, man. I'm on for the next 50 minutes, and then I'm going to go home and go to bed. Keith McPherson on the fan. Quick one. You know, if it bleeds, it leads. The Giants are bleeding out, so we led with the Giants. With the Jets, it's just a little different because, like, we understand this is year one of Aaron Glenn. It's year one of all of their coaches. It's year one of their GM. So, like, I'm not saying you give them grace because they're still the Jets. Yes, they are still the same old Jets. And, like, Aaron Glenn addressing the, like, same old Jets thing. Like, bro, I feel like Aaron Glenn put on the right facade, the right costume, and now that we're in the season, he is just slipping into, like, what so many other coaches before him slipped into. This thing will eat you up, man. This thing will eat you alive. You know, to say you're not the same old Jets, you are. You're 0-3. You blew 2 games. You could easily, in a lot of people's minds, be 2-1. If you were different than the Jets that we've seen before, you would find ways to win. You had a lot of people fooled. You had a lot of people sold. But, yeah, you don't want to hear the same old Jets, then find ways to win. But I'll say this about the Jets. And, like, Sauce Gardner, you got paid, bro. You got paid. You got to do the thing. Every play, every series. You got to do the job, especially because this new Jets secondary is suspect as hell. Like, Sauce has to be reliable. Sauce has to be consistent. Sauce has to be the best player in that secondary. Every rep, every play. And he hasn't been. To be the guy that got paid, he doesn't always look like it. But, yeah, the Jets' upcoming schedule, I was doing this earlier on my live on YouTube. I'm like, there are some games, like, why can't they beat the Dolphins on Monday Night Football? And also, like, why is that Monday Night Football? What were they thinking? Why can't they beat the Dolphins on Monday Night Football? Is it going to be Justin Fields? Is it going to be Tyra? Either one can beat them. And then the Cowboys, I already told you the Cowboys are dumpster juice. So that Sunday, when the Giants return home, or when the Jets return home, and it's the Cowboys coming to MetLife not to face the Giants, there will be a bunch of Cowboys fans in the building. But why can't the Jets beat them? It reminded me of Sam Darnold and Robbie Anderson beating the Dallas Cowboys in MetLife. What year was that? Like 2019? No one thought they could do that. They definitely can. The Broncos, I think the Broncos are going to fade a little bit here. They had back-to-back weeks with tough losses. I don't think Sean Payton takes an L to Aaron Glenn, but you never know. The Panthers had a big week against the Falcons, but they're beatable too. Tighten up, right? If Aaron Glenn is going to focus on the good, take the good then. Take the good and build off of it and get stronger with these guys. The Bengals, when they go to Cincinnati the last weekend of October, if Cincinnati doesn't trade for Jameis or Russell Wilson, Jake Browning this week, it was underwhelming. It was not what I thought it was going to be. I thought they would have a chance to go in there and beat Carson Wentz. Turn the ball over? Nah. The Browns aren't fooling me. The Packers fooled me. I took them in one of my survivor pools. No way the Packers lose this game, right? They got guys on their team talking about going undefeated, feeling like they should have been undefeated in years past, how they're this, and they got Micah Parsons now. They're Super Bowl favorites. They were on extra rest because they played Thursday Night Football. Please. Laid an egg. And the Browns got him. And redemption for that kicker. What was that kicker's name? Schmidt? Good for that kid. Because I learned something about him. Andre Schmidt, he lost his mom before the season. And obviously in that first game, he missed an extra point and a field goal. People were ready to run him out of town. Redemption for him. They beat the Super Bowl favorites. But yeah, 888-808-1019. My thing on the Jets is this coach has completely changed as far as what I saw him as. I don't know what the team sees him as, but he's got to keep coaching them up. Wins. That's the only thing people care about around here. All that other stuff is nonsense. All that other stuff, miss me with it. All that other stuff is talk that goes in one ear and out the other. Until we see a winning product on the field, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. And all they did, they talked about how Tyrod Taylor's got aura. He's aura farming. He gets girls. He's cool. Okay, that ball that he threw that got picked off and returned, like that ball was late. That ball was a day and a half late for a veteran in the NFL to make that throw, a guy that's been around the block, it's reckless. It's reckless. It puts you in a bad spot. Zach Wilson makes that throw. 888-808-1019. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. What's up, Ross?
Keith, what's up, man? Hey, GG and Fancy, bro. Whatever.
Bro, you beat me by a point. Like, if Goff makes that throw, that stupid play where he gets past the line of scrimmage and he has Amon-Ra to his right, but he throws the ball like 3 feet away from him because he thought about running it, that's that catch and that run, that would have probably been another reception for 5 yards, then you get beat. You beat me by 1 point.
Let me tell you, bro. I'm so damn sick of Derrick Henry throwing the ball over the field. I won a game in another league because the guy I was playing had him. Won by a point because of the 2-point deduction. All over the field, bro. He's reckless. I don't know if you saw. I had a trade on the ready, treated his ass as the trade was kneeling. I just didn't want to mess up with the mojo. There was a trade I found sitting in my inbox. I couldn't pass up because I see him and I see Brian Thomas Jr. who's afraid to get hit. So 3 weeks in, I said, I'm done playing reindeer games, bro. It's time to clean some stuff up. But all kidding aside, man, GG. And, just really quick, because I know I called about a Met point, bro. This is like, you're talking about, I brought up last time I called you, this cycle of misery, bro. You're talking about Survivor. I had Atlanta this week. Enough said about that. They weren't even in it. And all of a sudden now Michael Penix should start getting the J.J. McCarthy talk, all the eyeballs on him, bro. I don't know. It's getting
terrible performance from Michael Penix Jr. over the weekend.
It's really getting ugly for him, bro. And you got Cleveland having their miracle win. Feels like they have 1 or 2 of those every year, and just overall, like I said, like you say all the time, bro. It's the cycle of misery. Fantasy, your teams. I mean, we lit up on Jake Browning. Should have never bleep and cut me. 2 years later, we come full circle with that, and Carson Wentz is balling out. Sam Darnold, you can't make it up, bro.
Yep.
Daniel Jones, you brought up.
Monday Night Football comes. You try to redeem yourself. You throw an extra 100 on Monday Night Football. As I'm logging in to see that I definitely didn't hit any of those parlays. And you just take L's. You're just down. Your team loses. Nothing hit for me.
Yeah, tonight was Zay Flowers cost me the parlay. Only leg would have won me like $1.50. But
I wish I knew they were going to get Mark Andrews going. I'm like, I didn't get that memo. They got Mark Andrews going tonight. That would have easily cashed.
Yeah, he dropped like 25 on my bench in another league. Anyway, man, I got a sidetrack. I got on the TV right now. San Diego just clinched their spot, so there's one spot. I mean,
okay.
We knew they were getting in. There's one spot officially left. By the way, Jose Iglesias with the clutch bunt to move a runner over to third. They just won on a walk-off and extra, so kind of the OMG full circle there. And, hey, man, what is there to say? Last time I called you was about a week ago, bro. Nothing changes. Every pitcher we got, you throw David Peterson's mix, rightfully so, all of a sudden now in that mix of guys. I mean, he was a legitimate all-star this year. Talk about last year.
On the mound for you today. You need his best start in over a month today.
Well, we won't get it, bro. You got Senga's getting rocked in the minors. This whole thing with the piggyback now.
Yeah,
of course,
people hyped that one time.
Yeah, bro. You just got a whole crate of stuff that was nicknamed off of one. You have the psychedelic cameras, the super pen, now we got the 6.7 cam, bro. It's ridiculous. Now you got the piggyback. And that was a one-time thing, bro. You know what? Give credit where credit's due. It worked. It got a nickname, just like everything. I'm blank. Oh, the Fab Four. I can't believe that got played out. I thought we'd never hear the end of that. I can't believe that kind of fizzled out. But the piggyback was a one and done.
Yeah, they got to take Nimmo out of that Fab Four. They got to take Nimmo out.
Yeah, it's the Fab 3. And it's going to be the Fab 2 soon because this is Pete Alonso's second year in a row. We're giving him a current call for what could be his last home game. And, damn well next year is going to be the same song and dance.
Yep.
We're gonna be flirting with 75, 80 wins. It's almost bro. It's almost as if only we didn't have an owner that was struggling financially, that we couldn't have all these we're basically like the Rays. We got bullpen games every game, legitimately, and they're not going to have that in a few years too. They got the new ownership. If only we didn't have the richest owner in the league, that we didn't have to have bullpen games and future stars a couple years ago that now we're singing and dancing because they got an OPS around 700 and it's third base by committee. If only we didn't have, our splash at the trade deadline where 2 unusable relievers and a center fielder that doesn't know how to run the bases. And if only we didn't have Harrison Bader on the team last year, and if only we weren't in the market for a center fielder as recent as 2 months ago, that we got to see, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Tyrone Taylor, Cedric Mullins. It's ridiculous about Bader's batting 400. It's ridiculous, bro. You can't write it up.
Thanks for the call, Ross. I don't want to start to unload the clip on the Mets just yet because it ain't over. Like Yogi says, it ain't over till it's over. I've been hearing people act like the Mets season is concluded already. I know they went from like 85% chance to make the postseason to now 51, 52% in a matter of like 3 weeks. But it's not over yet. We'll have our time. And I'm honestly not looking forward to it because, like, it's weird, right? Like, the way that they lost this series over the weekend, like, it went from me kind of feeling like, oh, you wait. To me, actually feeling bad as they, like, SNY is incredible with their ability to find fans in that ballpark that fit the emotion and expression of the fan perfectly. Like they must have I don't know. They have a camera and a production crew where they say, okay, section now. They find kids, they find grown men, and there's just this weird cosmic energy around. Like, what the hell was Cedric Mullins doing, and what was he talking about, bro? Will you stop running? I'm like, you're watching to see if Dalen Lyle and Dalen Lyle, he had nothing on his mind but playing spoiler. That guy, him and Jacob Young, they had nothing on their mind besides, I'm going to do everything in my power to beat the Mets, to step right up and beat the Mets. But yeah, Cedric Mullins got to be some kind of secret agent mole, some type of plant. Because what is he? He's been terrible. What has he done? We want to talk about what Shane and Daboll have done. What has Cedric Mullins done as a trade deadline acquisition to help? Jose Siri, he's another one that they added in the offseason. Waste of time being on the team. You heard of Tyrod Taylor. They better call Tyrone Taylor the rest of the way. Tyrone Taylor, get him out of single A. Tyrone Taylor, you're the starting center fielder the rest of the way. But the rest of the way might not be that long. And that's the thing. They don't control their own destiny anymore. Because, like, everybody is waiting for the LOL Mets. Everybody is waiting. Everybody's already talking about the greatest collapse or whatever. I'm like, it hasn't happened yet. If the postseason ended yesterday, which it doesn't, then they're on the outside looking in. But they can control their destiny this week. I just think it sucks. The Reds have the Pirates, and the Brewers just lost tonight, as you heard Ross say. The Brewers lose to the Padres 5-4 in extra innings. The Brewers are signed, sealed, delivered. The Brewers could decide to pitch anybody they want, rest anybody they want, not risk any injury. You know what I'm saying? They could at the end of this week just be like, whatever. Where the Reds, they definitely can sweep the Pirates. And then they face them like the Reds could I don't know. Honestly, the Cincinnati Reds could not lose a game the rest of the way. It's going to be bad. I know I said I had receipts, and I know I said I'm going to cook, but I'm getting the feeling now. I'm kind of, because like I'm able to lay lower and gauge sentiment over the weekend, and then even how like the Mets lost 5-3 on Nolan McClain Day, and then they lost on the piggyback 3-2 and couldn't find a way to win there. The center fielder is kicking the ball. I'm like, yo, there's some type of cosmic energy against the Mets. I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I came to the conclusion of? It's the mascot race. They created their own karma. Stop being petty. I told y'all from the jump. They put the Bronx as a Bronx Zoo giraffe in a dirty white tee before he ever stepped on the field to race. They represented the Bronx in a dirty white tee, and they gave the giraffe angry eyebrows. They made him mad. What y'all trying to say? What y'all trying to say about the X? You celebrated 3 million fans. And I guarantee you, some of those fans, I was one of them that came through the doors, but I'm not from the Bronx. I just go there a lot. But I guarantee you there's some Met fans from the Bronx that come through your doors. Maybe there's a kid from the Bronx that just wants to see the Bronx win once. The Bronx won 0 races. The first year of the mascot race, Queens won 31 times, Brooklyn 20, Manhattan 18, Staten Island 12, the Bronx 0. And the baseball gods, they don't take kindly to that. They frown on things like that. They say, you know what? That's petty. That's corny stuff. You didn't need to do this. You had 3 million people come through here, and some of your fans live in the Bronx. Let them get one. Let them get. You don't have to make up some type of illegitimate. I said, no good will come your way. No good will come your way with that. And then the 6'7" camp. 6'7". I'm like, how far have we gone? The internet controls everything. And yeah, the Mets don't control everything. Like I saw the Marlins are lining up Sandy Alcantara. Of course they are. That's the Mets, or the Marlins World Series. The Marlins hosting the Mets, they're trying to sweep you. And you know what? They've got young, scrappy guys that are going to be up for that 3-game series. They're going to be on every pitch, every play, every out. So it sucks that it has come down to this. You know, the last thing I'll say about it, like I saw the Amazing Army put out a breakdown of like how the Mets got here. And it says roller coaster of a season. I'm like, hey, I call it a roller coaster. I'm literally like, I said I'm off the Yankee roller coaster. I say I'm off and on the ride, but like I'm never really out of the amusement park. I'm a Yankee fan. Like I want the Yankees to win the World Series, but like the Met fan experience, I can't imagine. So they broke down the roller coaster the first 69 games. Over a 652 winning percentage at 45-24. Remember us talking about how the Mets were the best team in the league? They're going to the World Series. Wait till Juan Soto gets hot. The pitching lab, they got the best pitching. Then they went 3-14. They had another stretch. They went 2-14. And then this last stretch that was damning was the 0-8 stretch. You can't go 0-8 in September fighting for the last wild card spot. And then lose another series to the Nationals. 888-808-1019. This is peril. This is doomsday. This is the other shoes about to drop. Not like 07, 08, like 6-7, like 2025. The worst team money can buy. Anthony DiComo wrote, the Mets have lost 4 of their last 5 games to the bottom-feeding Nationals. They've lost 11 of 15 overall. They scored only 2 runs today against a pair of pitchers with ERAs in the high 5s. This is simply not how a playoff team performs in huge games, full stop. So even if you do somehow by the skin of your teeth get in, is that the phrase? Skin of your teeth? There's no skin on your teeth. If you somehow do get in, what are you going to do in the postseason? I don't know, man. Maybe you're better off. But no, there is no better off because, like, I might withdraw from my pettiness. We'll see how I feel when it actually happens. Because right now I'm starting to feel like, as I did stack, and I have a whole notes thing. Maybe I'll pull some of them this week because I don't think I'm going to unload the clip like I said I was because it's really going to make some people hate me. And I don't need the Mets fans like turning on me. Like, you should be mad at Carlos Mendoza. You should be mad at Steve Cohen. You should be mad at David Stearns. But as I did start to stack up some of the tweets and some of the things that people said to me and, like, even some of the Met fans that, like, made, like, I'm just like, nah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't even want to remind people of some of the stuff that was said. The celebration of signing Juan Soto, how it was proclaimed that the Mets are big brother. The city's under new management. They're going to the World Series. Now, all this stuff, I'm looking at all this stuff. It's funny, I went and you know what I did too? The first thing I did for my this is a song for my haters. I went and unblocked all the blocked accounts that I had. And then I went and unmuted all the muted accounts that I had. Because I'm like, oh, I need to see these Met fans. I need to do some digging. And then once I started doing it, I'm like, no, I don't want to do this. I have to evolve. I have to rise above. I'm talking to people that are telling me now, don't shoot back, don't clap back. Don't go down to the cesspool. I'm like, but I was born in there. Like, I have to go back and troll and roast and fight back. But I'm like, nah, I think I'm going to take the higher ground because this Mets collapse is going to be all time. And, like, that feeling when baseball ends, like, that's really emotional. I know what it feels like. And, like, for this first year of Juan Soto, to end without seeing Juan Soto's prowess in the postseason, yeah, I'm not going to pile on. I think I'm just going to ignore it. I'm just going to leave it alone, right? Because that's what people always say about me. Oh, this guy cares so much about Juan Soto. I work at a radio station where, what am I supposed to do? Oh, this guy must be a closet Mets fan. All he does is talk about the Mets. That's required of me. I just don't have to do it like I'm a Met fan. But yeah, that's all I have on the Mets, man. 888-808-1019. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I am 100% rooting for the Mets every night this week to at least avoid that. You're not going anywhere in October, but like avoid the narrative of wow, $340 million to miss the postseason. Y'all were talking World Series, couldn't even get to the wild card. Yeah, Juan Soto didn't have a down year, and that's another thing with Met fans, bro. I wish I would stop the premature celebrations. Learn. Like all the peacocking about Juan Soto's not having a down year, but you're about to have a down year. Juan Soto's having the best year in a Met uniform. Yeah, it's going to just be the regular season. Calm down. Rein it in. Relax. You've got guys like Cedric Mullins on this team, Ryan Helsley on this team. Brandon Nimmo, I don't know what Brandon Nimmo made some good money. But this Mets situation right now it's not good. It's not good. So I just know how much I'm already hated. So I'm like, I don't need any more hate. I don't need to go back in time. People know what the deal is. People know what the deal is. I don't need to shoot any. I don't need to remind. I don't need to. There are gonna be some of these Met and I have it saved. Whether it's like the 7 Line or some of these Met podcasts or accounts, these people that think they control me, think that they could laugh and make jokes and all this other stuff, especially when the Juan Soto signing started and the season started early. All right. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to rise above. I'm going to be the mature one. I'm going to talk about the Giants and the Jets and the Yankees. And once the Mets season's over, it's over. Let's get back to talking about the Giants. Pablo is in Dover, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Pablo.
What's going on, my man? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for holding.
Dude, recovering, man. Fortunately, I'm a Giant and Mets fan, so Sunday was brutal, dude. You're spot on. The Mets, dude. We have a David Stearns problem. It's not going away. But I called about the Giants. You brought up great points looking back on Saquon and Daniel Jones, and there's one constant theme, and that's John Mara. He's an incompetent owner who cannot make good decisions. It made absolutely zero sense to A, bring these guys back, but B, publicly put that stupid ultimatum where you told them if they don't succeed, they're out of here. You basically told everyone these guys are lame ducks. That's not how you cannot operate a franchise this way. Either you believe these guys are going to take you to the promised land, or you get them out of there because they've been there for 3 or 4 years now. It's a disaster. This is all on John Mara. It's the recurring theme. And here's the best part. When Dave Gettleman got let go, this regime inherited Daniel Jones, a first-round pick quarterback. The next regime that comes in next year, because we know what's going to happen, dude, they're both out of here. The schedule is what it is. This new regime coming in is inheriting a quarterback that's not theirs. It's the same song and dance. Why? Because John Mara is doing the same stuff over and over and over again, dude. It's insane.
That's the definition of insanity. Thanks for the call, Pablo. And yes, I'm going to make sure to group them all together. It is Mara, Shane, and Daboll. Not just Shane and Daboll, because I think a lot of times I position it like they have him held hostage. They are not the millionaire owner. You know what I'm saying? They are not the one that has been around the Giants organization like it's in his blood, literally, like passed down through his family. Like, you've allowed this. And you allowed it before Shane and Daboll got here. It didn't, the mockery, the laughing stock didn't start when these guys took over in 2022. You're the one that hired Joe Judge, a special teams coordinator, because he came from Bill Belichick. You know, you put Ben McAdoo in there to bench Eli Manning. Eli Manning still coming back with a smile, with his jersey tucked into his jeans, throwing footballs on the field. You're the one that had Pat Shurmur here. You're the one that created the revolving door. Like, you're the one that didn't have the cojones to put your foot down and say, we're not getting rid of Saquon Barkley. Are you dense? He could go down the street to the Eagles. We have to play him twice a year. Are you dumb? Pay him. Not paying a running back. What are y'all going to do with my money? Oh, sign Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson 2 years later. Like, what are we talking about? You guys got guys like Jalen Hyatt and Evan Neal and just complete miss. Deonte Banks in the draft. It's a joke. And Mara is part of it. Absolutely. We cannot leave him out of it. We cannot act like it's Shane and Daboll, some type of runaway train. They came in and stole the organization and we're going to do whatever we want around here. Mara's allowed it for 4 years. And there should never be a situation where two things. One, what Pablo said, where at the end of the season you say, well, I better be in a better mood next year. What kind of mood you in at 0-3? Being embarrassed on Sunday Night Football. Having your fans show up to your building, booing, chanting for the backup. Sick, leaving, disgusted. You put up 9 points. How do you feel now? What kind of mood you in now? That's the first thing. But the second thing is there should never be a situation. That's why I keep bringing up Tom Thibodeau. He succeeded, but he ultimately failed. These guys, the success of that first year, forget about it. They have failed tremendously. They have failed at a level of like you can't imagine it. When I talk to people that were Giants fans through the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and now it's like, well, I don't know what the hell happened, right? I don't know. From the decision to move on from Coughlin, from the decision to bench Eli, like nothing has gone great since. Bro, they're throwing out the boat pick. The boat pick, somehow, they can never get away from that boat pick. Trey Songz's face pops up with the Giants forever. Trey Songz never wanted anything to do with the Giants. He was just trying to get next to Odell Beckham Jr. The New York Giants are now 41, 96, and 1 since the infamous boat trip picture was taken. Whose idea was it to let these guys go to Miami? Was it before they played in Lambeau against the Packers? Something like that? Didn't have like a bye week or something? You got these guys on a boat in Miami with Timbs wearing jeans with their shirts off. Jeez. Like that is the type of stuff that they trolled the Giants with. That is the type of stuff that was allowed to go on. It's crazy. I don't know what to tell you guys. Tyler's in River Edge, New Jersey on the Fan. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, Keith. It seems like it was just 3 weeks ago we were talking about the Giants possibly getting 6 to 8 wins.
I knew it.
On Monday night.
They fooled us all. Who talked us into this? Who? Go on. They had us fooled.
It's unbelievable. I thought so.
I think we may have lost Tyler. I feel like I hear him.
We don't score a touchdown in week 1. Come on. It's the same play calling. It's the same story.
How can you be the New York field goal Giants with an old hurt kicker and not have a backup kicker? They can't even do that.
Exactly. Again, it's the same story. It's the same story over and over and over again. I don't know what to do.
I feel for you. I feel for all my friends that are Giants fans. There's no answers, and it's like you just keep like the next answer is start Dart. Okay, but what happens when he struggles? As any rookie is going to struggle at some point without the team around him. Like, then what?
Exactly.
Go to Jameis?
It's all part of the regime. I think we gotta clear house. That I don't want to say that it's Daboll and Shane's fault, but it really is. That and Mara, all of them. That point about Mara before that you were talking about, I completely agree. It falls on him. You're letting Saquon Barkley go. You're letting McKinney go. And all these guys, Daniel Jones, they're all flourishing now.
Yeah, and he's the common denominator through regimes. He has sat in meeting rooms and offices with all of these guys that have been terrible. So after a while, you got to start pointing the finger at yourself.
Exactly.
Thanks for the call.
Do I want to start Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, at 0-3, the season's over. So it's like, what are you waiting for at this point? But that's not good because, like, that could damage this kid. Like, you can see it in his eyes. He so badly wants to play. We know he can throw. We know he has it. But throwing him into the fire, like against Harbaugh and the Chargers this week at home, I don't think that's the way. But I think they've created it for it to be that way. Thanks for the call, Tyler. And that's why I say they have played with this young man's name. They have created a monster of a situation here where, like, you should have made him QB3. QB3, nobody's chanting for the third-string quarterback. But since you made him QB2, and then the last 2 weeks you teased everybody with this Jackson Dart package where he runs the zone option to hand to Scattaboo, but then you handcuff him like Tommy DeVito. Oh, remember that first game? Tommy DeVito wasn't allowed to throw. They've gone too far with it. You tell us, oh yeah, we like his whatever, man. I don't know. Just play him. What's the worst that can happen? You watch Russell Wilson throw the ball out of the back of the end zone 3 times. 888-808-1019. Taking your calls for the next 22 minutes. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your Tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries, injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months, or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. All right, my last 14 minutes here. Keith McPherson on the Fan talking sports, obviously. 888-808-1019. I have not spoken on my New York Yankees yet, and what I'll say about the Yankees and conversations I've been having with friends and family members that are Yankee fans, I'm like, I'm ready for the pain. I'm ready to be hurt. I'm ready for the heartbreak. But maybe there won't be the heartbreak that we've had in years before. Or like last year. We don't know. And what I'm saying is, like, this Yankees team, you know, how they won Sunday, you know, Ben Rice, and, you know, just thinking about Ben Rice, right? The year that Ben Rice has had, man, I would love to see that kid be a champion, a world champion. The year that Trent Grisham has had, I would love to see him be a champion with the New York Yankees. Trent, go sign with whomever. Cam Schlittler, right? That kid's first year, rookie year. What he has been. Will Warren, what he had no choice but to be. I know he's been bad, but he has been good for us stepping up. Max Fried's first year as a Yankee. Carlos Rodon's first year with a beard as a Yankee. Different guy. Belly's first year in pinstripes, hoping that he comes back. Stanton gets to 450, and he can't wait to get back to the postseason. He doesn't have much time. Jazz missed a month. He's 30 for 30, added 31. Jazz loves being a New York Yankee. I would love for him to be a champion to back up all of that talk. Aaron Judge, who I said became a father in the offseason, got mocked and ridiculed, failed at the highest level. This is the year for Aaron Judge to win a World Series. And I don't want to look back on all of these years that the Yankees have been competitive and not have a World Series. I'm prepared to be hurt, man. I said that they're playing so well. They've evolved. They're handling their business down the stretch where I feel like they're just setting us up for the Devin Williams game that he blows. They're just setting us up for the game where they strike out. But so be it, man. This is not what we signed up for, but it comes with the territory. And as I look at the Jets and the Giants and how miserable they are, as I look at the Mets fans, as I'm an NFL free agent, and obviously a diehard Yankee fan, I thank God for the New York Yankees in New York, man. They're consistent winners. They give us something to hope. We're hoping the bar for the Yankees every year is championship World Series, and it's realistic. And this year in this American League, why not? Why not? Like, that is why I'm like, you know what? I'm ready for the pain. I'm ready for, like, once the new season starts, I'm back on the ride. It is what it is. Let's go. It's the most wonderful time. Let's go. Like, we're looking at this week, the Detroit Tigers. The Detroit Tigers have to face the Guardians. They have to face the Guardians for their lives. Like, the National League is starting to clinch up. The only team clinched up in the American League is the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have to face the Red Sox, who are fighting for their lives. We're not fighting for our lives. The Yankees are actually fighting for the division. If the Yankees continue to win most of these games, like they dropped that one game against Rogers and whatever, if they're able to sweep the White Sox in their building, sweep the Orioles in their building, and the Blue Jays stumble a little bit, we actually could be division winners. I thought it was done. I just didn't see the Blue Jays getting swept by the Royals, losing to the Tampa Bay Rays 2 out of 3, right? Is that what happened? I'm pretty sure that's what went down with the Blue Jays. Yeah, they got swept by the Royals. They lost 2 out of 3 I just didn't think that would happen. 2 out of 4 to the Rays. I just didn't think that was going to go down. But they're pitching like Bassett is hurt. Scherzer was terrible. Bo Bichette is not there. Baseball is amazing because it literally ain't over until it's over. It's such a winding road and a roller coaster. Nobody can predict baseball. You can't predict baseball. And here we go with this last week. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We're going to find out if the Yankees can win the division or not. And that is going to make these games in this final homestand more fun. You might not have a ticket till Friday or Saturday or Sunday. One of those games could be a clinching game. You know what I'm saying? One of those games could be to overtake. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm not getting my hopes up for the division I know they're in. And a part of me kind of doesn't want the bye now because I want them to get hot and keep rolling. But, yeah, we're there. We are there this last week of the season. Good time to be a Yankee fan, but it always is, right? I told you, Yankee fans, don't worry. Don't worry about what they're saying across town about us and what our pinstripes don't matter and nobody cares about Monument Park and the roll call is corny and no one cares about the bleacher creatures. Nah, we're still valid. And the world is ready to watch the Yankees in the postseason again. And this Yankees lineup is deep enough that they can pick up Aaron Judge. And what if Aaron Judge is actually Aaron Judge this time in the postseason? I'm still chanting MVP. But I know. They're going to give it to Cal Raleigh. Ade is in the Bronx. What's up, Ade? You're on the fan.
Hey, what's good, man? Thank you for taking my call.
You got it, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I was listening to you before the break talk about, you sparing the Mets, even though the Mets fans were tormenting you and rubbing the offseason in your face. And, obviously, I could speak for many people in the chat and, definitely the Yankee fans that are listening. We all want you to get them receipts out, but obviously, you want to keep it professional.
It depends.
You want to protect your,
Let's see where we are at the end of the week. Let's see if they are in or they're out, and let's see how I feel. Sometimes I'm just in a trolling mood. Sometimes I'm just on Twitter and I'm like, I'm about to troll. I did some trolling Sunday.
But for real, I hear you. But for real, I was listening to you, and you sounded compassionate, and you know what kind of vibes that gave me?
I don't know.
Big brother vibes.
Nah, you're right. Like, that is little brother like, yo, I'm not going to pick on him anymore. That's big bro being like, I already know I can get to him. I know I can mess with him.
Yeah, it's like, like, I feel bad for him,
I'm going to let him live.
He still hasn't reached his growth spurt. He still haven't reaced his growth spurt. Like, I can't do that to him.
I'm not going to knock him down again. I'm not going to kick him while he's down. Like,
bro, you was giving me those vibes.
That is big bro vibes.
I had to hit that punchline. But hey, not to throw shade or anything, because we love WFAN for giving Keith the platform. But I check on YouTube and I look at these thumbnails. Like, they're always quick to drag the Yankees down. Like, it has nothing to do with, like, the Yankees are on a hot tear. Like, we saw the game, the Detroit series. that was like the only series they really lost. I don't even remember when the last series they lost before that.
No, that's what I was saying, bro. If you check them winning since we went to the Detroit series, that second game, Trump came in the building. They got hot since.
And he called it, but you know, I was just like, every time it's like the Mets are losing, like there'd be like headlines of like the headlines and the thumbnail would be like Mets and Yankees both suffering. I'm like, wait, whoa, slow down.
I was the first one saying it. I said, oh, we're deflecting. Right? Because when we were losing and they were losing at the same time, I was like, the Yankees are going to come out of it. But you're lucky. Like, the world rather focus on the Yankees losing and not what's going on with the Mets. But here we are now. We're winning. We can't cover them. We can't provide shade for them now. Like, they're out in the sun burning up.
At this point, it's just straight up a lie because the Yankees are, like, just winning. They're winning series back-to-back. But I wanted to talk about the Aaron Judge MVP thing because, honestly, it actually bothers me. Like, you know, hearing Cal Raleigh, like, I respect him. I respect all players that can do numbers and pull off home runs like that. But obviously, like, it's like meant to get under the skin of Yankee fans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting to me, honestly, because I feel like he might actually win.
Yeah, I think he's going to win it. Like
they're really forcing it.
On MLB Network, they put out a tweet, the MVP race is over for me, done, over with. Harold Reynolds, former Mariner, pushing that campaign. Ade, you're the man, bro. Appreciate the call. Just got to move us along here. I'm running out of time. But, yeah, I'm done. I did the fight. I did the fight for the last couple of weeks. Let's see what Judge does this last week. Let's see what Cal Raleigh does. I see them featuring him on ESPN. Everybody is campaigning for him now. And the last thing that swung it was the Vegas odds. Now Cal Raleigh and Judge, I saw somewhere have even odds. Somewhere else had Cal Raleigh at plus 100, Judge minus 145. Somewhere had them both minus 115. Everybody is getting to their platform that's a Yankee hater or that wants to act like there's some type of baseball purist to talk about how he's a switch-hitting catcher. We've never seen this. You've never seen Judge either. But the thing is, Judge has done this so many times. You're immune to it. You're having voter fatigue. We've done. I've said my part. I've done my campaigning. I just know if Cal Raleigh hits 60, even if he doesn't hit 60, he's there at 58. They're ready at 58. He passed Griffey. They're about to be a first-place team. He's a catcher. He's a switch hitter. They are already wrapping that trophy up. And this is the last thing I'll say about it because this is where I've pivoted to. Take that away from Judge. We won't know until November. Judge, that's not the trophy you want anyway, homie. That's not the trophy you ever wanted. You have them. They took one from you with Altuve. They're about to take another one from you. You know which one they can't take from you, Judge? World Series. You know which one they really can't take from you, Judge? World Series MVP. Ernest is in Norwalk, Connecticut on the Fan. Ernest, you got it.
Yes. I want to talk about the New York Football Giants. I'm losing.
Yes,
you know, I know the reason why they're losing because they have Daniel Jones on their team. That's why they're losing. If they get rid of Daniel Jones, they can win.
The Colts?
But they got Jones.
The undefeated Colts?
No. You got it, right? You pick it up on it. They blamed the New York Giants, blamed Daniel Jones.
Of course.
Fans, everybody, people on the radio. I would call in.
Mm-hmm.
One guy on your station, he was ruined. We got to get rid of this bum. He's no good. I said, Daniel Jones is a good quarterback, but the coaches want their own quarterback, so they're setting Daniel Jones up to fail. I watched this man. Now, I'm 70 years old, and I've watched football for a long time. And they were setting this man up to fail because they wanted their own quarterback.
Yeah, and they did him
now
dirty.
That they have this, and now they have this Justin Dart from. I watched him. He's not a long range passer. He missed a lot of passes in the preseason. They're setting him up to fail. Daniel Jones may go to a Super Bowl. This man is tough. He works hard. He could, when he first came in the league, his number one asset was the bomb. Everybody forgot all about that. He can't throw the long bomb. I said he can't, and I'm saying to myself, who are these people watching football? Who are they? What are they watching? And so
he was the scapegoat. Thanks for the call, Ernest. I have like a minute left. I hear you. It's tough. right? Daniel Jones was the whipping boy. It was him and Zach Wilson for a long time. I was here for all of it. But now you look at Daniel Jones in a better situation, he's balling. Russell Wilson looks like Daniel Jones used to look. Scared, not sure where to go with the ball, getting hit, being gun shy. Maybe it's the offensive coordinator. Maybe it's the play calling. Last call goes to Jarvis in Harlem. You're on the fan.
What's up, Keith?
What's up, bro?
How are you?
Chilling. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to talk about the New York Jets and, a loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then Alan Glenn just clapping, celebrating like, they lost by 2. And after a game-winning field goal by the Tampa Bay, man, he's over there clapping and, they think they won it. I was like, what is he doing?
Yeah,
like,
that's the participation trophy clap. Good job, guys.
God.
Good job, guys. Blew it again. And thanks for the call, Jarvis, because I'm wrapping this up. This is about the thing that got me was Baker after the game called out Steve Wilks and mentioned Hassan Reddick. I know y'all caught that, right? He's talking about, their defensive coordinator was the one there in Carolina when they cut me. Okay. Baker's remembered that. And I told y'all I was down there at the Seminole Hard Rock, and I saw Hassan Reddick gambling at the blackjack table. He had his own personal drink girl, had his own table, whatever. I forgot all about him. He was with the Tampa Bay Bucks, made some plays against the Jets. I guess he was looking for revenge against the Jets, too. Funny how that works out. All right, that's all we got, man. Stay tuned for C-Mac coming up next to kind of reset this thing. I know, C-Mac was on last night right after the game. There were no baseball games on, so what could C-Mac have in store for us tonight? Probably going to, talk about the Giants. That's the biggest story in New York sports. Keep watching on YouTube. Keep listening right here. Keep McPherson done. I'll see you guys later tonight.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Cameron Scattaboo, you're a baller, dude. I give you your respect because you run hard as hell. And you talked about your physicality on the pregame show that we were hosting with John Schmelk. How physicality transfers.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning. At 2 o'clock, I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Well, is it time for Jackson Dart? Brian Daboll didn't close the door on that, saying they needed to evaluate the tape, but has Dart done enough to check the boxes needed to be ready for a start?
Well, we put him in the game for the last 2 weeks, so we wouldn't put anybody in the game we don't feel confident with.
So if the Giants make that switch from Russell Wilson to Dart, Darius Slayton with a little warning to Giant fans.
Give him a chance to grow and become a good quarterback. You know, something that I feel like Daniel Jones probably didn't get the chance to do is get the chance to become a good NFL quarterback. And, you know, something that I hope that Jackson Dart will get the chance to do if he does get the opportunity.
For the Jets, Aaron Glenn not thrilled with the amount of points they've given up, but still a big believer in his defense.
I'm going to say this. I have total confidence in our defensive staff. I have total confidence in how our guys are going to continue to operate here on out because of the fact that I know who we got, and I know how our guys are built, and we just got to continue to do those things that help us win games.
And Monday Night Football, the Lions surprised the Ravens 38-30 thanks to a combination of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, churning out 218 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
I'm back. Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 202 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you on this Tuesday morning, taking your calls at 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. And we got you till 5 o'clock when the warm-up show comes your way. Still fighting it a little bit, but I'll be okay. Still coming to terms with what's going on with our football teams. We're going to get a lot to the baseball later in the show as we are down to the final 6, the last week of the season. The Mets on the outside, looking in, wondering what Cincinnati is going to do because that will dictate their playoff chances as much as what they do against the Chicago Cubs. The Yankees looking to solidify that top wild card spot, still with a prayer of winning the division. But we are still on trying to figure out how to fix these franchises and what's best with these two lousy football teams that are now 0-3 each, respectively. One worse than the other. I was just watching SNY, that's why I said that, because they're like, who's 0-3 is worse? I mean, that's where we are. Whose disaster of a season is most disastrous? I don't know. I guess the Giants would have to be more disastrous, right? It's a new regime with the Jets. We're just learning about Glenn. I haven't loved what I've seen, but it is 3 games, and we could yell about his clapping. Ultimately, we're just getting underway with the regime of Aaron Glenn, and by no means are we making any declarative statements just yet. With the New York Giants, this is year 4 of Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, and we have tons of evidence. And if we don't have evidence, we'll make it up in Indianapolis if we have to. And we'll get to Daniel Jones a little bit because I am tired of the narrative of Daniel Jones. Not because I've never thought Daniel Jones was a great quarterback, not because I'm not impressed with what he's doing, but because we're just making stuff up. Even in the clip right there from Slayton, I don't think Daniel Jones ever was given a chance. He played 6 years here. He got a second contract. He was making $40 million a year. Oh, he never really got a chance. Never got a chance. Okay. But we'll do that later. Let's talk about the current quarterback situation because it's all the rave. What should the Giants do? And I understand, and I've been thinking about this a lot because even me, the fan in me, without thinking too much about it, without really getting too deep into it, just on the surface of what I want as a fan, and clearly what Giant fans want out at MetLife Stadium already. Week number 3, understanding the season is over and how bad they are after that loss to the Cowboys, as they were losing to the Kansas City Chiefs that everybody knew they would, the boos already, the toxic environment that the fan base has now created in that building. And I understand why. I mean, hell, last year they won 1 game there, and we were pissed that they won it. That's how bad it's been. That's how ugly it's been. And so when you have the shiny new toy and the promise of a rookie quarterback, well, what the hell are we waiting for? And even I, as a fan, fall into that trap on some level. And if it happens, and if you haven't heard, as we've talked about all day here on The Fan, and you just heard in the clip there at the update, Brian Daboll is non-committal about who his quarterback's going to be. Same thing happened at the end of week number 1. After week number 1, he was non-committal after the game, but then Monday committed to Russell Wilson. Today was Monday, or yesterday was, he did not commit to Russell Wilson. And it's leaving speculation, and what most people think is that the Giants are preparing to make the shift and go to Jackson Dart for this game against the Chargers. Especially in a building, as I just said, had a feel of a little bit of a toxic fan base that's fed up. And if we're going to lose anyway, which everyone expects them to, and who wouldn't, against this San Diego, happens every once in a while, against this Los Angeles Chargers team that has played extremely well in the first 3 weeks, that has won 3 consecutive divisional games, that's defense is one of the best in the league, and they're led by one of the great coaches in this league. Would have looked nice in a Jet or Giant sideline, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and now he's with the Chargers. And you have every expectation of him taking the Chargers where they want to go. And this is a dangerous team, and they're playing extremely well. And they're coming off 3 straight divisional wins before they come in to kick the tail of the New York Giants. So obviously, if you're going to lose that game anyway, well, then what are we doing? Why throw Russell Wilson out there? Why have an atmosphere in a building and a fan base that's fed up and booing everything? And then we'll throw Jackson Dart out there just to run some RPOs, and he'll get cheered and then booed as Russ comes back on. It's become a toxic environment, and rightfully so, because they are toxic. This franchise, this organization is toxic. And the fan base, this is why I get on the Yankee fans sometimes, because sometimes Yankee fans act like they're Giant fans. Like it's the same thing. Like there should be the same level of hate of the organization and the GM and the coach as there is for this Giants team. I don't get it with the Yankee fans. I understand it. My Giant fan hat, I understand it. And so I'm thinking about it, and I wake up to the news as I, take my slumber in the afternoon, and I wake up and I see the press conference, and I see his decision to be non-committal, and I understand the speculation around it. And a part of me goes, yeah, why not? Why not? What are we doing? Let's just see. We're going to lose games anyway. Let's just see the quarterback. Let's let him play. But the more I think about it, I don't think it's a good idea. The more I think about it, I don't like the reasoning behind it. And I know that it's hard to trust Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen in anything right now and in any decision. And I can tell you till we're blue in the face how he helped develop Josh Allen. I know I say it a lot and you all get mad at it. I could tell you till we're blue in the face that he did take Daniel Jones to the playoffs and win a road playoff game, turned Tommy DeVito into a name we knew, and he went out and beat a Green Bay Packers team in prime time. I can tell you all that, and how I can tell you I still, at the only thing that I'm even remotely interested in listening to anybody tell me that Brian Daboll does well is I'd still listen to the idea that he develops quarterbacks, or at least is good with quarterbacks. Not a quarterback whisperer, not the only or greatest man for the job to develop a young quarterback. But everything else sucks. I'm still, at least this much part of me thinks he could develop a young quarterback. They were kept. It's his decision and the GM's decision to draft Jackson Dart. He's their guy. And yes, the obvious elephant in the room is how well this quarterback plays is going to probably play a role. We'll see how much of a role, depending on how many games they win, but play a role in whether or not he's back as the Giants head coach. So obviously this is the decision that not only involves the team, not only involves the coach's future and the GM's future, involves the team's future, and involves whether or not we're talking about Jackson Dart as the future of the Giants with a possible regime change, with a possible coach change. This is a pivotal moment for the franchise. When they decide to go to Jackson Dart, it's a big decision for the entire franchise, not just the coach, but the New York Giants. And I don't want that decision made simply because we don't want a toxic atmosphere at the stadium. We don't want Russell Wilson booed. We have nothing else to do. I'm trying to keep my job. I have to show this kid now. Like, all the reasons that people will tell you it's obvious and it has to be done aren't the reasons that they should make this decision. This decision should be based solely on whether or not it's best for Jackson Dart's development, which is the only thing that matters for the future of this franchise. That's it. And when I look at it, and I say to myself, do I think off of these 3 games in this building that it felt like they haven't won a meaningful game in 3 years against a team and a defense that is as ferocious as any in the league at the moment, do I want to throw Jackson Dart into that spot right now? Is there a better spot? Even next week, right? Oh, the Saints. Well, you go play them in New Orleans. That makes a lot of sense. Indoor track against a lousy team. You do that 4 days later, you're playing the Eagles. Is that a spot we want to put this kid in? Like, I don't know when the best. I'll be the first to raise my hand. I don't know. And if he comes in and plays well and wins the game and beats the Chargers, then obviously it's the greatest thing ever. And away we go as New York Giant fans, and we'll take anything. Let's be honest. The minute they make this move, I do think the toxicity inside the fan base in the building shifts. It might still be on Brian Daboll. It clearly will be. It might still be on Joe Schoen. It clearly will be. And it still will be on John Mara. But as far as the losing, we'll all understand. Because we expect to lose with rookie quarterbacks. We did it with Eli Manning, and that team had a chance. That team was 5-4. That team had shown some moxie early on in the season. This team has shown you nothing. So it feels like an easy transition. And a part of me understands that, and a part of me won't mind if it happens, but all I care about is what's best for this kid. And there was a plan for him for a reason. There was a plan for him for a reason. And you hear the teammates talk about it, and you hear whether I think some of the statements from some of the teammates, like Slater, are a little misguided. Slayton, rather. But we have seen quarterbacks step in here. We've seen it with Daniel Jones. We've seen it with other guys. You step in too soon against good defense because quickly. The other thing about this fan base that I do agree that we understand losing, but here's the issue. No one has faith in anything Shane and Daboll have done. Anything. Right now, we're ready to get off the Abdul Carter train because they picked him and it's probably going to be wrong. Right? Nothing they do, right? Even now, revisionist history. It sounds like, well, the way people talk, that they gave Saquon Barkley to the Eagles, just said, here, why don't you take him? Or let's trade with... They didn't trade with the Eagles. He signed as a free agent. Like, everything is wrong with Daboll and Shane. If he comes in and struggles against one of the better defenses in the NFL... We're talking about a weekend. Sure, we'll tolerate the losses, and no one's going to say, bench him. But everyone is going to wonder whether or not, we're going to be ready to deem this kid a failure 2 weeks in because he's associated with the stench of Shane and Daboll. This kid should not play until he is absolutely ready. I don't know how Shane and Daboll feel about it. I don't know. But let's be honest. You can't say with one breath, wins and losses don't matter, so play the kid. And then tell me, I got to play the kid no matter what about his development. The whole reason you go to him is to develop him. And if the plan was to give him time, which we have seen beneficial to different quarterbacks, you're going to thrust him into this situation? You're going to thrust him into this spot against this team off of 0-3, where there's still somewhat of a hope he could save the season and put that pressure on him? And then turn around, play a lousy Saints team, and then throw him right into the gauntlet of 3 days off into Denver Eagles? And let him start through that? And what happens if he struggles? What happens if he does what normal rookie quarterbacks do? Sure, we'll wait, but we'll watch and we'll understand that losses happen. But if he plays particularly bad, this fan base could get toxic around him. We've seen it. God knows I'm toxic about Daniel Jones, right? We've seen it. They'll handle the losing, but no one will believe in him. And we'll take call after call after call about how they got this wrong. They don't know how to develop. They have no idea how to scout players. They have no idea what they're doing. Everybody who leaves goes great. Everyone who comes in sucks. Jackson Dart's just add him to the list of miserable players that these two thought were good. This isn't about winning anymore. I agree. They have no chance of competing for a playoff spot. They're done. The season's over again before October. It's miserable. But I don't want to make the same mistakes we've seen made in the past. And until Andrew Thomas can play a full game, I don't want to put him behind this offensive line against a team like the Chargers. I don't want to put him in a spot to fail. We talk about all the time, coaches, it's about putting your players in a position to be successful. Are they putting Jackson Dart in a position to be successful? And why don't we care? Why don't we care to answer that question? It sounds like it doesn't matter. I don't care. Put him in there. I can't watch this anymore. It's not about us. Amazingly enough, it's not about us for this Sunday. It's about us watching a competent football team, and that relies on the hopes and prayers that they have drafted the right quarterback and giving him a chance to be successful and thrive and not put him into a tough spot where his confidence gets dragged early because he's playing a really good Chargers defense that completely shut down, Geno Smith, gave Patrick Mahomes one hell of a time, And, of course, Bo Nix, second-year quarterback, had a miserable first half. This is a difficult defense with a good defensive backfield. I don't think this is the time. I would stick with Russell Wilson. I would play it out, and I would make the switch when I was comfortable. I would make the switch when I know Jackson Dart is ready. Or at least you get through the gauntlet of the Eagles twice and the Chargers, and you give them some time. If you want to put him in there because they believe inside the room and Brian Daboll truly believes he's ready to go, then okay. I don't think he's there yet. I doubt they feel that strongly about it in that manner just yet. But you can't throw him out there because this is all I have to save my job. You can't throw him out there because, well, now at 0-3, there's no points, so let's just throw him to the Wolves. I don't want to do that. We've seen quarterbacks here be thrown to the Wolves. They get eaten. This is not about next week, and it's not about, trying to get back into the season. It's not about anything other than the development of the quarterback. And as much as we think that these two guys running the organization have no clue, and I understand why we think that, they're in the room with him. I still think Daboll understands quarterback play, if anything. And I'm not making decisions based on anything other than what's best for Jackson Dart. And I have a tough time thinking that throwing him into the fire now with a rabid fan base that still believes the season could be saved, probably somewhere deep down inside them if they win this game against San Diego, or L.A., rather. I don't want to you have to be the savior. I don't want to put anything on him other than let's go out there and start your career and try and be the best quarterback we can be. And I still don't know if Andrew Thomas is going to be on a snap count. You're going up against a very difficult opponent, and then you hit the gauntlet of New Orleans. 3 days later after that game, Philadelphia, Denver, and their defense, who's starting to play better, although it hasn't been as great as we thought it could be. But on paper, one of the best defenses in the NFL, and they were last year. So you're talking about in his first 4 NFL games. You're going to throw him against the 3-0 Chargers with a great coach, a great quarterback, and one of the best defenses to start the year. The Eagles twice, once on a 3-day rest period. And the Denver Broncos, and make them fly out to Denver? That's the first 4 games you want to give this kid? Not me. Hold off. Let's hold our nose and watch Russell Wilson another few weeks, because it's not about the next few weeks. It's about the next few years. And I want to put this kid in a position to come out and build confidence, not get it throttled by playing 4 games against 3 of the tougher defensive teams in the NFL in his first 4 weeks. I don't think the schedule is right for it. I don't think the timing's right for it. And that just because they're 0-3 doesn't change all of that. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. So we'll start with Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. We'll take your calls on the Jets as well, and Aaron Glenn and what's going on there, and whether or not he's going to fix this defense that's been putrid the first couple weeks, whether or not they have a better chance if they stick with Tyrod Taylor. And then, of course, we will get to the Mets today. We will get to the baseball today because the final 6 games start right now. What do the Mets have to do to avoid this disaster of epic proportions, get back into the playoff race, get back into the final wild card, and give themselves a chance, believe it or not, which they have, of being dangerous in the postseason? How do they avoid what will be one of the more epic fails we have? I mean, this is, let's be honest, we're talking about the Brooklyn Nets and the collection of talent they had and how much it blew up in their face, and they won 1 playoff series. I mean, you are talking about the highest payroll in the sport, adding Juan Soto to a team that went to the NLCS, being firmly in the playoff picture every day of the season since April 5th. To find yourselves losing to the Cincinnati Reds and not being able to make a playoff structure with 6 teams. I know everybody's saying it, and I wish I had a contrary opinion. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. So we'll get to the Mets as well. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Come back and take your calls as we got you all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
The Yankees are back in the Bronx facing the White Sox. 7:05 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
For one pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want it dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Ah, 2:28. McMonigle here with you on the fan. Thunder. All right, what'd I say? 2:28. I meant it. Right here on this Tuesday morning, where we're still struggling to find out, and I just don't want to make rash decisions, man. That's it. It's only 3 games into the season. We act like if we don't see him now, we'll never see him, or it's not enough time. Like 8 or 9 games, 9-10 games is plenty to see a young quarterback. Plenty. And I don't want to put him in a spot. And I'm getting on the chat, which, by the way, you can stream us live on YouTube. Go to YouTube right now, and you can see me live and in person. Then you go on the comments and say rude things. So everyone join in. It's a mob mentality. Join in. Very fascinated about why I switched chairs. I walk in at the beginning of the show and I switch chairs, and everyone's like, "Oh, why is he switching chairs?" I find one more comfortable than the other. It's really not. The other one has this high back. If you see the chairs, if you watch on TV, Evan and Tiki have the big leather chairs. I'm assuming that BT and Sal use them as well. But these big, high, almost like board executive, fancy leather chairs, they come forward. And I'm a very forward-leaning guy, and I feel them on my back. I just don't think the chair is comfortable. That's all. I prefer the other chairs in here. Why'd you switch chairs? I like this one better. Very simple. But you can watch us on YouTube. And for me, it's just, I don't want to put him in a tough spot. It's not about babying him. That's where I was going with it. I lost my train of thought. In the comments, I was like, "Oh, yeah, baby him. It's the NFL." Yeah. You want to build confidence. Confidence is important. Why do you think, let me ask you a question. Rhetorically, of course, because I'm not speaking to one person individually. But you can call me up and answer this question for me at 888-808-1019. Why do you think it's so hard to go 0-3 and then make the playoffs? What is it strictly because only terrible, miserable teams who have no business in the playoffs go 0-3? Is it because mathematically, with only 17 games to play, 0-3 is tough to overcome? That's a big part of it, sure. And I'm sure a lot of it is that they're bad teams. And a lot of it is 0-3 is tough to recover from mentally. 0-3 creates negative momentum. You're looking for, in the NFL, there are teams who aren't worthy of being 3-0 who will go on to have good years. There are teams that will, believe that they are a good team strictly because they've won a couple games at the start of the year. I want to build confidence with this kid. I don't want to have his brains beat in his first 4 starts. Especially if they made the decision to go out and sign quarterbacks to have him learn from, and he knew he was going to sit for a while. Now it's okay, a lot of momentum. When's he coming in? When's he coming in? When's he coming in? Oh, we chose this spot. Oh, great spot. He gets his ass kicked first week. So, it's different than just starting the year. You draft a young quarterback, he starts the year. Doesn't matter what the schedule is, he's starting the year. There's no speculation about when he's going to come in or what the best situation for him or why now, why not longer, what made this the right time. All that's going to come up. He's the quarterback. He started week 1. They specifically chose to let this kid wait. They specifically chose to let him learn. They specifically chose to pick the spot to bring him in. And I don't think 0-3 or the fan base or job security or anything else should be more impactful in the decision to when to start Jackson Dart than what's best for Jackson Dart. And I think it's easy to tell me, well, it's 0-3, it doesn't matter. Oh, we're tired of this as Giant fans. I just want to see the quarterback. Oh, they drafted him. They traded up to get him. You got to play him. Those aren't the answers to the question. Tell me why this is the spot for Jackson Dart. And if it's just, as many games as possible, okay, I don't necessarily agree. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Dave in Hawthorne. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I really wanted to debate you on certain things, but unfortunately, I agree with everything you said. Why did the Giants sign Russell Wilson then? That's where I'm at. And on top of that, why waste the money on that and Jameis Winston? We have two guys there. I just don't get it. I mean, Russell Wilson last week had one of the best weeks of any Giant quarterback in recent years.
Yes.
And now Daboll at the press conference, is wishy-washy about who I'm going to start here.
Mm-hmm.
To tell you the truth, I wouldn't be surprised if Jackson Dart starts this week.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, let me answer the first couple questions. One, free agency is before the draft. So as much as they probably knew they would attempt and wanted to and would, have a good opportunity to get a quarterback in the NFL draft, they did not know that they for sure would be able to get a quarterback in the NFL draft. It's not like Jackson Dart was on the team and then they signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson. They weren't sure. You can't be sure that the quarterback they want is going to be there. Jackson Dart might have been picked earlier in the draft for all they know. You can't go into the season assuming 100% you're going to have a rookie quarterback because you don't know. Second, I think Jameis Winston signed so early on and for such a good deal and backup money that they had more money for a starting quarterback. They tried a couple different things. They kind of waited for Aaron Rodgers, and Russell Wilson ended up just being the guy. And they wanted to give whatever quarterback they drafted a leeway and a little bit of a rope to start the year before going to him. So, I understand why they signed both of them, why they chose to make Jackson Dart the backup quarterback immediately and pretty much make Jameis Winston irrelevant. That I don't know. But I kind of understood why they signed both of them at the start of the year, because you wanted to make sure you had a quarterback, because Tommy DeVito is not one. And you had to have a quarterback and a backup quarterback. And although it was always likely, or at least it was probably their plan to draft a quarterback, you never know if you can get one. You couldn't be positive you were going to get a rookie quarterback, because they obviously didn't feel like Shedeur Sanders was the guy. So I don't know who else they felt they had a top grade on. If Jackson Dart gets drafted earlier someone trades up for Jackson Dart and takes him before they do, no guarantee you get one. What if, Cleveland could have taken Jackson Dart the second overall pick for all they knew? But they did come up with a plan. And there's no way 0-3 wasn't a scenario in that plan. We all knew the schedule. 2 road games, divisional road games to start the year, and then the Kansas City Chiefs. Even I didn't think they would lose all 3. I thought there was a good opportunity to go win the first 2 games. I was very public about it, so I'm not trying to say, we all knew 0-3, because I thought they'd be better. But, was 0-3 impossible? It's not like they lost to the Tennessee Titans here. It's not like they lost to the Saints at the beginning of the year. They had 3 very difficult games to start the year. They had a process and a plan. And 0-3 had to somewhat be discussed at some point. And I just don't know. I feel positive that they're higher on him than I thought. 1, because they called him quarterback 2. 2, because we've already seen him on the field. So maybe they honestly believe he's ready. And if that's the case, then that's the case. And even if it's not, I'll be the first to admit, once it happens, and I do have a feeling, like you just said, I have a feeling they're going to do it, that Jackson Dart is going to be the starting quarterback this week. Once it happens, who cares what I think? Once it happens, it happens. And then I'll be excited to see Jackson Dart, and I hope he gets off to a good start. I'll say that I think it's a mistake. I'll say I'm nervous about how he's going to perform in these first 4 games against first 5 games against 4 very difficult defenses. It's going to scare me, but ultimately we'll see Jackson Dart, and we'll see if this offense picks up. Because I as much as you said Russell Wilson had a great game too, and he did. That defense with Dallas is so bad, and we saw what the Bears and Caleb Williams did to him in the first half, particularly on Sunday. And they've played two decent defenses and done absolutely nothing. And Russell Wilson this last week, I'm sorry. Again, I didn't see a lot of wide receivers running open, but he did nothing but throw the ball 40 yards down the field in the double coverage or check down to the quarterback, to the running back. There was nothing in that pass game, and I can't imagine, as bad as Brian Daboll and Kafka have been, I can't imagine there were no intermediate routes. I can't believe that there wasn't a 10 or 15-yard route run that was somewhat open. Like, I don't know if he sees the field all that well other than guys streaking wide open down. Like, he could throw that ball, no doubt. If somehow Slayton or Neighbors can get behind his defender and run straight down the field, Russell Wilson can get it to him with the best of them in the NFL. Outside of that, I don't know if he has a game right now. Walt in Oceanport. What's up, Walt?
Hey, how's it going, Chris?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I don't think, okay, because I do think the Chargers are possibly like one of the best teams, okay, in the NFL right now.
I agree.
And the way they played, okay, yes, we lost against the Chiefs, okay. We didn't get blown out, okay. No. It was 22-9, okay. We hung in there till overtime with the Dallas Cowboys, okay. I do not want to see Jackson Dart come in next week, okay, with against the Chargers. I want to see him, if they're going to play them, okay, let's go the following week, okay. Now we're into October 5th, okay, against the Saints, okay, if they choose to do so. I would, whether you play Russell Wilson, okay, or whether you play Jameis Winston, okay, either one of those guys, because collectively those guys have like 22 years in the NFL combined experience. And I'd like to see any one of those guys. I mean, because why do we have Russell Wilson? Because we need wins, okay? And anybody, and this whole concept, okay, of Giants making playoffs, okay, unless you're a brand new fan that's like onto the Giants, okay, no. If you've been watching the Giants for any length of time, there's no playoffs, okay? I mean, you know, now we get into, you know, but I would like to see I'd like to see Jameis Winston in there. I mean, you know, for next week's game.
What purpose?
And if you want to play,
for what purpose?
Well, you know, just to have somebody different.
I mean, yeah,
okay?
If you just tired of looking at Russell Wilson, I get it. And Jameis was brought in to be the backup. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to that, but you just said it's not about the playoffs. So if it's not about winning football games anymore, there's really no reason, once you're going to take Russell Wilson out, to go to anybody else but Jackson Dart. Like, you're not trying to save the season. I mean, maybe you are. Maybe they feel like they have to. I don't know. I don't know. But the point about the Saints is, and here's my only point about the Saints, because I agree with you. On the surface, going up against the Saints is a hell of a lot better of a spot than the Chargers. I agree. But if you start him against the Saints, he then has to turn around and 4 days later, on Thursday Night Football, go back home to take on the Eagles. Then he has to fly out to the Broncos and play in Denver against that defense. And then he goes on the road to play the Eagles. So, I mean, you're talking about putting him through the gauntlet of playing a game 4 days later, or whatever, October 5th to October 9th, 4 days later, on a short week, playing the Eagles, then flying across the country to the Broncos, and they have one of the top defenses in the NFL, and then coming back to the East Coast and playing the Eagles on the road. Like, that's a tough spot. It just is. I would rather let Russ and or Jameis Winston, I suppose, get through that stretch and then let him start at home against the Niners. Then you got the Niners, the Bears, the Packers, the Lions, the Patriots, the Commanders, the Vikings, the Raiders, and then the Cowboys again. So, I mean, you're talking about if you wait till then, he still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. He gets 9 games. That's more than enough for me, and you've avoided a really difficult stretch. But I get it. Once the season's dead, you do look to the future. I've been saying that for years. It's part of the case, but I just want what's best for the kid. And we've seen quarterbacks fail here. It's just plain and simple, right? We're going through, everybody's ready to declare Daniel Jones the next great quarterback in the league. He's failed here. Obviously, Darnold. We've seen Geno Smith. Thrusting kids into this market, into this organization, into that kind of tough spot where you give him very little chance to be successful in the first 3 or 4 weeks he plays, very little chance. It's just a tough spot, man. I don't want to put him in a tough spot. I want him to hit the ground after really having a half a season to get a grip on this offense, half a season of watching how the game is played, half a season of seeing how fast it is, half a season going after film, looking at the mistakes, seeing what can be done, having real, information being able to be processed with him and Daboll. I'd rather see that and then put him in for the last 9 games of the year and see how it goes. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to start right. I think he's going to start this week. And if he does, I hope he plays well, but it's a tough spot. And he's going to give him some juice. There's no doubt about it. The crowd's going to get some juice. It's going to feel different. We're going to enjoy it a hell of a lot more. We're going to see what this kid can do. We're going to, depending on how bad it goes, we'll see how it goes. But, that's the other thing, too. There's so much, I understand that the fan base would understand losing with a rookie quarterback. A part of me understands that and agrees with that. But part of me says, we hate them so much, and we have so little faith in anything Brian Daboll or Joe Schoen has done, so little faith, that if this kid comes in against the Chargers and doesn't play well, half the fan base is going to go, forget this. This ain't it. Or we're going to already have this feeling like Jackson Dart isn't the guy. And we have seen from Anthony Volpe to a million other people, this kid's going to hear it. He's going to read the papers. He's going to hear it. He's going to know that nobody believes in him. It's tough to overcome all of that. Now, there's a chance they put him against the Saints. He doesn't play well against the Saints. Then we're really, I get it. There's no clean answer to this. There's no perfect answer to this. They're miserable. They're 0-4. They're 0-3, staring 0-4 in the face. They've been dreadful for 3 years. They've won 9 games in the last 2 seasons plus. It's been an out-and-out debacle. They win just enough games not to get the top pick, which wouldn't be, if it was Cam Ward and they had the number 1 pick, Russell Wilson wouldn't be here. Jameis Winston probably wouldn't be here. And they would have started Cam Ward from the jump. Now, does that make them better? I have no idea, but it's cleaner. It's cleaner. And right now, nobody's making it seem, what we've seen so far doesn't make me think that Abdul Carter had to be here. And right now, half the fan base is probably thinking, well, they don't know what they're doing. They drafted the wrong kid, too. Carter's going to be a bum. That's where we are. Nothing's good. And let's be honest, looking at it, the biggest problem this defense has, I think, without question. If you look at the defense, which, again, didn't give up a ton of points to Kansas City, didn't give up a ton of points to Washington, disastrous in the second half against the Cowboys. But if you look at this defense, plain and simple, their best player is not playing like their best player. That's the problem right now. Dexter Lawrence has not been good. His PFF grade was in the 50s. He just hasn't been good yet. I don't know. He's coming off an injury. He had, he went out and had a child a couple weeks ago. Congratulations to him. But, whether he's not in game shape, whether something's on his mind, whether it's just getting, back from the injury that he's still dealing with and, pushing through, whatever the case may be, Dexter Lawrence is not Dexter Lawrence right now. Or should I say he's not sexy Dexy. He's just not. That's the biggest problem because they haven't been able to stop the run against Washington. They haven't gotten the pass rush you were hoping for. And I think part of it is, one, Abdul Carter had to be put an inside linebacker after the McFadden injury. And Dexter Lawrence is getting no push and no pressures. And he's not helping you stop the run, which is what this dude has done for the last 2 years, as well as anyone in the NFL. They need Dexter Lawrence to come back and be sexy Dexy of the last 2 years. I fully expect it. I have no doubt to think we won't see it this week, next week, and for the rest of the year. But we haven't seen it yet, and it's been part of the problem. This defense hasn't been good enough. As well as Abdul Carter playing inside linebacker and not getting after it, and Burns being really the dominant force, and the defensive backs in Phillips and Newbin, guys who really hit the scene last year and were playing much better, haven't had, Andrew Phillips got picked on against Kansas City last week, plain and simple. So there's been some issues, but offensively, there's no passing attack outside of guys running right down the field wide open. If they could scheme up a way to have wide receivers running free, then they don't need a quarterback change. But I don't think there's any doubt. If he was going to stick with Russell Wilson, he would have just said it. Like, what are they going over? He's giving you we're going to look at it, we're going to review the tape, where everything, every position is under scrutiny right now, and we're going to make decisions. Like, if they were going to stick with Russell Wilson, they would have just said so. I have a feeling we're going to see Jackson Dart. I think it's a mistake. Hopefully he plays through the mistake. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls on the Giants. On the Jets, we will get to the baseball, though, because we got to talk about the New York Mets. Because it starts tonight. Forget everything else. Like, honestly, we'll go over it because it's remarkable. Right? We'll go over the slow collapse of being 17 games under 500 since June 13th. The pitching staff that has completely fallen apart. The bullpen, the trade deadline that wasn't, and how miserable. I guess Rodgers has been okay, but obviously Mullins is an out-and-out disaster. And Helsley, although, 2 good appearances here in his last 2, has been atrocious for the Mets and has killed them. You get to the starting rotation, it's a mess. The lineup, just everything. We'll get to Nimmo and everything else that's hampered this team. But forget all of that. Forget it, because that's in the past. They have 6 games, 3 against the Cubs, 3 against the Marlins, who are moving Sandy Alcantara back so that they can start him against the Mets. How do you find a way to win enough? And what's enough? Is 4-2 enough? Because we all know they're tied with Cincinnati. They have to be a game better than the Cincinnati Reds. The Cincinnati Reds, who are starting it off with a 3-game set against Pittsburgh starting tonight, and then follow it up and end their season against Milwaukee, who very well might have nothing to play for. As opposed to the pesky Marlins, who amazingly enough, I don't know about maybe after the game last night with San Diego, who's now clinched the playoff spot. I don't know if Miami's been eliminated. I don't think they have. Like, they've been pesky, they've been good, and they have been the tormentor of the New York Mets in these these end-of-season games going back to 07 and 08. Forget everything else. Forget the collapse from the 13th. How does this team, because that's all that matters, how does this team, when they don't make it, and if they don't make it, we'll have plenty of time to go back and debate everything that went wrong, the mistakes from Stearns in this organization, and what they do moving forward with the core of this team. We'll have an entire offseason. There are 6 games. How can they be 1 game better than the Cincinnati Reds for 6 games? They got Peterson on the mound tonight, who needs to freaking show up. This dude, for the first, I guess, since last year, all of last year, and the first 3 months, 2.5 months of this season, the dude was as reliable a starting pitcher as you can find. He was as good a left-handed starting pitcher as you can find. He has been brutal since August. Since the beginning of August, you are looking at one of the worst pitchers in baseball who still takes the mound every 5 days. he's got to show up. This offense, Brandon Nimmo, who left a village on the base paths this weekend against the Washington Nationals, has got to show up. Vientos, some of the bottom of the lineup, because, I mean, we can start with the stars and Lindor and Alonso and Soto. It goes without saying they have to show up. I kind of expect them to show up, right? Pete Alonso went on a 4-game homer streak. Soto's been great since the beginning of August in every way, shape, and form, whether it's base running, maybe outside of fielding, but with a big error his first of the season, but he's been great, and Lindor is kind of turning it on with some big home runs, but we know how he's got to get going. They've got to be cleaner defensively. They've got to play the best 6 games of the season. Is this team up for that? Do you have any faith that this team can play the best 6 games of the year to secure themselves not only a playoff spot, but quite honestly, and again, we'll have time for it, if they don't make the playoffs, you're talking about shaking up the organization, shaking up this team. Now, I know Stearns isn't going anywhere, and I doubt very much the manager is going anywhere. But we can scream till we're blue in the face that Pete has to come back. That's a tough argument for me. Pete Alonso has to come back? Why does Pete Alonso have to come back? Why do you want to bring back this same team where last year is the odd man out? Last year is the aberration. Last year is the one thing's not like the other. This team has been doing this for years. This team with Jeff McNeil, this team with Brandon Nimmo, this team with Pete Alonso. This team has shown up small in the biggest of moments for years now. Even in the 101 win year a couple years ago, faded down the stretch, blew the division to Atlanta, and then couldn't get out of the wild card round. After 101 wins and leading the division for practically the entire season. (2019) this has been what this team has done. Last year is the exception. If they don't make the playoffs, how can you scream Pete Alonso has to be back? Not to put the blame on him, because certainly it's not his fault, but don't things have to change? How can you bring back the same squad that is going to oversee, arguably, maybe not the biggest collapse because it's been on such a slow, steady pace. And when you talk collapse, you kind of think of the 2007 Mets. You think of what the Tigers are doing right now. They were up 12 games at the start of the month. That's a collapse. This has been a slow, steady, we're not very good for 3 months. So I don't want to call it necessarily a collapse, but a failing of the highest order. With the payroll they have, with the playoff format that exists, to not be one of the best 6 teams in the National League after going to the NLCS last year and adding Juan Soto? And having all this talk about changing the dynamics of this city and big team in town, and the future is so bright, and every Met fan, sending me a million things about the Yankee farm system and how Juan Soto chose the Mets because he sees what everybody sees, that the Mets are the better spot with the brighter future and the smarter executive and the richer owner and everything like that. In that first year, to have one of the biggest fails in baseball history, that's what we're talking about. Nobody was hurt. Right? The 2023 Yankees missed the postseason. Judge missed half the year. Not to make an excuse, they still should have went to the playoffs, and it was a miserable roster. And I was calling for changes. But Pete Alonso's going to play 150 games. Juan Soto's going to play 160 games. Lindor's going to play 150 games. These guys weren't hurt. Yeah, they lost some bullpen pieces. They were in the playoffs every day of the season since April 5th. They had the best record in baseball. They had a 5-game lead in their division. This can't happen. This can't happen. How do they avoid this from happening? How do they play the best 6 games of their entire season to make sure they don't pull off what is going to shake the organization, or at least it should. 888-808-1019. So we'll talk a little Mets next. We'll do a little bit of baseball as the Yankees start a 6-game process against a team that they're capable of beating, obviously, in the Chicago White Sox before finishing the season against Baltimore. And Toronto is playing the Boston Red Sox. And here's an honest question. Who do you root for? 888-808-1019. So we'll get to the Mets. We'll get to the Yankees. We'll obviously continue the football talk. We got 2 more hours to do it as we take you all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after the update. McMonigle here with you in the overnights right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Hey, we just beat you in your building. If we have to come back, we can take the first 2 and end you. If you got to come to us, it's raps too.
Stream Keith McPherson live or on demand with the Odyssey app. And podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamwellPain.com. Brian Daboll would not commit to a starter just yet. On the table, that Jackson Dart could take over for Russell Wilson Sunday, and if he does, Gary Slayton with a word of advice.
I think he's capable of being an NFL quarterback. I think he's capable of being a good NFL quarterback. But if they do, and if we do have a lackluster, performance, maybe a week or two, it's like, well, then if that's the case, give him some time. Give him some grace. Don't show up and boo him a game or two in if he doesn't do well.
Well, Aaron Glenn wasn't thrilled with the amount of points his defense gave up, but still felt good with their overall performance.
I will go back to just how resilient our guys was when it come to getting in that second half, sometime that middle of the third quarter and finishing it out and giving us a chance to win. At the end of the day, that's what you have to do as a football team. You have to give yourself every opportunity to win a game, and our guys did that.
Elsewhere, the Lions got 218 yards and 4 touchdowns from the combination of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Dumped the Ravens 38-30. With just 6 games to avoid a disaster for the Mets, 3 at Wrigley beginning tonight, then 3 at the Marlins. Currently tied with the Reds for the final wild card. Arizona 1 game back, and Cincinnati owns the tiebreaker. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 304. McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. I got you for 2 more hours till the warm-up show comes your way. We talked football to start the show. What are the Giants going to do? It sounds like they are going to make the change. At least it does to a lot of us, as they were non-committal about Russell Wilson being the starting quarterback this week against the Chargers. It sounds like there is a very good chance the Jackson Dart era will begin this Sunday at MetLife Stadium against the can't help myself with the San Diego Chargers. I got through. I say the Guardians and I say the Commanders. I very rarely make that mistake. But when cities change, I have a tougher time with it. I say Oakland all the time, even for the Raiders. Certainly over the A's since they've now moved to Sacramento. But the team names I'm better at remembering, but the cities I always make a mistake with. The L.A. Chargers will come in and probably get Jackson Dart. But let's start with the New York Mets for a second here, because it is still baseball season. It's the last week of baseball season. And just all over baseball, not just with the Mets. This is, like right now, as interesting and probably exactly what Major League Baseball wants. Now, I know there's tiebreakers, so we won't get a game 163 to decide a division or like any of that. But right now, if you look at this, like last night, the San Diego Padres beat the Milwaukee Brewers in extra innings, and they clinched that second wild card. There's only one spot. There's one spot left. Everything else is pretty much decided. The Phillies have clinched the division. The Brewers are going to win that division. The Cubs have clinched the top wild card. San Diego's clinched the wild card. The Dodgers are in the postseason. It's just a matter of if them or the Padres will win a division. There is one playoff spot left, and it will belong to one of really 3 teams, because I think you could put the Giants have faded away, and the Cardinals aren't very good, and it's 3.5, 4 in the loss column with 6 to play. It's the Cincinnati Reds, the New York Mets, and the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are a game off the pace. The Reds and Mets are tied, and we all know by now, if you've listened at all, if you're a baseball fan at all, the Reds have the tiebreaker. as it sits currently, they are the third wild card team with the Mets looking out. Or looking in, rather, excuse me. And I got to tell you, I've been doing opens. I've been talking about the Mets. And I've been the one guy. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to just, talk about whether or not they're going to make it. I've been uber confident that the New York Mets are going to make the postseason. I have been. I've been talking about playoff rotations. I've been talking about, rookies making big playoff starts because I couldn't fathom this Met team, especially what did it for me really was when the Cincinnati Reds went into Sacramento, let me get that right, and played the A's and got swept. They had every chance to overtake the Mets as they were in the middle of their 8-game losing streak, and they went to go play the A's, who are a pesky team and do have some really good offensive players. But they went into that building, that minor league ballpark, and couldn't get a win. And I said, well, that's it for the Reds. And I knew they had they had the tiebreaker over the Giants. I wasn't overly concerned about them. And the Diamondbacks were playing the Dodgers. And we're a couple games back. I was ready to declare, I know this is scary, and I understand they've played terribly here, and who's going to have confidence in them once they get there. But there ain't no way. Ain't no way. This Met team is blowing this thing. Then they take 2 out of 3 from San Diego, and they get the golf clap. It wasn't perfect, but they took 2 out of 3 against a really good team that has now clinched their playoff spot. They beat up Michael King, who's pitched really well this year when healthy. It was a good series for them. It was a good series. And then they fall behind to the Nationals in the first game, and then they scored 12 runs in the first game of the Washington series, and I expected it to go the way we all expected it to go. At least I know Met fans didn't. But I thought they were well on their way to securing themselves a playoff spot. And then these 2 games against the Nationals, Saturday, losing in the manner in which they did. And they played they played terribly defensively. Juan Soto just running past the baseball. Awful. Awful. We saw what Siri did. Let me not say, hey, Siri, because that sets the phone off. We saw what Siri did in center field, in and out of his glove, misplaying, taking a terrible route on a ball in the gap. They played terribly defensively, throwing the ball around. Pete Alonso can't throw it to first base. He makes McLean jump 6 feet in the air. Luckily, he didn't pull a hamstring like Senga did. They battle back. They're still the only team in Major League Baseball, still the one team in Major League Baseball. Is it 67, 0-62 or 0-67? Whatever it is, it's in the 60s. To not win a game after trailing after the 8th inning. Not a single win. They come back. They get the big double from Vientos. They tie the game on the Soto bloop single. They have an opportunity to win the game. They've got bases loaded, 1 out for Nimmo, and he strikes out. Then Alvarez hits into a big double play, and they lose a game in extra innings at home against the Nationals in games they desperately need. Then Sunday, the same thing. Again, offensively, not enough. So many missed opportunities. McNeil and Nimmo killed them these last couple days. Killed them. I forgot to mention on Saturday, the manager not showing urgency and making sure Diaz pitches both the 9th and the 10th. Just everything about this team in those 2 games. And they allowed the Reds, who have now won 5 in a row. They swept a 4-game series against the Chicago Cubs. And the Mets chose to play 2 of their worst games, offensively, defensively, everything. Forget pitching, because the young starting pitching has actually been pretty damn good. We know McLean's been great. Tong bounced back off of his miserable start where he couldn't get it out of the first inning and bounced back and pitch really well. Sproat's been pretty good. Even the piggyback situation, they gave up 3 runs. This offense, again, we've been saying it all year. Forget everything else. The rotation, it's not suitable for a team with a $300 million payroll. Damn right. I'm not sure what their options were. We went over it. Nobody in free agency did a damn thing. But we could talk about the pitching and we could talk about the bullpen. This offense is supposed to be better. This is the 7th best offense in baseball last year that added Juan Soto. And he's having a Juan Soto season. It's not like, oh, man, struggles. His first year, Juan Soto didn't have a great year. Yeah, maybe with runners in scoring position for the first few months. But he's already hit more home runs than he's ever hit in his career. He's got over 100 runs. He's got over 100 walks. He's got over 100 this. He's having a Juan Soto season, and they're still not scoring 3 runs against 2 pitchers against the Washington Nationals, who each had an ERA over 5. And they lose 2 out of 3 to the Nats after taking the series from San Diego and scoring 12 runs in Game 1? How is that possible? How does this team continue to come up small in the biggest moments? 3 7-game losing streaks in a year. This would be you're talking about at that Juan Soto press conference, when, outside of how many times family was mentioned, the idea of how much money this owner has, the idea they just stole, and I know people get mad when you say stole. It wasn't like they stole them, but they convinced the great Juan Soto to take their money to come play for the New York Mets after a year where he played for the New York Yankees, got to experience the power and pinstripes and pride and everything else that goes with it in Monument Park, and going to the World Series. And still, because the Mets' future is so bright and the owner is so rich and desperate for winning, and the organization is better run, and this is the place to be, not the lousy Bronx, but here in Queens with this team that's going to treat me like family, and it's going to continue to put a great winning team forward. They've got great players already. They've got a commitment that's unmatched. They got a farm system with young pitchers and everything else. This is the place to be. To jump out, start the year as well as they did, have the best record in all of baseball for a time, lead the division by as much as 5 games over Philly while beating the crap out of them the first couple series of the year. And to have what felt like just happens 10 times a year, disappointing series to an average Tampa Bay team on Father's Day weekend, and have that be the moment from that moment on where you are a 17-game under 500 team? To fail like this? And to not make the postseason in a format that has 6 teams make it, and to be outplayed by Terry Francona and the Cincinnati Reds, who, again, with their season on the line, couldn't get a win against the A's, turn around, sweep the Cubs, and have put themselves in a position where they're 4 games over 500, and that's all it takes to be the 3rd wild card in the far superior league. It's an embarrassment, the junior circuit over in the American League. Embarrassment. 4 games over 500 has you in the playoffs in the National League. Tell me again how great it is. They can't let this happen. And if it does, and we'll have plenty of time for if it does, but if it does, I'm sorry. I'm not saying you can't bring back Pete Alonso. And I saw Joe Beningo's comments. We'll get into whether or not the Yankees would be interested in Pete Alonso. Anyone would be interested. The dude is a consistent 35 and 100 player, even in his down years. But I don't know if you've seen what Ben Rice is doing. I don't think they have any interest in spending any money at first base. I think they're going to say, thank you for being Ben Rice, and you're going to be our first baseman. I doubt very much they'd be interested in Murakami in Japan or Pete Alonso or anybody else to play first base outside of Ben Rice next year. But you could say, hey, you got to bring him back because of that consistency, because you want that power bat behind Juan Soto. Sure, I mean, it's not a terrible idea, but at some point, you have to dramatically change this team. And the easiest way to do it is to get the $30 million of Pete Alonso or whatever it's going to cost you for the next 4 or 5 years. Get that money off the books, put it elsewhere. Trade Brandon Nimmo, trade McNeil. Like, that's where you're at. That's what this is. That's what this signifies. Everybody else that isn't a David Stearns guy, anybody who was brought here, drafted by, signed by, developed by, it don't matter. Anybody that's got the stench of Sandy Alderson or the stench of the Wilpons or anybody else that is not running, that is not David Stearns, goodbye. And the only reason why I say that is because I know Stearns isn't going anywhere. And not that he should, but it's been a disappointing year even for him. It's been a disappointing year for everybody with the Mets. But you're going to tell me you have to bring back Pete Alonso to be part of the same core that's failed over and over and over again? And this would be on another level. Now, again, collapse is a different word to me. I think collapse is more immediate than this. This is, you know, the analogy of the frog in the boiling water. Like, that's what this is. On June 13th, the Mets got into a hot tub, and they have not realized how hot this thing has gotten, and they're about to cook. So is it worse than 07? I don't know. Do I think, like, is it worse than 07 to blow a 7-game lead with 17 to play? I don't know. That's pretty dramatic and sudden. This has been more of a steady decline. But the idea that this team with this payroll isn't going to be one of the final 6, yeah, that might be worse. That might be worse. That's probably more puzzling to me. This can't happen. This manager who was, you know, King Midas the first year, everything he touched turned to gold. This year's been the exact opposite. It seems like every bullpen decision he makes is the wrong one. Not that he's got any good ones out there. Like, the fan base is ready to turn on him. The GM, same thing. Every decision he made last year was perfect. This year, what's worked out? Nothing. Nothing. The rotation's a disaster. The trade deadline was awful. Like, nothing he did, which again, and I don't include Pete Alonso or Juan Soto in that, because those were the owner moves. I feel so strongly that he wanted not to sign Pete Alonso. Like, I feel very confident that if it were up to Stearns, Pete Alonso wouldn't be here. Now, Juan Soto, I'm sure everybody would want Juan Soto. He's that great a player, but he's not the one who made the deal. That's up to the owner. When you sign him, you sign Judge, you sign Ohtani. That's not a GM decision. Everybody wants those players. That's a matter of the owner getting involved and saying, here, I'll give you $765 million in suites and clothes and planes and whatever else you need. Seinfeld box, DVD, whatever you want, man. But every little subtle move that he has made has been a disaster this year. And that's not to say he's stupid. I think he's a very smart and good executive, and I think he's going to learn that he could do things slightly different while still being successful. And I have every expectation that he's the guy for the future of the team. But this was a miserable season, and next year it's got to look different, no? But we have plenty of time to get to that. Right now, we have 6 games. And I just, as a observer and a non-Met fan who I'm rooting for them. I want playoff games. I want to talk about playoff games. I want to come on and break down moves in playoff games. I don't want to just forget about the Mets, man. You think I might? Yeah. Will I have some fun with it? Sure, I will. Will I collect some receipts? Absolutely. Will I go on Twitter and get after everybody who got on me when Juan Soto signed and said the Yankees are done and they're an embarrassment and Cashman's ridiculous and, oh, my God, you're just so happy to make the playoffs? Yeah, you know why? Because it's not guaranteed, as you're learning. Oh, you're so happy with just being an above 500 team. You're just so happy with making the playoffs every year. Because it's hard, even with a $300 million payroll. It ain't easy. Just ask the guys trying to do it in Queens. It ain't easy. So, yeah, I'll collect some receipts. But I am rooting for the Mets these next 6 days. Because we need playoff baseball. We deserve playoff baseball. Our football season's done already. I'm not ready to declare the Mets dead. They got to get in and then take on it. Listen, I don't care who they go and get. You go get the Dodgers? Go take on the Dodgers. They're not that good. They're not unbeatable. If they get in, they're still dangerous, man. I still believe that. As ugly as it's been, get in, play well, you're dangerous. 6 games. 6 games for your life. I love it. Playoff baseball, pennant race baseball, it's the best. And then we get the Yankees who are taking on the White Sox. Their magic number is down to 3 to clinch a playoff spot. And the question for the Yankees, obviously, is you want to sweep the White Sox, no doubt. And you want that top spot in the wild card because you want that home game. You want those 3 home games. And they are still chasing the division. And we'll get to the Yankees and their issues and shortstop. And because the Mets are on, they got to find a way to win. And then you can talk about what's best in the postseason roster and rotation. Like the Yankees are in a position where they're going to the postseason. It's just a matter of who's your shortstop. Who's that third pitcher in a wild card series? Do you deploy him in game 2 if you win game 1? All that fun stuff that we can get into once we get ready for a playoff series. But to me, the most interesting thing about the Yankees, which I expect at the bare minimum to take 2 of 3 from the White Sox and hopefully 2 out of 3 in the final series against Baltimore, but they'll win enough games. And we'll see where they stand, and they have questions about what makes them best for the postseason. The question for Yankee fans that I find interesting is right now, down 2 games. Let me just make sure it is 2 games. When you say things, you want to just be sure. 2 games in the division to the Jays, and obviously it's 3 because they have the tiebreaker. We all know this. They're playing 3 games against the Boston Red Sox. Who are you rooting for? I find that fascinating. I think, well, we'll get to it. I'll ask you, and then we'll have some thought on ruminating. Because if the Red Sox sweep them, division's up for grabs. How likely is that? And I think we've been honest, as most Yankee fans, especially now, even though Cleveland's hot coming up there, the Astros right there in the mix for the playoff spot. I still think the Red Sox are the one team I'd rather not play. I don't think it's not like they can't beat them, but I'd probably rather not play the Red Sox. Would you rather just see the Blue Jays beat up on the Red Sox and knock them out of that second wild card spot and help avoid them in the wild card series? Or do you want to take the chance that somehow you can make up 3 games in 6 days and win this division and get a bye and be the number 1 overall seed? 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls real quick. Let's go to Jesse in Queens. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, Chris. How's everything?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. Bill Madden had a great article a couple weeks ago and tried to shed some light on the Mets' inner problems. He said he had an insider, and what he was told was since Soto came, Lindor has not been, a captain, not really doing too much. Well, that's one of the problems. Also, Mendoza has become friends with a lot of the players, so he's kind of afraid to get in their face. And also, they know that most of his decisions are coming from Stearns and the analytics people, so the Mets players don't really give him that much respect. And also, Stearns doesn't talk to his scouts. That's why all these trades to these players didn't work out, because if he talked to his scouts, they would have told him how's he not your guy and about the other guys. Another thing mentioned was Quintana and J.D. Martinez and Iglesias. Their influence last year at the clubhouse was very, very profound.
Mm-hmm.
And since they're not here, you got to remember, the Mets were really bad last year until, the Iglesias came.
Yeah.
And then he started the energy in the clubhouse and all that. So that's another component that's not there this year. So with all the other problems, with Soto, with Mendy, and it looks like there's some problems in the clubhouse. And since Soto came, Lindor is kind of back off being a captain. So this is all a combination of what's going on. And so there has to be some...
look, a couple things there, and thank you for the call, Jesse. Listen, I didn't read the Bill Madden article on the Mets. I don't know that to be true. I'm not saying Bill is lying or that he's not been given information that said as much. Lindor has now stopped being the leader because Juan Soto got there. I mean, if that's the case, it's a problem. I doubt that he is a non-leader. I think he's not playing the same way he played last year when he was carrying them, and it seemed easier to say, oh, he called the meeting, he's carrying them and having an MVP-type season, he's the captain of the team. And this year, Juan Soto naturally changes the dynamic when you make that kind of money. Lindor was also the highest paid player on the team. And with the largest contract. And so, dynamic shift, but I doubt very much that he's just now doesn't say anything and he's off to himself in the corner. There might be problems inside the clubhouse. Absolutely. That could happen on any given year. And last year, absolutely, part of their resurgence was having guys to lean on and the excitement of OMG. And obviously, Vientos and others talked about JD Martinez and the value of having him on the roster and with the team. And, another hitting coach and someone they could rely on, someone who's been through the game, multiple teams, all-star, MVP, world champion. Just another voice to talk to and, lean on. And they probably have missed that on some level. And as far as not listening to the scouts, these are just things that can be said. I don't know if it's true. And it's not like Helsley's been a closer in this league for a long time. He throws 102 miles an hour. They took a flyer on Mullins. Mullins wasn't playing that well. They knew it wasn't. They were just hoping it could be a change of scenery type thing, and he's got some ability, and he could be better than Tyrod Taylor. It's not like they traded for some stud center fielder that they were expecting big things from. They were just hoping he could help and click, and he hasn't. And Helsley's the real disaster of it all, and I don't know how you could think, what scout wouldn't have told you Helsley's 102-mile-an-hour fastball doesn't play. Now, I know his numbers weren't as good as previous seasons, but, I don't know. I don't know if I'm believing that Stearns doesn't talk to the scouts. But there's definitely something. Listen, whenever a team loses to this level and they're more talented than this, right? Because we all believe them to be more talented than this. You could argue whether or not they're the best team in baseball, best team in the National League. They should have been this. They should have done that. They had a 5-game lead in the division. But I don't care what you say. I don't care what you think they should have been or how down you were at them even at the start of the year. I did not think they would be 4 games over 500. I did not think the best they could be was 86 wins. And I doubt they get to 86. You're looking at an 84, 85-win team, hopefully. I did not see that coming. I thought they would be better than that. I didn't necessarily think they'd be world beaters because you never know, and I didn't love the starting rotation. But they've underachieved to a massive level. And whenever you do that, there's always something going on. It's not perfect in there, but it's been a lot more about the play on the field. It's been a lot more about the pitching staff, the bullpen, and the production of this offense when it matters most. And after a 3 or 4 week stretch where they were really good, they've come back down to earth, and they have not hit in the biggest moments. They're a game up right now if Nimmo hits a fly ball. Paul in Buffalo, what's up, Paul?
Chris, I decided the Mets were missing the playoffs against the Nationals. When they're in extra innings, the Nationals can't lay a bunt down in the 10th. So you go to the bottom of the 10th. Acuna can't lay a proper bunt down, but gets to first because there's no catcher interference. And then the catcher ground ball double play. Yep. And they can't get it done. And they're doing this in their home field where they were dominant.
Yeah, for the first. It was the best home field advantage in baseball for the first couple months.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Met fan has come out, and these bums have slinked away in their home field. Now they're going to go on the road, and the Marlins are going to bury them. Now, Chris, I'll say this about the Mets offseason. You can't just replace Pete Alonso's 122 RBIs. He's the best hitter in the history of the franchise, and I know this. I know the owner loves him. I know the owner's a fan, and the owner has an unlimited budget. They'll pay Pete whatever it is, and he'll still have money. I know what Steve Cohen's going to do. He's going to look at the assemblage of talent that he has, and this is on the players. This is on the players 100%. When you make that much money, gentlemen, I don't care if there's a Puerto Rican Dominican thing. I don't care if it's about how much money Juan Soto makes. You all make money. You need to figure it out. This isn't on Mendy. I don't even think it's on Stearns. This is on the assemblage of talent that has let down the Met fan who has showed up like no fan in baseball this year. Chris, I root for the Subway Series. I'm disgusted at the Mets, and I'm enjoying laughing at them.
Yeah, well, and it comes across, Paul. What I would say is, to your first point about Pete Alonso, it's not that they can't afford Pete. That's ridiculous. Of course he can afford Pete. If they lose, it's not just this season. Pete's been here a long time. Yeah, he's got a chance to be the best hitter in franchise history for a time before Juan Soto clearly demolishes all his numbers. You would think. Maybe not the home run numbers. Maybe the home runs go down as he gets older, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty damn close. He's going to play here for 12, 15 years. So, and he's a far better player than Pete. It's not they can't afford him, and it's not that inhibits anything else they'd want to do. It's that the core of this team has now failed how many times? How many times? Last year was the one year that it went on this run. It became one of the best teams in baseball and then went into the postseason and proved it. 22, yes, they had a very good year under Buck. 101 wins, the whole bit. Didn't win the division and lost in the playoffs in the wild card round. Before that, nothing. This core has failed over and over again. It's not about whether or not you can keep Pete. It's whether or not this team needs fundamental change at the core of it. And if you deem that it does after this meltdown, how do you change it? How do you change it? The first and most easy way to change it is to allow Pete Alonso to walk. That changes who this Met team is. You can go spend money on other places. You can go get Kyle Tucker. You can go get the first baseman in Japan. You can go do different things. It opens it up to different possibilities to change the team because it's hard not to feel like the core of the team needs a changing. You can trade Nimmo, see if anybody wants to take him. You could try and trade Jeff McNeil, see if anybody wants to take him. Can't move Lindor. Soto's obviously here and part of this core, the next core, and probably the third core after that. He's here for 15 years. The rotation's going to be different. Well, actually, no. It's going to look a lot like it does right now with these three young starters and probably Kodai Senga and Manhaya. So it should be better because you hope that these kids with a full year are going to be impactful. And they'll probably, bring in more different, Griffin Canning types who they'll try and fix with their lab. And the bullpen will look different, and they'll invest a lot of money there, and they'll make a different team. But if you think the core of this team is fundamentally flawed, how do you change it? Well, the easiest way is to not bring back one of the core fundamental pieces of the core, pardon the overuse of the word, Pete Alonso. I'm not saying you can't bring him back. I'm not saying you shouldn't bring him back. I'm just saying if you make a decision that the core of this team needs to change, the fastest and easiest way to do that is just simply not pay Pete. And we've seen what he's done down the second half of the season. Yeah, he just hit 4 games in a row with a homer, and he's going to have a great year. He hasn't been that good for the second half of the season. I think Stearns is going to think they got the best of him this year for $30 million, and they gave him the biggest contract, the biggest year ever for a first baseman, most money any first baseman's ever made in a year. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your positive season. Bye-bye. I think there is a better than 50-50 chance that Pete Alonso's not with the Mets next year. And if it's after this collapse and they don't make the playoffs, even the Met fans who scream for him, you have to be open to some kind of change, don't you? You have to be open to a new core of this team, don't you? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after this. McMonigle here with you till 5 o'clock on The Fan.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Gio from Boomer and Gio. Join me this Friday to watch all the Ryder Cup action at the Tap Room in Farmingdale. I'll be down there at 1 p.m. and I have some Ryder Cup tickets to give away. Thanks to our friends at Flag and Anthem. Plus, there's great drink specials and golf simulators so you can get into the swing of it. I'll be at the Tap Room in Farmingdale, but there's 8 other locations on Long Island, and they're all celebrating the Ryder Cup with viewing parties, giveaways, and more. Tap Room is where locals go for craft beer, real food, and the best sports atmosphere. Cheer on the USA in the Ryder Cup and find your nearest location at taproomofny.com.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 341. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Talking a little bit of baseball as we come down the stretch of the season, the final 6 games. And for the New York Mets, the final 6 games of their lives. 3 here against the... Losing my mind, drawing a blank. They got the Marlins after this series. They got 3 here against the Chicago Cubs, who are coming off being swept by the Cincinnati Reds, who are the team ahead of them. 6 games to outplay the Reds. And I guess the question is, what do you have to do? The Reds are playing 3 against the Pirates, and then they're playing 3 against the Milwaukee Brewers, who knows what their motives will be. I doubt they'll see. I know they have a bye, so you might see at least one. You might see Peralta. I don't know how they view it. They got a couple days off.
You probably see those guys, but only for a couple innings.
You probably see them, but only for a couple innings. You're right. They're not going to overly work those guys. They're just going to let them get in some work because they'll have the bye, obviously. So the Cubs aren't going to have to. The Reds aren't going to face those top pitchers for long. Who knows how the team takes it? Who knows who plays? Like, it's just up in the air. So what do you think, Mike? Just real quick, I'll ask you once. What do the Mets have to do here to secure a playoff spot? Is 4-2 good enough?
No.
They got to go 5-1.
Minimum, I think you're right. Maybe 6-0.
6-0 is tough.
Well, don't blow, 2 games in the last weekend, 5 games in the last 2 weeks.
I'm with you.
20 games this season. You're not in that position.
It's a fair point. Yeah, they are 50-50 right now. It is amazing that the Reds are in the lead with a 43%. I know people get hung up on this. I do too. I find it fascinating how they come up with these narratives and these numbers. But the Mets are at 50% to make the playoffs. The Reds are at 43. 5-1. I'm still thinking, but if you go 4-2, that's all the Reds have to do. Reds win 2 series, you win 2 series, you're out.
And that's not even counting the Diamondbacks.
That's fair. Not even counting the Diamondbacks. I haven't even thought of the Diamondbacks. They are a full game back. And they are playing the Dodgers. And then who are they playing? Let's check their schedule real quick.
I think the Padres.
They're playing the Dodgers and the Padres. Both have clinched. I don't think the Padres are going to have anything to play for in those last 3 games. I would imagine the division will be over, but that's a tough schedule.
Well, if the Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers, then the Padres will have something to play for.
That's a good point. So that's what I'm like, so that is a good point. The Dodgers and Padres, it is tough goings there. I mean, neither is, they haven't clinched the division yet. They're going to still want to win some games. Now, the reason that they would win the tiebreaker over the Mets is because if they put themselves in a position to be tied with the Mets, that means they're beating their division, and their divisional record would be better than the Mets.
And also, if they finish in a 3-way tie, the Diamondbacks have it. The Mets have to clear both of these teams.
The Mets have to clear both of them, yes. If they all end up in a tie, it's the Diamondbacks over the Reds. So if all 3 tie, it's the Diamondbacks. The Mets have to go 5-1. That's great. The Mets, they can't lose, man. You've got to find a way. And then, can you imagine having the Marlins do it to you again? And as I said earlier, they're putting back Sandy Alcantara, who's been much better in the second half. Got off to a miserable start to the year. Was going to be the prize trade deadline acquisition of the offseason of the trade deadline by anyone's estimations, but he was terrible for the entire first half. He's really turned it on in the second half, been better. And they're pushing him back to play against the Mets because what else do they have? This is a Marlins team right now that has won 9 of 10 and 6 in a row. They have been a pesky team all year. They swept the Yankees. They have been a much better team than expected, and they would love nothing more than to repeat history and send their division rival home. You have got to take all 3 from the Cubs. I mean, you got the Cubs and you got a pesky Marlins team, and you got to go 5-1. I cannot believe the Mets have put themselves in this position. I can't believe it. Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
Hey, bud. What's going on? How's
What's up, buddy? Good. How are you?
Listen, just a couple points. I'm doing okay, but I said 86 wins before the beginning of the season, and when they were 21 games over 500.
Now you're hoping they get to 86 wins, right? It's 80.
They're not getting 86 wins, dude. There's no way.
They got to win. If you're right and they do 86, you'll see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, then I was wrong because they're definitely not winning 86. And first, just a couple quick points because when I'm on the phone and you say stuff, like I take notes of that. So the whole you know how you said they did gradually throughout from the beginning of the season fall apart, but they actually plummeted at the trade deadline, August 1st, the day after trade deadline. They were half a game behind. They were half a game behind the Phillies.
Yeah.
Now they're 12 games. So they lost 11 and a half games in a month and a half.
Yeah. No, I get that.
So,
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I hear what you're saying. But the Phillies did get hot, and right now they have overtaken the Dodgers, second best team in the National League. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, they went from half a game down to 11 games back. They've lost a lot. 12 games. They lost 11 and a half games.
What numbers were you looking at for the percentage to get into the playoffs? Yesterday I was looking at 51. Okay, I was looking at 51-40 yesterday, and then this morning it came out 61 in favor of the Reds, 26 with the Mets, and the Reds are and the Reds have the like Mike was saying, the Reds also they have to lose. That's in their hands. You know what I mean?
It's in the Reds. It's in the Reds' hands. If the Reds go 6-0, they're going to the playoffs. Doesn't matter what the Mets do. It doesn't matter what the Arizona Diamondbacks do. If the Reds win 6 in a row, they're going to the playoffs. Now, again, the playoff percentage on the ESPN app, which is the only one that I see, and thank you for the call, Mike, has the Mets, and this is hard to believe. I don't understand it, to be quite honest with you. The Reds have the tiebreaker, so the Mets have to be a game better. They're playing two teams, right now in the Pirates, who are awful, and the Brewers, who won't have anything to play for. And the Mets are playing a Cubs team that, I guess has nothing to play for, but just got swept. How many games are they going to lose in a row do they want to lose heading into the playoffs? And they're a good team, a playoff team, as opposed to the Pirates, who are awful. And then they finished the season with a Marlins team that's won 10 in a row, or 9 out of 10 rather, and 6 in a row. And yet the Mets are 50.4% to make it, and the Reds are 43.2%. And the Diamondbacks, they give a 6.3% chance. So, according to ESPN, the Mets are going to figure this thing out and get in. Not by a lot, but it's a coin flip. It's worse than that for the Reds, which doesn't make any sense. But, again, and then the American League. It is fascinating what's gone on in the American League. The Seattle Mariners have taken complete control of the West. They're going to win that division. They're going to get a bye. They're 2 games better than they're 2 in the loss column ahead of the Mariners, ahead of the Tigers too. So the Mariners are going to get a bye. That's going to help the MVP case. That's why I saw the odds are at even money now. So someone was tweeting, in New York, you can't bet on individual awards, but I saw someone put up a picture. Right now, it's -115 Cal Raleigh, -115 Aaron Judge to win the MVP. Because I think if they get a bye and don't have to play in the wild card round, that's significant to me. It is. It's not necessarily something that would put him over the top on Aaron Judge, but it's an argument. Hey, he took his team to a division win, which is the goal. I don't care what the overall record is, because, yes, the Yankees have a better record, but it's about winning a division. You win the division, you get a bye, and you don't have to play in the wild card round. I put an emphasis on that slightly, if things all being equal. But I'm tired of having that MVP discussion. We'll see what happens. Judge is the better player with the better overall numbers. Cal Raleigh's the better story. He's broken some history. He's the best. It's the best offensive season a catcher's ever had in the most demanding defensive position. Judge has missed a month of playing the outfield, and even now he really can't throw. He's DHing at least half the games. I just think I still vote Judge, but if he hits 60, he's got 2 more, and they get a bye, I could understand why he's the MVP, and I wouldn't cry. If I'd be still more upset about 2017 Altuve getting it over him than Cal Raleigh getting it this year. But, I mean, the Tigers are in free fall. They've lost 6 in a row, 9 out of 10, and the Cleveland Guardians have won 9 out of 10. And this was a 12-game lead a month ago. In a month, they have lost 12 games, practically. It's 1 in the loss column. And I can tell you this, and I don't care how hot they are, and I think most Yankee fans agree, let's get the Cleveland Guardians to that second wild card spot. You want to welcome in Cleveland into the Bronx, or do you want to welcome in the Boston Red Sox or the Houston Astros? Again, I think they would beat the Astros. And you know me, I think they'd beat the Red Sox. The Red Sox would scare me the most. Crochet is an excellent starting pitcher, and they've had trouble with Bello as well. So, and the Red Sox have played the Yankees very well. So while I still think they win that series, or at least have a very good chance to win that series, I don't think there's any doubt, if you're being honest with yourself, that's the toughest opponent. If the Cleveland Guardians, who are right now, I guess with tiebreaker points over the Houston Astros, they're only 1 game back of Boston. And that's why I ask Yankee fans, who would you rather see win? Right now, the Yankees are, for all intents and purposes, back 3 games of the Toronto Blue Jays for the division lead. 3 games. It's really 2, but 3 because of the tiebreaker. If you told me Boston's going to sweep, then I suppose I'd sign for that. Because the Yankees got to sweep, too. They got to handle their business. But if it's just who's going to win the series, whoever wins game 1, I'll probably root for a sweep. If Boston wins game 1, then I don't want them to split the next 2. Same thing with, I want one of these teams to lose all 3. I guess that's what I'm rooting for. I guess I'm rooting for a sweep. Because I'd love to see, even if they can't win the division, the Boston Red Sox be hurt and lose 3 in a row and have the Guardians overtake them and have the Guardians come into Yankee Stadium. I don't care how hot they are. I don't care. It's the Guardians. The Yankees have owned them recently. They're not overly a good team. They're just hot right now. And I know I'm the king of get in and get hot, and they are the hottest team in baseball. I don't care. I would much rather. I like the Yankees' chances just infinitely more if it's Cleveland as opposed to the Boston Red Sox. But do you still have faith you can win the division? And if they win the division, they're most likely going to be the 1 seed, and they're going to get a bye and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So I guess we watch tonight, and I will be watching. We will watch tonight, and whoever wins, my vote is to then root for a sweep in that direction. And I don't know what I want. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what I want. Because part of it is ultimately the Yankees winning a lot of games. Even if they sweep Toronto, the Yankees have to win games. They have to win all of these games to then catch the Blue Jays. If the Blue Jays sweep the Red Sox, the Yankees don't have to do that much to hold on to the 1 wild card. The advantage of Cleveland over Boston is a lot easier looking at it through the Yankee lens. The Yankees, if Boston sweeps the Blue Jays, the Yankees got to sweep the Chicago White Sox, and then they probably have to go win 2 out of 3 or sweep Baltimore. And then you get the question of, do you throw Max Fried? And if you throw Max Fried to win the division and he loses and you don't get it, now you're short Max Fried for the wild card series. There's a lot of stuff that still goes into winning that division that scares me. Because as much as, that's the other thing, if you show up the last game of the year or Saturday or something and Max Fried's available to pitch, say the last game of the year, Max Fried's available to pitch, I got to look at all the numbers, or Rodon's available to pitch. One of those 2. And if you win, you're in. If you win, you win the division. You got to throw him, right? You got to start him and try and win that game. To win the division and get a bye and overcome and forget the wild card series, you have to. Now, for anything else, I wouldn't. To decide whether they're the top wild card or the second wild card, to decide whether they're the Red Sox are coming to the Yankee Stadium or going to Fenway. I can't throw one of those 2 starting pitchers. I need them for that postseason series. I would not do that. But and they were talking about this on the broadcast the other night, but if it's to win the division, then maybe you throw them. But what if you throw him and you lose the game and then you don't have him for the wild card series? I don't know. It's dicey. It's dicey. Even the Red Sox sweeping the Blue Jays and giving the Yankees a good chance of winning the division, it's dicey because the Yankees are going to have to win all of their games to still overcome it. The advantage I'm looking for the other way is to have Cleveland take over the Red Sox. That's easier. Toronto sweeps the Red Sox. There's a good chance we're playing Cleveland, and the Yankees don't have to win that many games. They're 4 games up in the loss column over Cleveland. The Yankees can go 3-3 and still hold on to the top wild card spot. So I don't know, man. I don't know. If you told me the Yankees were going to win all 6, then yeah, give me the Red Sox beating Toronto. But it's still dicey. There could be a situation where it ends up screwing them. They end up in the wild card anyway, and they don't have one of their 2 best starting pitchers because they threw them in a game to go win the division and they lost. Dicey. I love this stuff. I could, this is what I do. I'm yelling about Jackson Dart. I could talk wild card standings for 4 straight hours. I love this stuff. I love pennant race baseball. I love the last couple days of the season. I can't wait for Tuesday, whether it's at Yankee Stadium, whether it's on the road, whether they're waiting to see who they'll take on in the Bronx and the ALDS, whatever the case may be. We got games tonight. We get to watch a game the Mets are playing for their lives. This is fantastic. Tonight is going to be great. The next 6 days are going to be great. 888-808-1019, and hopefully for Met fans, it's a lot of winning. Hopefully for both of us, it's a lot of winning. 888-808-1019. We'll come back, say good morning, reset a little bit, talk a little Jackson Dart, get back to I see all the baseball calls. I know I went on a rant there, guys, about the standings. I promise we'll get back to the calls on the baseball, on the football, on the final hour of this program as we take you all the way to 5 o'clock. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's a real disappointment that is associated with the Giant fan right now, and rightfully so for that matter. I mean, the Jets are going through their new transition and their rebuild and all that other stuff, but the Giants right now, they were trying to save their season by bringing Russell Wilson in here, but, what we see is, exactly kind of like what you expected.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver, openroadmazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Another lackluster start, failing to reach double digits in 2 of their 3 losses, raising the chance for Jackson Dart over Russell Wilson. Brian Daboll seemed to leave that door open.
We're doing what we normally do, which is watch the tape. We're just watching it with the players right now. So, we'll have staff meetings after this, but we when we come in, we watch the tape, offense, defense, kicking game as a staff, and then we go meet with the players. That's where we're at right now.
For the Jets, Tyrod Taylor led a fourth-quarter comeback that fell short, so will Aaron Glenn remain with Justin Fields when he's healthy?
Justin came in as our starter, and he's been our starter. So, listen, Tyrod was a backup. So I want to make sure I know exactly where Justin's at. I don't want to say anything until I know that Justin's clear. So once Justin is clear, I'll let you know exactly where we're going.
Lions surprised the Ravens in Baltimore 38-30. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs combined to run for 218 yards and 4 touchdowns. And a day off to lick their wounds as the Mets embark on the final 6-game road trip to end the season. 3 with the Cubs, 3 with the Marlins, tied with the Reds for the final wild card. Cincy owns the tiebreaker in Arizona, just 1 game back. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, good morning!
Spring, call his wife in. 406. How's your boy been? McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Got you for one more hour until we take it to the warm-up show at 5. 888-808-1019. And we started with the football. Jackson Dart feels like, sounds like. We all expect Jackson Dart to probably start this Sunday against the Chargers after Brian Daboll, the head coach of the New York Giants, decided to be non-committal. Everyone's new favorite. Non-committal. He's non-committal. Was he committal? He was non-committal. That was very Jerry Seinfeld-esque. Non-committal. Only reason to be non-committal is because you're debating whether or not to bring the young kid. I would expect them to. I don't know if it's the best idea. In fact, I don't think it is. I would wait until they clear the Eagles, Denver Eagles, all within a span of 3 weeks. I want what's best for the kid, not what's best for this game this week. Honestly, that's how I feel. And maybe both are entwined. Maybe they're not. We'll find out. I think that's what they're going to do. I hope it's not the wrong decision. And let's be honest, this franchise does nothing but make wrong decisions. So whatever they do, I'm sure it'll be a disaster. Always fun. But we're opening up with talking a lot about the baseball because here we are. We'll still take your calls on the Giants and the Jets. But right now, today, we awaken, and I'm sure you are awakening here at 4 o'clock in the morning. If you are, go get some coffee and get ready. Because the next 6 days, the next 6 games will decide whether or not the Mets pull off one of the most epic, and I hate using the word collapses because this has been a long, slow grind. So I don't know if you want to call it meltdowns or whatever word you want to use. But they're 17 games under 500 since June 13th. They have been a bad baseball team for most of the season now. They had a miserable Saturday, a terrible Sunday, playing some of their worst baseball against the Nationals, whether it's, and listen, some of it was bad luck, right? We didn't even talk about the center fielder and catching the ball off his glove, off his foot, kicking it in the air, making the catch. Robin Alvarez of the home run in the 9th, yes. A couple of bad luck. The bad bounce for the inside the park home run. And a lot of people were all over Mullins. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough play. You got to decide really early whether or not you're going to go after that ball. He's trying to make a play. It's not as easy as people say. Oh, yeah, just stop, turn around. The ball's bounced off that wall funny and went into right field. Where's Juan Soto backing up? I don't know, third base. But they played Soto with a bad defensive play. Pete Alonso continues not to throw the ball to first. And after taking 2 of 3 from San Diego, winning that first game against Washington, they played 2 disgusting, miserable games. They come back. They're still the only team not to win a game, 0-60-something. After trailing in the 8th inning, still the case, despite coming back and tying the game. 2-run double from Vientos, the base hit in the 9th from Soto. They have bases loaded, can't come through. Nimmo can't put the ball in play to win that game. They lose in extra innings. Sunday's a disaster as well, and right now they are tied with the Cincinnati Reds, who own the tiebreaker over them. So the New York Mets have to be a game better over the next 6 to get into the postseason and avoid what would be an enormous meltdown that should shake the franchise to the core. And when I say core, I mean the core 4. I mean the core players of this team that have been here for years. So these next 6 games not only dictate whether or not you have a chance to do something special in the postseason, it dictates whether or not or how this team looks next year in many ways. You get the Yankees, who are trying to hold on to that top wild card spot at the bare minimum and still have an outside chance with being behind the Toronto Blue Jays by 2 games. And again, they have the tiebreaker, so it's more like 3. But they're playing the White Sox. The Blue Jays are playing the Red Sox. The next 6 games, the next 6 days decide whether or not the Mets are in, whether or not the Yankees are playing at home, whether or not the Yankees win a division. It's pennant race baseball, whether or not talk about collapses, whether or not the Detroit Tigers pull off one of the biggest collapses we've ever seen. Can the Yankees get the Guardians to come to Yankee Stadium? Let's go. 888-808-1019. Let's get to your calls. Everybody's hopped up to talk a little baseball. Ray in Brooklyn. What's up, Ray?
C-Mac.
What's up, brother?
I'm chilling, brother. I'm having so much fun with this meltdown.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Before I get there and cash in receipts because they're not going anywhere, I do want to say that as far as like Jackson Dart is concerned, I'm not picking and choosing his opponents because the Texans didn't do that. Washington didn't do that. There are plenty of examples that we can cite where rookie quarterbacks stepped in and had what it took. And if we have to baby this guy, then just like the head coach, then, he doesn't need
I mean, it's not about babying.
either.
Those two guys started from opening game. They came out with a different plan for this kid. I just want to see if they're going to come up with a plan and wait and not just give him the opening of the season and wait till it's 0-3, wait till wins and losses don't matter, then I'm going to wait for the best landing spot. That's how I view it. It's not babying. It's trying to build some confidence, get him ready. You had a plan. Let him watch, let him learn, let him get ready, and then bring him in where he's got an opportunity to be successful. Otherwise, I would have agreed with you. Then just start him from jump as the two quarterbacks you're mentioning. By the way, Stroud's looked awful the last 2 years, but I do hear what you're saying.
Awful is a little strong. This year, yes. Last year, they made it to the second round.
I know, but he wasn't very. I know. And he beat the Chargers who can't win big games. We'll see if that's
nearly beat Baltimore. They had a couple of bad calls, or KC it was. KC, like always, teams suffer with the bad calls that go Patrick Mahomes' way. But you're not wrong about that. But yeah. So as far as the Mets are concerned, I wholeheartedly agree with Juan Soto. They are a family. They're just a dysfunctional one. And I do agree when they say they have this lab. I'm just not sure it's a pitching lab, C-Mac. It might be a meth lab. Like, because some of these guys, the way they're pitching.
Ray, I love you, buddy. I love you. There's 6 games left, bro. There's 6 games left. And if they get in, they're dangerous. I still feel that way. I feel that way about almost any team. But with the talent of the Mets, even with this rotation, I hear you, they're dangerous. If they get in and win 5 out of 6 here and force their way into this thing, they're dangerous in the postseason. So I would hold off on taking bows as a Yankee fan. I know it's coming. If they miss the playoffs, and obviously the Yankees are most likely, it would be a disaster if the Yankees don't make the playoffs. They're up 4 games. They've got a magic number of 3 playing 6 games against miserable teams. All they have to do is go 500, and they're in the playoffs. They could probably go 2-4 and still make the playoffs. Someone's going to lose. But it ain't the time for bows just yet. And I promise you, the Met fans took theirs, and I will allow the Yankee fans to have yours. But be careful, because the possibility of the Mets going deeper into the postseason than the Yankees still exists here on this Tuesday morning. So give it a week, Ray, and then give me a call and see where we are. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Good morning, C-Mac.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Still a little under the weather, but getting there.
We're all dealing with it, myself included. I can't stop this cough.
Yeah, same here. My voice is like non-existent. But getting to the point, I would love to see the Guardians come into Yankee Stadium, sure, but we shouldn't pray for that, because you never know what you're going to get with the Guardians.
I mean, I'm not praying for it. I'm just saying I like my chances against Cleveland better than the other teams. I'm just being honest. I'm not necessarily. I'm just telling you what I think. If they start to see, if the Boston Red Sox and Garrett Crochet are on the mound for the first game at Yankee Stadium, the Wild Card Series, I'm going to feel a little more nervous than if it were Cleveland. That's just me. But
definitely.
I'm not begging for them. I'm just saying.
But they have to get through. They have to get through the next 6 games. And what would you say would be a good record for them to have after the next 6 games?
For the Yankees?
Yeah.
It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking to secure the top wild card, 4-2 is more than enough. 3-3 probably gets it done. If you're looking to win the division, then you got to go 5-1, 6-0. If you want to have a chance at winning the division, you probably got to go undefeated. You because you have to be 3 games better. So if you go 6-0, the Blue Jays go 4-2, you're out. You need the Blue Jays to play 500 here. If the Blue Jays play 3-3, you have to go 6-0 if you're the Yankees. So to me, you want to win the division, you got to go 6-0. Can't lose another game. And even that might not be good enough. But if you literally have any hopes of winning the division, you probably can't lose again. Winning the wild card, I would think most likely 4-2 absolutely secures it. Even 3-3 gets it done, would be my thought. But they're playing two lousy teams. Let's just start with winning all three against the White Sox. Let's start there. Win all three against the White Sox, and then we can figure out what they'll need to do against the Baltimore Orioles. And let's see how this Red Sox series plays out against Boston. I have not been. I watch a lot of baseball. I'm a baseball guy. I have the baseball package. I have 3 TVs in my house, and it's not just for Football Sunday. It's for every day of the baseball season. My wife, I talk about it all the time, but just it's so funny. I shouldn't say that because it's not funny. But when she walks into the room and she sees I'm watching the Red Sox on one TV, the Yankees on the big TV, the Mets on the other TV, and just her exasperation is like, I guess I'll read a book. And I'm like, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I'm a bad guy. They're off on Thursday. I'll only need 2 TVs. So I watch a lot of baseball. I am pumped for Blue Jays Sox tonight. That's going to be a game all over the television. Tommy in Astoria. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Chris. That rant about the American League playoff possibilities was classic Big Mac. That was good stuff.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, because it's fascinating. It sets up the worst case scenario. Obviously, worst case scenario is they don't win another game and, disaster, right? But outside of that, worst case scenario for me is playing the Boston Red Sox and not having Max Fried available in the series, right? And there is a way, believe it or not, there is a way. If the Blue Jays lose to the Red Sox and the Yankees feel like it's worth it, if they're a game up going into the last game of the year, do you pitch either Max Fried or Carlos Rodon to secure that victory in a bye? And if you lose the game, you lose them for the 3-game set coming up on Tuesday. And that's scary to me. It's scary.
It's great baseball talk. That's what it's all going to come down to.
Yeah.
Oh, well, 2 quick things. Your Alonso point is straight on. I love defense. Anybody who says you absolutely have to bring it back, you're out of your mind. And 2, and I talk to you all year. I'm the biggest Mets fan in the world. I've never been more depressed. There is no way, and I'm telling you, I never say this, there's no way they're doing this. This team is 13 games under 500 on the road this year. Do you think they're going to do anything this week? I only pray that when it ends, it doesn't go down to the last day in Miami. I hope if we're going to lose this, it's out by the time we get out of Wrigley. This is brutal. No, this is brutal.
You want it as long as you can have it, man.
No, that game Saturday when Nimmo against a lefty on field
killed them.
Who has no breaking ball, can't put a ball in play, that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? It's true. Individually, these guys are good ball players. As a group, it just doesn't work. They're just not a winning group, man.
Yeah.
They're too streaky. They don't have that my theory is they're too easygoing. They don't hate losing enough. They don't have the fire in their belly. Alonso, Nimmo, these guys from Florida and Wyoming and California, man, they don't hate losing. You could see it after the game. I don't have the answer. Let me ask you something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's from where they're from. I think there are, I think there are natural-born winners and loser haters from everywhere.
They're too easygoing.
I hear you. I hear you.
I would be like fuming. They don't even look like they're that. I mean, Lindor's the only guy who looks like he's really upset. Listen, we'll have all off season to talk about it, but I'm telling you, I've never been this. They're not doing this. It's over. I mean, and I want to get like Mike from Brooklyn all year. I thought he was wrong. I owe him an apology. The guy's right. They're not good. They've been a bad team for 3 months.
No, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. They haven't been
what are we hoping that they're going to go 5-1? It's not happening.
Listen, I understand the pessimism. I understand the thought. I understand why you think that can't happen. I assure you it can. Doesn't mean it will. It doesn't mean I'm overly confident that it will, but it can. It absolutely can. They're talented enough to win 5 games in a row. They're talented enough to win 5 out of 6. They just are. Will they? I don't know. Probably not.
You sound like Carlos Mendoza.
I mean, what do you want me to tell you? It is true. I don't have the being a Met fan for the last 100 years to sway me in my pessimism. I do think this offense can be dynamic. I think they can out-hit their pitching. I think they've got I think they got arguably the best closer in the game this side of Chapman this year. There's no reason they can't beat a Cubs team that ultimately has nothing to play for, other than not wanting to be on this long losing streak heading into the postseason. They've got good pitchers going. I get it. It's not going to be easy on the road. They haven't been a good road team. I'm not saying I expect it. I'm just saying, And I'm not even asking you to have more faith than what you just said on the phone call. I understand exactly why you feel the way you feel, and I'm not telling you you're feeling foolish or that you should be more optimistic. I get it. I'm just saying it's not over. It's not over till it's over. We have all seen that before. If you would have told me in Game 6 of the 1986 World Series that they would have come back. I mean, Keith Hernandez was having a beer and a smoke in the clubhouse. You got to believe, right? Someone said that once. Ben in Princeton. What's up, Ben?
Good morning. How we doing?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Right?
What's
Good,
everything's good. Everything's great. Everything's grand. Everything's wonderful.
I know it's been since basketball season since we spoken. So, you know, that's upon us. But listen, real quick, I know you got calls, and I know this is really a baseball segment.
No, that's okay. Let's talk football. That's fine.
All right. So I'm going to just say this, right? I know a lot of people are going to disagree, and I know you spoken and you touched base on this.
I did.
When are we going to hold Daboll accountable? And the reason why I say this, right? Love him, I hate him. Russell Wilson is a Super Bowl champion, and I'm not saying he's the answer. He wasn't brought here to be the answer, but he's a perfect stopgap guy for Jackson Dart. So you're going to ask me where I'm going with this. You look at the Lions game last night, Dan Campbell. You look at the game on Sunday between the Cowboys, right?
And the Bears.
And you see and look at the Bears on offense, right? You see the innovation, the creativity, the imagination, men in motion, misdirection. You don't see that on the Giants offense. The Giants offense, for years under Daboll, has been to snap the ball, step back, and throw it into the defense. That's it. There's no creativity.
I mean, listen, the Cowboy game is a tough one. They put up 450 yards of passing offense. Like I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, the Bears had a good game. The Giants ripped them to shreds. You don't have to be creative when you just go deep. I'll hit you. Like you're right. That was the Giants' offense. Go deep. I'll throw it to you. It worked. He threw for 450 yards. Like, everyone's torching the Cowboys. The Cowboys' defense is atrocious right now. So, I mean, listen, I understand your point. I just used a bad example to tell me, look at the Bears. Because you want to talk about the coach, and he came from, Ben Johnson came from Detroit and all their creativity. And me and Fleeks are actually talking about it. I did doze off at times. These Monday night and Thursday night games, they're tough for me. I'm exhausted, and I kind of doze off during them sometimes. But I did see the play where they, that was one of the more creative plays I saw. I think it was fourth down, right? It was the fourth down play.
You're talking about the handoff to St. Brown to pitch to Gibbs?
Yeah.
Montgomery, I forget which one.
No, it was Gibbs. It was Gibbs. Handoff to St. Brown, and then he runs the option with Gibbs behind him. And the defense collapsed. He pitched it out to Gibbs. Easy walk-in touchdown. That was as creative a play. It doesn't sound that creative, but he's got to trust your offensive line to block, and I think it's getting better. And I think with Andrew Thomas, it'll start to get much. Trust your offensive line to block, and I think it's getting better. And I think with Andrew Thomas, it'll start to get much better. But, if you don't trust the offensive line to block, you're going to run end-arounds and pitches and wide receiver throwing the ball and back to the quarterback. You got to block it up. I don't know if there's any faith to block it up right now. So I don't disagree, and particularly the passing game this week, there were two passing plays. It was throw the ball deep into double coverage or check it down to Scatterboo. That was it. I mean, that was the passing game. Those were the two plays. Just chuck it up 40 yards down the field and hope one of your receivers makes a play in double coverage, or we're going to just check it down to Scatterboo. That was it. So I don't disagree. And when are we going to hold him accountable? At the end of the year. I don't think they're going to fire him midseason. At the end of the year, either one of two things are going to happen. They're going to win enough games to satisfy this owner in some level, or Jackson Dart is going to play so freaking well that they'd be afraid to change offenses on him. Or those two things don't happen and he gets his ass fired. That's it. 888-808-1019. One of those things are going to happen. He's going to win enough games. Jackson Dart's going to look so freaking good that after the Daniel Jones situation and changing coaches on him and everything that happened, they'd be afraid to do so he buys himself another year. Or neither of those two things happen and he gets fired. So that's where the accountability will come. But that includes being more creative with the offense. That includes scoring points. That includes showing Jackson Dart can run an offense and put up points and win some football games. Especially if you go to him in week 4, he's going to have to win some. Because no matter how good Jackson Dart looks, they win 1 or 2 games. They're not going to let this guy make another top draft pick. They're not going to let Joe Shane take another swing at a top pick. I'd be very surprised. If they have the first or second pick, I'd be surprised no matter what happens with Jackson Dart that they would allow Joe Shane and company to make that pick. I'd be shocked. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with more of your calls next right here on The Fan.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving saving solutions. Visit SamwellPayne.com.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
4:32. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Let's go. Another half hour until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. Let's get to your calls as we're talking a little baseball to end the show. A little positivity. There's a T in there somewhere that I left out. Positivity. I can't yell about the football teams any longer. Not with this baseball. Not with the idea we got 6 games for our lives. Tonight's a big baseball night. We'll get to the lousy football teams. We will. We have all week. And once they make the announcement of who the quarterback is, that will change the direction then and there. When we get ready, when they announce the Jackson Dart era has begun, which I assume is going to be tomorrow, later today or tomorrow at the latest. But tonight we got 2 big baseball games. The Yankees are taking on the White Sox. The Mets taking on the Cubs. The Blue Jays are taking on the Red Sox. The Reds are taking on the Pirates. Tonight's, and that's, you want to talk about another game worth watching? If you're a Mets fan, if you're just a baseball fan, you got Reds Pirates tonight, 6:40. Hunter Green and Paul Skeens on the mound. That's an excellent pitching matchup. That's a big game. You need Skeens to be lights out tonight, Met fans. You are rooting for Skeens, the future Yankee. You are rooting for him. Actually, what am I saying? It's the future Mets, right? They took over the town. They're the team everybody wants to go play for. So they've got the most money and the smartest executives, so they'll probably sign Skeens in a couple of years, not the Yankees. That whole thing about, future Yankee, Adley Rutschman, future Yankee, all that. Remember that? That's gone. Now it's all future Met because that's where players want to go. I got to have a couple digs here and there. It's not over. I'm still rooting for you. Pat in the Bronx. What's up, Pat?
Good morning, Mr. McMonigle.
Good morning, Patrick. How are we doing today?
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, and the Mets have 4 kids. The 3 kids are going 4 of the last 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lot more confident in them than I am in Peterson.
Yep.
So if we don't get the Peterson win, which Peterson's got to pitch, I think, the tag team then has to win. And if we win 5 out of 6, I like our chances. As far as Skeens pitching against the Reds, last time they only let him go 4 innings. I think they're preserving his arm for next season.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I just saw it now. I was on Wednesday. That's Wednesday.
Yes, that's in the game.
Skeens against Green on Wednesday. I apologize. Tonight is Singer is pitching for the Reds tonight against Avedo, who has an under 4 ERA and only has a handful of starts. But I apologize. I was on the Wednesday schedule, so that's that's Wednesday night.
Yeah, that's a good game to watch. Yeah. But the thing is, the Pirates don't want to do us any favors. I don't think the Cubs are going to do us any favors by losing to us and laying down.
Well, no, they're not going to lay down. But again, I mean, look, you can go out and beat them.
We can.
Horton's been really good. He's pitching to a 2.66 ERA. Trusting Peterson tonight's tough. I agree with you. Right now, he's. I would put him out of the postseason roster. I shouldn't say that. Not the roster. Excuse me. The rotation. I don't think he makes a postseason start.
Don't you think we should even skip him this time and pitch the pitcher we pitched last Thursday? That is regular rest. Wasn't it Tong going last Thursday? And then go on regular rest.
Yeah, they got Tong scheduled for tomorrow. You're gonna have to pitch Peterson anyway. You got 6 games here. You're gonna need Peterson in one of them. You gotta you got to win these games. The offense has got to come through and score some runs off Horton. You got to figure out a way to win this game. Huge game tonight. But I agree with you. This would be if Peterson needs to step up and pitch the game of his life. This is a huge game for Peterson. It is. It's a huge game for Peterson. Because let's be honest, again, they've got these 3 kids in the rotation. You've got Sanga under contract. You got Minaya under contract. Peterson could be pitching for his Met career here. If you're talking about changing the core and changing some of the names that have been here for forever, that's Peterson. And if he's going to be miserable August on and give you no chance to win tonight, you might be on your way to, out as a New York Met. Robbie and Lennox. What's up, Robbie?
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Well, I'm good. First of all, I wanted to tell you, I just picked up something. It's the 60th anniversary of Meet the Beatles. It's on Blue Opaque vinyl, and it's really nice. And they got, the write up of it, and it's on 180-gram vinyl. So I picked that up.
Oh, nice.
So that's pretty cool, yeah. Anyway, so I got to tell you, just 1 second about the Giants, if I could, and then the Yankees. But my personal feeling is that Brian Daboll has to go, and so does the coaching staff. I've had it. The four plays on the 4-yard line the other night just did it for me. I don't understand. Mike Kafka worked for the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, how in the world when he comes to the Giants and he becomes a complete imbecile? They can't call an offensive play. How come Scatterbo can't run from the 4-yard line? Like, where's Bill Parcells when he used to say, yeah, we were predictable, we kept it simple, right? You should say, keep it simple, stupid. That's the problem with these guys. It reminds me of Jason Garrett trying to outthink people. It's ridiculous.
It's funny, and not to. It's funny because not to necessarily think either one of you are wrong, but just the last 2 calls I took on the Giants, you're saying they don't just stick with it, they don't keep it simple. The caller right before you was they don't have any imagination. Like, and not to say either one of you are wrong. I'm just saying it's not like we don't know. Like they're just terrible, and whether it's because they're not creative enough or because they don't stick to what works. Well, I don't know what the hell the problem is. Like right now,
the problem. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like Tiki, I talked to Tiki the other day, in the post game, and Schmelke, right? And Tiki said yesterday on the show, too, and I agree with him, they don't have playmakers. They do, but they don't make plays. Okay?
Bingo.
That's exactly true. It's the truth. It's like they need guys to make plays. Okay, here's a question. Teal Johnson was drafted, what, the 3rd round, 4th round?
Yeah, I think it was third round.
Okay, when you have your top guy covered deep, and we all know why they ran the ball well. Daboll's such a fool. Of course they ran the ball well because they played their safeties back. The Giants did the same thing against the Bills in the Super Bowl. Why do you think Thurman Thomas got all those yards? Because Bill Belichick said there's no way they're beating us deep. And Spags played the same thing, out-coached them completely the other night. But that's the thing. I mean, you find that Daboll's so out-coached. And the other thing, too, is Shane Bowen. Wouldn't you want a guy back like Wink Martindale who blitzes? Look at the last 25 seconds of that Dallas game. You got to go after him. You know that Spags is going to put in a package, whether it's a safety blitz, Chris, whether it's a corner blitz, he's going to do something different. Bowen does nothing but drop guys back into coverage. You cannot drop your safeties and your corners back in the last 25 seconds when you got a guy who kicks the ball from 75.
I know. I mean, listen, you are behind the 8 ball in today's world. Like, they get the ball to 35. You need one play for 15 yards and you're in field goal range. It's not like it's tough. Like, they might have to change that and figure out something with the field goal, make it harder, make the crossbar higher, as Tiki was talking about, make it more narrow, whatever. But, like, in that scenario with the kickoff rules especially, you're going to get the ball at the 30. You're almost guaranteed the ball at the 30. And with Aubrey, like, one 15-yard play, they're in field goal range. That's a tough thing to ask of any team, to make sure you don't give up 15 yards. It's not even saying, you got to go half the field. You don't. You have to make one play. So, like, I get it, and that's not to excuse how far back they were off the ball. I get it. But I'm just saying we're seeing teams consistently go, like, if you need a field, you better not leave a minute on the clock if all you need is a field goal to beat you. Like, because field goals are, we're seeing multiple kickers kick 60-yard field goals, and all it takes is 15, 20 yards, and you're in field goal range. Like, that's it. But the point is, like, part of it, though, is they're supposed to get home with 4. If you're able to get home with 4 and you don't need to blitz, that's going to make you a better defense. They haven't been able to get home with 4. So I do agree, you got to blitz a little bit. And they were able to run the football. You're not going to, like you just said, Spags, of course you're able to run the football. They had 2 deeps. Like, you can't just hand the ball to Scatterbo every single play. Eventually they are going to change some things up, and you're going to have to throw. The Giants weren't able to have unable to throw the ball. Like, you're not going to be able to just hand the ball off all the time. You got to make some plays. And as much as I'm on the play calling inside the red zone, no doubt, it's hard to judge when he's throwing the ball into the freaking stands on 4 consecutive plays. Like Russell Wilson just didn't even make a single play. He just threw it away every single 4th down. He hit the crossbar. What the hell was he doing? What the hell was he doing on 4th down? You got to give your wide receiver a chance to make a play, or maybe a chance for a defensive holding call or a pass interference. Throw the ball near someone. He threw the ball and hit the crossbar on 4th down. This is an MVP. This is a Super Bowl winner. This is a Hall of Fame quarterback on 4th down. He must have been confused. Something must have happened. He must have not realized that the penalty on intentional grounding, which everybody knows is a loss of down play, he must have still thought it was 3rd. I can't explain him throwing the ball away. But that's not to excuse any of the coaching staff, because I'm with you. I'm with you. It's been terrible. I thought Brian Daboll, I wanted him back for one main reason. I wanted him to get an opportunity to develop a young quarterback. It felt foolish to hire him for that purpose and never give him the opportunity. It just felt foolish. I didn't think there were a lot of other great coaching options out there. I'm tired of hiring and firing. I thought it made sense to give him another run. I also thought he'd be much better. I thought the team would be much better. I thought the offense would be much better. I thought they would have some sort of, functioning offense, and they haven't through 3 weeks outside of, go ahead, run down the field and I'll throw it to you. Because Dallas can't stop anybody from getting past them. But, yeah, no, it's bad. And as far as the playmakers go, 100%. Outside of some big passing plays against Dallas, again, Malik Neighbors made 2 really great body control catches and then, was able to hold on while his face was getting raked for the 2nd touchdown. He made some plays. Wan'Dale Robinson made some plays. But defensively, in this game against Kansas City, Adebo drops an interception. He actually dropped 2. The second one didn't matter much. The game was already decided. But he drops an interception right in his hands. Bobby Okereke has the ball at the 5-yard line. If he picks up the fumble, he allows Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback, come running across the field to rip it out of his hands. If those 2 plays are made, I'm not saying they win the game, but they have a better chance to win the game. David in Queens. What's up, David?
Top of the morning.
What's going on, buddy? How are you?
Thankfully good. Definitely not feeling very positive about the Mets. I'm gonna tell you that as a Mets fan, I hope they don't go to the playoffs. They're going to do nothing.
You hope they don't go to the playoffs?
I hope they don't. I hope they don't, because they are not consistent. They have not been consistent for months. You don't know who's going to show up. Sometimes it seems like they leave them back in the dugout.
How do you benefit from not making the playoffs? You think it's worse to lose in the playoffs than not make it?
Embarrass themselves is all they're going to do in the playoffs.
This would be far more embarrassing.
5 games?
This would be far more embarrassing. This would be far more embarrassing.
5 games. You're talking about 5 games, and they could only lose 1? They haven't done that in months.
No,
they have not done that in months.
No, well, there's a difference between not expecting them to do it and not wanting them to do it. If you think losing the wild card series is more embarrassing than not being able to be one of the top 6 teams in the National League with this payroll, anyone can lose a 3-game series. Anyone. I'm not saying it wouldn't be embarrassing. I'm not saying it wouldn't be disappointing. I'm not saying you'd have to look at this team. I'm just saying, we have seen, you look at other sports, right? I mean, how many times in hockey? I know those are 7-game series, not 3, but how many times in hockey does the best team, 2 out of the last 6 years, some of the greatest records in NHL history, went into the postseason and lost, right? Was it the Lightning who went in, or they went in with the best record and got swept by the Columbus Blue Jackets? The Boston Bruins just went in with the greatest regular season record, lost in the first round. Baseball's a 3-game series. We see good teams lose to bad teams all the time. Anyone can lose a 3-game series. It'll be disappointing. It'll be frustrating. It wouldn't be as embarrassing as a team with the highest payroll in baseball that added Juan Soto and couldn't win 85 games to be one of the top 6 teams in the National League. That's mortifying. That's embarrassing. That shake up the whole damn thing. You get into the postseason and you lose 2 out of 3 because you ran into a hot pitcher that shut you down in one of the games. It sucks. It's disappointing. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. But that's baseball. You have to be, over the course of 162, you have to be one of the top 6 teams. You have to be. So I can't imagine any Met fan who doesn't want to see them make it because they'll be embarrassed in the playoffs because they're not consistent. Who cares? Not getting in is not just embarrassing. It is fundamentally unacceptable. And it's to the point where I no longer believe in the core of the team, where I'm okay with Pete Alonso not coming back. I'm openly looking to trade Nimmo. I'm openly looking to trade McNeil. I'm openly looking to move anybody. I would trade. I know it's crazy. If anybody would take the contract, I'd move Lindor. Like, it's just time to have a brand new team. Everybody but Soto is available. I don't think they could move Lindor, and I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying I'm open to anything. If you make an offer to me that includes moving Lindor, and I can somehow make it seem like I can convince myself it makes the Mets better and different, how are you not open to it? I'm open to anything outside of moving Juan Soto. Anything. If they don't make the postseason. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with your calls, rapid fire style, right after this.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
New York Giants have good players on this team. But these good players are a group of undisciplined, underachieving, well-put-together roster who don't make plays.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
I can still remember my very first paycheck. It felt great, but waiting for it, brutal. With Cash App Direct Deposit, you can actually get paid up to 2 days earlier than some banks. That means your money is in your hands faster when you actually need it. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and get $10 instantly. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, change, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, let's go. Rapid fire styles. We take you to the rest of the way here. About 7 minutes until the warm-up show at 5. And what better way to kick off the rapid fire portion of our program than Brett in Long Island? What's going on, Brett?
Chris, you're in the happiest mood I've heard in 2 years. Congratulations, you finally got some. Chris, you're a Yankee shill that once said, I root for the Mets. I would even want them to win the World Series as long as it doesn't affect the Yankees.
Correct.
You don't sound like it today. I thought about
well,
it.
I'm taking some shots at the fans.
In this situation, I know you. You'd be depressed. Your talking would be, you'd be upset that, wow, they're about to get eliminated. You have a little bit of happiness, and you even said, I'm going to let the Mets fan, Yankee fans get their shot at it.
Well, yeah, because the Met fans took their shots.
Right through the BS, Chris.
Okay.
I see through it. Daniel Jones.
Thanks for letting me
another
talk.
One.
I appreciate it.
My team sucks.
Yes.
Okay, I was wrong. I said they beat the Chiefs. Okay, I was wrong.
You
done. You were right. They suck.
Yeah.
They find ways to lose. That's the difference. Chiefs. I was right. The Chiefs aren't the Chiefs. Doesn't matter. You can get the ball on the 5-yard line. You can get the ball before the half and throw a pick in the end zone.
Yep.
I mean, you cannot have a field goal kicker. I mean, the Giants
unbelievable.
Suck. They got to make a change. The last thing I'll say is, how's Daniel Jones look?
He looks good.
You told me if they lose to Denver, I mean, if they're going to lose to Denver, that didn't happen.
Well,
I know now this team sucks.
It was a bad penalty. Otherwise, they had the game lost. I mean, they got stupid penalty. Otherwise,
other than a 75-yard field goal, the Giants would have won. You know, I mean, we can say this all
64.
day,
I hear you. But they had the game lost. That's what I'm saying. He missed the kick. They had the game lost. And
just do me a favor. Stop pushing the goalpost back with Daniel Jones.
I'm not pushing anything back.
Sound like now.
Listen, here's the thing with Daniel Jones. Okay. Daniel Jones, I don't think Daniel Jones, first of all, he sucked with the New York Giants the last 2 years. Injured and sucked.
He sucked 3 weeks ago. You said to me
listen, I don't think he's good enough. First of all, let me tell you something right now. Again, in 2020, he's won 3 games in a row. In 2022 for the New York Giants, he went 6-1 in the first 7 games, won 4 games in a row, including coming from behind in the fourth quarter to beat Lamar Jackson and Aaron Rodgers. I have never, ever said he is incapable of playing playing a stretch of games significantly well. He also won a road playoff game. He is handing the ball off to what right now is the best running back in football with the most yards. He's played miserable teams 2 out of the 3 games, and he's played pretty damn well. I do not believe Daniel Jones is the kind of quarterback that you have sustained winning with. I don't think he's the kind of quarterback that gets you to a Super Bowl. I don't think he's very good. I think the Giants stink. I think his coaches have stunk. I think that the wide receivers they gave him have stunk. He has done good and turn it around. I thought they'd be better with Russell Wilson than him. Absolutely, that's fair. I thought they would be better with Russell. I was excited. I was more excited to finally be done with this conversation, Brett, than I was getting rid of Daniel Jones. I was sick of him. It was the team and the organization. But I was tired of that conversation. I was tired of whether or not it's his fault, whether it's the offensive line, it's this, it's that. He had 6 years here. We're making it sound like he played 2 seasons and we gave up on him. He played 6 seasons. He got a contract where he made $40 million a year. He came out and he stunk. He stunk last year. He stunk in week 1 against Minnesota. He stunk and he threw miserable picks. He was injured the last 2 years. He was bad and he was injured. Bottom line. And I still think he's not very good.
But they stink. What do you
I do think they stink.
Would he have stunk with the Giants if they
probably yes, probably still would have stunk. Yes,
but he doesn't stick with the Colts. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the Colts are better. The Colts are better with a better offensive line, and right now an offensive coach that played well. Yeah, anybody could go somewhere else better and play better. The Giants are terrible. They've been terrible for a decade.
You made him the scapegoat.
I didn't make anybody the scapegoat. I said I was tired of. I never said Daniel Jones was the reason they're losing. Never once. Never once.
Bigger, him or the organization?
For both of them, it's both of them. It's equal. It's equal. Did he ever throw for 400? Did he ever throw for 450 yards? Did he ever throw for 450 yards? As a New York Giant, hold on because you don't stop. As a New York Giant, did he ever throw for 450 yards, go into Dallas and play that way? Ever once? Did he do it ever once?
They're not built like
that. Did he do it once?
The Giants aren't built
so now the Giants are better. So the Giants are better.
So
the Giants were better. So the Giants were better this week against Dallas 2 weeks ago than they ever were with Daniel Jones. They were better.
Russell Wilson had a historic performance.
Yeah, 450 yards.
You tell me.
How many touchdowns?
Only 3 games with Daniel Jones, but now it's like, look for Russell Wilson.
How many times did they? How many times? Let me ask you a question. How many times did Daniel Jones even attempt to throw the ball 40 or 50 yards down the field?
He couldn't.
He couldn't. Somehow the offensive line is magically fixed. This year, the offensive line is 10 times better. 10 times better. Without Andrew Thomas, he was able to throw the ball down the field with abandon. How come he didn't have it? How come? Daniel Jones is playing very well. Not debating it, and I've never said anything else than the organization let him down as much as he was bad. It was mutual. It was mutual. He was given 6 years. Let's not make it seem like he was given 2 years and then abandoned. 6 seasons of injury-plagued, miserable football. Bottom line, Giants were to blame. He was to blame. He's found a new place. He's played well for 3 games. I wish him well. I'm not ready to declare him a great superstar. We'll find out. I'm more worried about the actual Giants. We'll talk to you later. Let's go Mets. Let's go Yankees. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York. We will rock you.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Moderna. Well, the plan seems like it was always to turn to Jackson Dart at some point this year for the Giants, but 3 losses to start the year with an offensive no-show, and 2 of them was pushed for the calls for the rookie now. Brian Daboll refused to name a starter for this week, saying he wanted to evaluate the tape further. So with a change of this magnitude for the franchise and what they hope is the quarterback of the future, how much is ownership involved in making this call?
Look, whether it's the quarterback, the defensive tackle, the receivers, I'm not saying there is, I'm not saying there isn't. We're going through a process of what we normally do, talk about personnel. I'm not saying one way or the other what it's going to be.
Meanwhile, the Jets also 3 losses to begin their year, but Aaron Glenn not wavering.
Listen, I'm not shaken by this at all. I have a ton of confidence in the guys that we have. I have a ton of confidence in the coaches that we have. But I do know this, man. We're in a race to improve. All right, we have to do a good job of that.
Lions erased the Ravens 38-30 as they churned out 224 yards on the ground and 4 scores, 2 apiece for David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And 6 games remaining with the Cubs and the Marlins all on the road, beginning tonight at Wrigley for the Mets, trying to nail down the final wild card, tied with the Reds, but since he owns the tiebreaker, and the D-backs just won back. And this report is brought to you by NJ MEP Manufacturing Day on October 3rd in Freehold. If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd. The annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
All right, 5:02, Danny Scazzeri, what is up? It's Tuesday out. What is going on, man?
Oh, hi there, Jerry.
Hello.
So the baseball season comes down to this.
Yeah, well, when you suck for 3 months, pretty much, this is where we's at.
So, yeah, I mean, 162 games we play. Most of them people brush off the losses as no big deal. The wins is no big deal because, we have 162 of them.
When you suck butt like the Mets have since the middle of June, they have put them, they should not be in this position. But you know what? They're kind of like, I was thinking this driving in. Like, why is it that certain teams can figure out how, like the Yankees, say what you want about the Yankees not winning a World Series since 2009. They were in it last year. They win every year. They're over 500 every year. They're in the playoffs every year. The Astros, no matter who leaves, who stays, they seem to win every year. They're going to be in the playoffs again this year. Why is it that certain teams in all sports, the Jets, the Browns, the Mets can't go to the playoffs back-to-back years? Why is it that certain teams can't get out? The Giants, who were a good franchise, have become a disaster. What is it about turning it around and becoming a winning franchise?
Well, that I think you have to, I think in those cases, when you have many examples with the same team, that is clearly an organizational problem.
Okay.
In who they're picking to coach, what players they're choosing, who's coaching these players, who they're surrounding everybody with. Like, it's not a mistake that the Jets haven't gone to a Super Bowl since I was born.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm 56.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a mistake.
But why? So, like, then, and this is what I always come back to, and I've said this to you numerous times this year when we've been talking about why I think maybe the Jets will turn it around with Aaron Glenn, why I think the Giants might be good again. A team like the Red Sox, for 100 years, whether you believe in curses or you don't believe in curses, couldn't get out of their own way. They had good seasons. They couldn't win a World Series. Teams like the Cubs couldn't get out of their own way, found ways to lose. A guy, a fan in the stands, interfering with a pop fly that has an impact in a series. Ultimately, they did figure it out. Not only did the Cubs win, the Red Sox won 3 times after going 100 years. So it does change, but why does it not change with these teams?
Well, because they're not changing.
But the Jets get a different coach every 3 years.
I know, but it's clearly not the coach.
And
it's not the players. It's the same with the Giants right now. You can't keep discarding players that then do really well elsewhere. And it just keeps happening over and over again.
But that's the nature of, I think even if you look at the Packers, you're going to see significant change in the roster. That's just not the star players. I don't mean that. But I think your what's the right word I'm looking for here? The complementary players change nonstop on every team. But you're right. The star players are the star players. I do agree with that. But like if I look at the Giants, for instance, I was thinking about watching the game from Sunday night. They've got a collection of good players, yet they don't seem to make up a good team. Like, the offense was great, and now the Cowboys' defense is garbage. I think we saw that in Chicago the other day. So I don't want to dismiss what the Giants did there. And Russell Wilson threw for 450 yards. I don't care if he's playing a college team. He threw for 450 yards. He looked like a high school quarterback the other night. that couldn't do anything. And it looked like the Chiefs had 15 guys on defense. Defensively, the Giants kind of put pressure on Patrick Mahomes, but never really got to him, and it wasn't good enough. It's like they've got a good collection of players, but it doesn't work. The Jets have Aaron Glenn running down the sideline like a fool. I was thinking of you immediately as soon as I saw that. Look at this idiot. We're talking about coaches celebrating before they win. This moron's running down the field doing, I don't know what he's doing. Hey, dude, there's still 90 seconds left and they have the ball. So they've changed the coach a million times.
It's like
bizarre.
It's no different than like 2 years ago with the Knicks, right? They had a team that came out of nowhere, all these players that, it was all the Villanova guys. It was exciting.
And it really worked.
And what do they do? Change it up. The Mets last year, everything was going great. It was a real team. You had guys, they weren't all superstars. It was just they played well together as a team. What do? Let's go get the highest paid player in the history of anything. And even though he had a great season, it ruins the mix.
I do agree with that to a certain degree. I also do believe, and I'll come back to this, the trade deadline was a disaster. I remember sitting here saying you don't need to make a trade for trade's sake, and they did. They went and they got Cedric Mullins. Tyrone Taylor doesn't play anymore, whereas I know he didn't bat 400 for you, but he played a great center field. He doesn't play anymore. I think that was part of it. The bullpen wasn't great. I understand wanting to upgrade. They swung and missed on almost everybody. So chemistry for sure is a big deal. I do agree with that. I also think that they were their own worst enemy as well at the trade deadline. And yes, for this season, that's true. But like the idea that they're not going to go to the playoffs back-to-back years again, could they? Sure. I don't think this team's going 4-2 or 5-1 this week. I mean, the Cubs just lost 4 in a row to the Reds. You think they're going to lose the next 3 to the Mets? I don't see that happening. And the Marlins are probably, as much as the Marlins are what they are, they can't wait to see the Mets this weekend. So if you're telling me that the Mets have to go 5-1 this week to make the playoffs, where's the proof that that's going to happen with the way they've played since mid-June? There is none.
So with 6 games left, right, for both the Mets and the Reds.
Yeah.
Whoever wins the most games wins.
Yes and no. That's not necessarily true, actually, because you got the Diamondbacks in there, too. Diamondbacks are a game back. So, like, if the Mets went 4-2 and the Reds went 3-3, oh, that's pretty good. Well, if the Diamondbacks go 6-0, they go past both of them. So they're in the mix as well. We're not really talking about them because we're focused on because the Reds are the team that theoretically passed them yesterday. Not theoretically, they passed them with the tiebreaker. So a lot of focus has gone on Cincinnati, but don't forget about Arizona right there, too. So they have to win their game. Here's what I would say. If the Mets win 6-0 this week, I feel pretty good that they'll be in the postseason.
But
that's not happening. They haven't shown the ability to do that in a long time. They've actually shown the ability to lose 6 in a row, more so to win 6 in a row.
This is what's strange about baseball, though, and why it's very difficult to.
What?
It's all random. It's
not random for the Yankees. They're there every year. It's not, and you can't say
it's random in that they can lose their wild card series to a crappy
because you got 25 human beings out there that if they don't against another really good team.
I know it's just that what's random about it is that and baseball's telling you it's random.
It's parity.
They're giving you 100 they're saying we don't even know who the better team is until you play 162 games. Because you could play 30 games and we still don't know who you are. 60 games, we still don't know who you are. It takes 162 games for us to go, there's the good team.
No, that's only because that's what remember, it's at the end of the day, it's entertainment. It's something for people. I think we get hung up on how many games you need to. The amount of games they play is nothing more than making more money and putting entertainment on TV or a game for people to go watch to get out of their house. Then you have this big tournament, essentially, to decide who's a champion. I mean, if you really want to break it down nuts and bolts, yeah, you could make a baseball season 25 games if you want and have the same result. We had a 60-game season, not the strike year. What was that?
COVID year.
I'm sorry, the COVID year. You still ended up with a champion. A little different than most years, but you still had a champion at the end of the day. But it's random to the degree of there's a lot of It's not all that different than the NFL to some degree in that you've got a lot more teams that are capable of winning now than I think you did in the 80s. Would you not agree with that? It felt like growing up when you had like 4 damn good teams. You kind of knew which ones were going to – you kind of knew the Cowboys were going to see the 49ers in the NFC Championship game as we did year after. It's a little different now where there's more teams that can win because of the salary cap and parity. And baseball's kind of the same too. I mean, you've got a couple of really awful teams, a lot of very average teams that have good players, and if the pitching's good, could go beat anybody.
It just seems weird. Like the Mets last year, the Knicks from 2 years ago, like you have a group of guys that work well together. They're not all superstars. But for some reason, we will break that team up and not pay those guys, but we'll bring in a guy that makes more than some teams and just throw – and